Hey everybody, welcome to the Growing with Fishes podcast. I'm Steve, and we have a really awesome group of guests this week. Again, we're doing the science of organic regenerative farming as our topic. So we have Mr. Green Jeans, we got Marty with us,
Yes. How's it going?
we got Leighton from Kingdom Aquaponics,
Hey all.
we have Fish Ganja Guy,
Hey, everybody.
we got Josh from Dush Blooms,
Hey, everybody.
and then we have Dragonfly Earth Medicine.
Yes, family. How is everyone doing tonight?
Thanks so much for having us on tonight.
Yep, thank you. So, just a quick update. We have the Science of Organic Regenerative Cannabis Growing event up in Portland at the end of the month. I'm sorry, January 26th, 27th, and 28th. And if you're interested, there is a link in the description. Tabs before the show. Been making a lot of rosin lately, so we'll talk about that later. So if anyone's interested in seeing any of us talk, there's a bunch of different talks. Jeff Lowenfels will be there, and a bunch of other awesome people, as well as Josh and Dragonfly Earth Medicine will be there as well. So be sure to come check it out if you are in the Portland area or anywhere nearby. As well as Kingdom Aquaponics as well will also be there. So thanks again for joining us. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do, Dragonfly Earth Medicine? You guys have quite a bit of different products. You have both some health stuff, and then you guys have some amendments on your website. I saw that. It was pretty interesting. You guys want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we have a nutrient company and a human health company for 10 years now. We've been living on the land and growing off and gathering wild crafted herbs from the land for over 20 years now. And
so that includes herbal medicines locally here too for our community.
Which is what led us into the type of recipes that we've created for our products, which is herbal medicine. Herbal micronized herbs for vegetative growing and micronized herbs for flowers, and we've ground up roots and herbs and seeds and created a flower blend and veg blend that's diverse.
And we also have a CBD dog treat company called the Cannabis Dog. So that's a whole infusion of 7 different mushrooms and a lot of different adaptogenic herbs that are mixed with CBD for dogs. We have so many things going on.
Well,
and the pure certification. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and what we're most known for is making it work without products and living off the land and making ferments and making our own products. So that's a sum up about us. We can talk about our pure certification and different farms and how people are implementing those systems later after everyone comes on.
Sure. Thank you so much. Josh, why don't you tell us a little bit about you? We'll go through intros a little here.
Yeah, I'm a recreational grower now. I have a license and up here in Washington State, and I grow, in quotes, no-till, living soil style. I'm just kind of getting going in the recreational market. And I've been growing that way for 10 years, honestly, and a lot of learning along the way. And I met Leighton this summer, and our relationship just kind of kicked off. And there was a lot of learning that happened between us, and which is kind of the inspiration for putting on the conference. And it's a lengthy, awkward title, The Science of Organic Regenerative Cannabis Cultivation Conference. Just kind of like poking fun at having to have so many qualifying statements. It's also kind of necessary. So that's what I'm doing right now is, getting ready to pump my next crop right after the conference, and putting a lot of energy into getting the word out for this conference so we can get get a bunch of folks there, and I think it's going to be, we'll talk about it a little bit more, but some really next level learning, I think, for people that attend and for the speakers. A lot of the speakers are really excited to come and are going to stay, for most of the time. Dr. Faust is super stoked. He's going to be there the whole time. And so I think there's going to be some good learning between the speakers, and we've designed, a lot of open forum space to have that time. So I ramble on, but that's kind of what I'm up to.
We just like to say that we're really excited to be a part of that, and we're going to be there for the weekend, and we're also looking forward to putting together a really powerful panel on Sunday night, and looking forward to the other panels that are putting together on the other night. So thanks a lot for that. Thank you.
Big appreciation.
Yes, thank you again, Josh.
Yeah, just kind of everything fell into place. Everyone was available sort of last minute, and so just going with it, and stoked that it's happening.
I know Leighton did a lot too to help put that together. Leighton, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh man, I've been on a regenerative trip my whole life, since very young. I'm all about Mother Nature, biomimicry, trying to really understand the depth of nature and how best to encourage her to work with us to want and accomplish the goals that we're looking to do without harming nature and without hurting our environment. So I've spent a lot of time in labs. I was blessed to spend 18 months one-on-one with Dr. Lane down at the Rodale Institute, along with a tremendous amount of other very high, powerful scientists and beautiful minds who not only encouraged me to take it to the next level, but helped along the way. So I've been exposed to some really cool things. I've tried, my focus is more on trying to explain and to teach about how critical the aquatic ecosystem is to the terra system. Soil biology is tremendously connected to the aquatic system on a level that a lot of people don't really get yet. And my goal is hopefully to connect people to that. I mean, yeah, the Indians taught us to bury a fish with our corn seed, but whoa, it's way, way beyond that. And once you start to open your mind to understanding that exists between those two, I think that it really adds a whole nother dimension to this regenerative approach to doing the right thing, not harming the planet or the ecosystem in any way, but allowing us to, and I hate to use the word manipulate because it's a dirty word. It's more about encouraging plant life to accomplish the goals that we would like for it to do, to help us better, and hopefully spread the word about we don't need any pharmaceuticals, we don't need any chemicals, we don't need any of this pseudoscience. All we need to do is connect with the earth again, and respectfully and spiritually, and that's where I'm at. Sorry to ramble on.
And I think that's a good point too. That's why I love having these amazing soil geniuses, such as the people we have on this evening, because we have with aquaponic cannabis production, we do a dual root zone. And the upper half is soil. I know Marty and Fish Ganja Guy both have experimented with no-till and doing that. Very similarly. And then you still benefit from all of the microbes and all the stuff and the goodies that you guys are used to in the soil zone. But then you also have that whole other food web that develops over time in the aquatic layer as well. So it really
I've been sorry to just hop in. I've been doing it for about 8 years, aquaponics, and standard practice. I water with aquaponic water on my beds, and kind of try to get some of that. So
Yeah, that's how I've done all my soil too. It's fed with tank water. So all my sips and all my outdoor beds were all fed out of the tank, out of the aquaponic system tank.
All right,
So-
guys, what I like to do is I like to go a little bit deeper into the actual microbiology that exists in the water columns. There's many trophs, many layers, and it starts all the way down in the mud and it goes all the way to the top. And there's just so much benefit to that. And the ebb and flow of floods and tides are so critical to that soil fertility. And if we can provide that soil fertility in a harmless, respectful, and spiritual way to the plants, they will thrive on levels that I can't wait to begin to play with. And so that's where I'm at. That's my headspace.
Very cool.
Awesome. So, Dragonfly, would you like to tell us a little bit about your purity certification and how that works? It was really interesting to hear about.
Yeah, it incorporates all modalities of growing, whether it be indoor cultivation, which most of it's outdoor. There's only a few indoor because really it requires having food gardens and bee gardens and creating an ecosystem, outside of the growing area. So for an indoor cultivation, it would, it takes 6 closed loop systems to be pure certified. And it also takes having a food and garden and flower gardens. So they would have parking lot or somewhere in their facility.
And and the closed loops, make it a little bit more difficult for indoor growers, but we do have some indoor growers that are doing pretty amazing. Or we have, maybe outdoor growers or light depth growers that are doing, indoor vegetative and bringing them outdoor. So we sort of have all modalities, like Josh said, about with gardens up here in Canada and all over the US right now. And it's really become a movement of, what a regenerative cannabis farm looks like. And it is an educational platform for, part of the certification when you agree to be a part of it is that you will be educating your community. It goes beyond just soil, which is a really big part of it. We talk about health and well-being of people that work on their farms. Water sources, where water is coming from. It goes pretty
And the closed
deep.
loop systems can incorporate alternative energy or aquaponics or something, where you're just any system where it's in a permaculture style where it's coming back on itself.
We decided to just go past inputs.
Hang on, go ahead.
You
have a question?
can you guys? I was going to say, can you explain the closed loops? Because that was a question I had.
Yeah, well,
How
closed
do you
loop.
define it?
Yeah, closed loop is, from our point of view, is a system that you are
feeding back into
a system
itself.
that feeds back into itself. Closed meaning it's something that stays within your realm, within your program, or within your
garden,
your
or
environment.
farm.
For example, you making hash, ice water hash. Afterwards, you can use the water to water your gardens. You can use the leaves to put in a worm farm or use as top dress mulch on your no-till beds. Or
Cover cropping is another
cropping.
closed loop, because we tell people to maybe grow it up a certain amount and then pull it up and then drop it.
Aquaponics would be a closed loop system. You would be having, you have the fish.
Geothermal is a closed loop system, or water rain catchment, or utilizing any type of solar.
Taking wood from your land and creating a hugelculture bed is a closed loop system. Having animals on your land that eat raw materials from your property and you use that poop.
Growing
land.
biomass and creating a fermented tea that you put back into your soil.
Pruning your ganja plants and using the leaves and putting them on. Okay, we're done.
That was awesome. No, that totally answered the question. Cool.
And I'd like to say we're putting together a website right now that features all of the Pure certified farms and all of the closed loop systems that they imply. And there's a whole entire page on closed loop systems along with many photos, which will help farms understand what it is. And let's talk about really quickly why a closed loop system matters. Because there's so much toxicity in the environment. There's so much glyphosate in grains. There's so much
passed on pathogens,
you know, heavy metals and fish matter. There's so many things to be concerned about when you're bringing your inputs in. And if you're making extracts, or if you're doing something, you know, making oils, or you're finding these toxicities show up in your medicine. So we just wanted to go beyond like a national organic program, which would allow any organic inputs to go in and make
and
it
even
organic.
OMRI certified, and it just wasn't where we felt like our farm was represented.
We wanted people to question their inputs and get toxicity reports and find out more about what they were having. And the ultimate way to really know if your stuff is pure or clean is to get a soil and a water test, and then start growing stuff on your land.
And not only that, some of the stuff in the organic certification is kind of silly, like having to match the pH of your table to the pH of your tap water, and just there's a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with food safety that's in there that just adds time and expense that just doesn't need to be in there because it doesn't do anything for safety.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really feeling like there's a lot of noise that's being created, you know, with all of this legislation and registration and all of the forms and paperwork. You know, so many of us are just farmers, you know, we're just farmers, and we've been forced also into becoming all of these other different things. So it's great on one hand, but it's incredibly time consuming and a lot of noise to where we all need to really be.
And we didn't want to mimic one country's standards on organics. We wanted to create a land use and farming practice that could go anywhere in the world. And that's really what's happening.
And that is a total focus, 100, not 100%, but the real focus and the real, you know, star here is the soil.
Oh, Dragonfly, you speak wise words, my friends, wise words. It is all about closed loop. It is all about regenerating, reusing, recycling over and over and over again, the way nature does, not the way humans do. So, listen, I love the way you tag team. You guys are connected hardcore. God bless
Thank
you.
And we appreciate that. And we want to recognize that we're one of many people doing really amazing work, and you know, that's the importance of the community.
Do you want to talk a little bit more about your work with ferments? That's something that we talk about a lot on here, and I know that you guys are very passionate about as well.
Yeah, we really started fermentation just from not being able to carry out any amendments to our 7-hour hike out to our patches. Because when we went out, we would always look for soil. So sometimes finding a good patch of soil takes a lot of hours. So we just started utilizing what was there. And then through all of the herbology, and I'm a midwife and that's my background as well, I started utilizing herbology for plants and Chinese medicine for plants and Ayurvedic ancient practices for plants, and finding that we really react very similarly to plants, especially when the plants are in a state of health and ultimate uptake. They really can get a lot out of herbal medicine.
And then really quickly, we around 2008 or so, we went to Kauai on the North Shore and started really, you know, spending time with our farmers there. And we started really learning about Korean natural farming and learning about fermenting through Korean natural farming. And we really took a lot of principles from that to add to the regimen that we were doing. And at the same time of living on the land, we've been studying, you know, biodynamic principles and all these other principles. So really we and biodynamics ferments in different ways too. So we really wanted to learn how to utilize the plants on our property in the most effective way possible.
And
So-
utilizing all different types of modalities. So, you know, the way that we do ferments is whatever is happening locally and what's happening on our own property, and just looking at the plants and trying to figure out what it is that, you know, that they need. And it's really that they're just a representation of what the soil needs. They're just a voice for the soil, and hopefully we can be a good voice for the plant. I feel like we can pass off to each other in that way. But we utilize our plants, chop them up, put them into a really large vat of water. This can all be done in a compost as well. You know, a slow compost, all of these same principles can be utilized, but without utilizing the water. It's just when you utilize ferments in a water situation like this, you're able to break down much faster. So your materials are able to be used within 1 week, you know, maybe in 8 days.
And we tend to use more plant juice than plant extracts as far as the ferments go. We really like the juices more because the extracts take a lot of sugar, and it takes a lot of, or molasses, it takes a lot to stabilize the culture. And we feel like if you start to bring in a lot of sugars, and if you're starting to buy a bunch of things to make extracts, and it kind of goes against, you know, being a closed loop farm. So maybe we're going to grow more yak cone or more sweet things, maybe sorghum grass and sweet corns that could create the sugar that we need in our ferments. But we like plant juices.
Very, very little sugar is utilized. So our ferments really only go for about 5 to 10 days, depending on how warm it is. If it's a hotter summer, it's going to go 4 to 5 days. And if it's cold, it may go up to 10 days. And, you know, then we put it, strain it out and put it into another container, and we bubble it up, and we add aeration for about 24 hours. And then we make sure to taste every single one of our teas. We don't do pH testers. I don't trust that stuff. I feel like I want to know exactly what's going into my teas, and I want to know what it tastes like before my plants are going to be drenched with it.
Can I ask a question? Dragonfly, have you ever read Anastasia and the Singing Cedars?
Absolutely. We read all of those books.
There's a lot of
ago.
There's a lot of sacred Russians in our community.
I was going to ask you guys that the other day when we were talking.
You guys are speaking. You're speaking a language I don't get to hear very much.
We've been running closed loop cannabis for, you know, over 20 years now. We never have used inputs, and the reason why we created a nutrient company is because it's just based off of those same practices. All of the herbs that we use up here are in our nutrients. So we really encouraged people to grow their own biomass and utilize it themselves, you know, to not buy nutrients out there. And oddly enough, we're a nutrient company, but you know, if you can't grow your own nutrients, then it is nice to get whole, good superfoods for your soil.
Not everyone lives by a bunch of weeds. And your diagnostic of the soil telling you what would be great to grow there, amazing stuff. Love you guys, man. Love you guys.
Thanks.
So we've actually done a bunch of work with using isolated microbial strains with different ferments to get specific desired proteins isolated. That's some of the work that we're actually working on right now. We've actually isolated 3 separate proteins, both from the cannabis fan leaves as well as some other sources as well. It's been a lot of fun. The whole Korean natural farming thing totally turned me on to a whole new way of thinking about how to go about fertilizing and supplementing plant growth, and it is turned me onto an enormous rabbit hole that I am so grateful that I am able to research and continue to do experiments with. We actually just started doing a bunch of work with a different version of our favorite ferment, and we've had some really cool results in the past week or two. And it's so neat to see how just changing one of the ingredients in a ferment can have just tremendously different results.
I love that you're, you know, getting deeper with the microscope, and I think that's where we could benefit more as a community, is to link up a lot of the compost tea, you know, analyzers and soil analyzers to start helping understand the ferments, because the ferments really are a whole different species, you know.
And not only that, so let me give you a great example of why this is so important. They just did a study. So there was a big debate in aquaponics. Should aquaponics be organically certifiable? And they made a big, huge stink about it. The soil guys saying, "Oh, it needs to be only soil." And anyone with half a brain can see that if it's only fish input and they're being fed organic fish food, you tell me why there isn't any non-organic inputs into the system. It's ridiculous. So what happened was they called a big study. They made a big stink and asked the USDA to make a big study on microbial diversity. So they went and studied all the DNA of all the microbes and all the different aquaponic systems and all the different organic hydroponic systems and then of soil systems. The most biodiverse was the aquaponic systems. The second most biodiverse was the organic hydroponic systems. The third most biodiverse was the soil. What they discovered in both the aquaponics and organic hydro systems was that none of those systems had any microbes or microbial webs in their aquatic environment that were similar. All of them had different microbes fulfilling the same roles, aside from the nitrogen's web. The phosphorus was different, the zinc was different. All these different microbial webs were completely different in terms of the DNA that was in each of these aquaponic systems, but they had all reached a form of stability where the system had been running for 2 to 5 years and everything was running fine. That's a lot of microbes and a lot of diversity that we know nothing about, that all can be symbiotic with each other. The closest was a pond that was across the street from an aquaponic system. And this was a NASA, there's a branch of NASA actually did the gene study and the DNA study on the biodiversity on that, along with the USDA. It was a big whole thing. They actually tested Ouroboros Farms, which is a farm that I actually do work with. That's the reason why I know a lot of the details on this. They gave us a big report on it. But it's so incredible to see that we don't really know that. So we need to start doing some cataloging of these different microbes and figuring out how to cultivate them individually, because what if I could give you a whole chain, a microbe chain of, say, nitrogen or phosphorus or potassium? Think of it like Mammoth P, but what if I could give you the whole chain for an entire nutrient, or say 3 nutrients, and give you, say 12 or 24 different microbes to build out your whole aquatic web in an organic hydroponic system, or something for microbial, so say for food web, for soil, you could do the same thing. So this is the kind of stuff. Or say maybe this particular microbe is very good at fermenting stuff, so maybe I want to sell that as a starter the same way that they do at brew stores. So there's lots of different. I think that's really the future of ag products. And there's so many. There's probably 2 to 5,000 microbes out there that actually have that can be isolated, and have benefit, that people that are still out there that need to be done, that people could be doing in their garages right now.
Well, that's what Leighton does. Just to hop in, I mean, that's what he did for me. So I started on a fresh farm, and I mixed my own soil with whatever. I did use peat and stuff, and I used some good stuff. But he brought the biology, and that's kind of what we're talking about.
Josh, I hate to jump in, but Steve, you said it. It's a rabbit hole, and the thing that we haven't yet discussed is what's called succession. Succession is an evolution that occurs on a microbial scale in seconds, on a geological scale in millions of years. But either way, systems change, systems move, things evolve. Plants come in, plants come out, animals move in, animals move out, mammals move in, aquatic systems move in. And you can take this all the way down the microbial level. So could you imagine having the power to say, okay, you're at this place, at this point in time, you need this, and we're going to also add these things so that it evolves to this next level where it's more beneficial to do this type of regenerative agriculture. And that's what this is all about. And that's why this is so beautiful, is you're putting a lot of minds together that if we all work together and share all the same open information, damn, we could supply anybody anywhere with enough ingredients to jumpstart that soil to do what they needed to do harm with only just using geological and microbial timescales to accomplish goals that are necessary for our survival and for our evolvement. And that's the beauty of it. You know, we need to evolve. We got to get away from what we're doing. It ain't working.
And on that note, so one of the biggest things that we've been working on, and one of the ones that we're going to come out with publicly pretty soon, as soon as we finish up all of our legal protections, is we figured out how to do a brutally cheap, from 3 separate sources, a brutally cheap way to isolate phycocyanin. Now, how many of you here know what phycocyanin is? That's probably a better question.
Not me.
Anybody? Okay, so phycocyanin, anybody?
Nope.
Okay, so phycocyanin is the base building block protein, the most complex building block protein for chlorophyll A and chlorophyll B. We have a particular microbe that, when used in a ferment, along with a handful of different inputs, I can isolate phycocyanin. When I introduce that to the plant, I can almost double, if not sometimes even beyond that, the growth rate of plants, because it skyrockets the level of chlorophyll A and chlorophyll B. The Brix level skyrockets because of that, as long as they have enough CO2 and enough light, and the plant growth just goes bananas. We've had over 6 inches of growth documented per day in veg, and we've had even 3 separate nodes, developing in an 18-hour light cycle in one of our tests. So it's some of the results we've had. And not only that, we've resurrected plants that have been dead. So we had some pepper plants that were not watered for 3 weeks. And then we watered them with this phycocyanin isolate, as well as sprayed them foliarly. After 3 days, we had new leaf growth and new branch growth at every leaf node of a plant that wasn't watered for 3 weeks and was completely dead to the point where the leaves crumbled like paper. So some of the cool stuff that we're working, and you can drink that. Just to give you an idea of the level of safety, you can drink that product.
Yeah, that has to do with the single-celled algae as well. That's something that we talk about within human health. Also,
we have spirulina in our Radiant Green.
Yeah, we have spirulina in our products because we feel like it's absolutely important that single-celled algae is able to cross that blood-brain barrier within us, and also, speak to so many different organisms in the soil, and is easily uptaken directly by the plant. It's like such a simple organism that contains so much.
That's why duckweed is so good too. It's just a giant biomass that breaks down. And there's a lot of different things that are really powerful. Gibberellic acid, if you want to isolate something and make a plant grow, is going to make a plant grow super fast. But I think that our goal is diversity, and that's why I think that isolating is fine to do, but I think that just adaptogenic diversity is our real goal, and that's our true success.
And I think that the plant is adaptogenic. I think that she's constantly changing. We're always trying to figure out this plant, and I think that's going to be her last laugh. She creates and adapts to wherever it is that she wants. It might be that the single, number one cannabinoid that all pharmaceutical companies are going to try to extract, it may be only coming from a happy plant. I would love to see that as the last laugh on, we're realizing that the cannabinoid richness of cannabis when she's in a completely happy state. And we know that in seed plants, when a seed drops to the ground, that's a social interaction that plant is creating for itself. It's creating many different small plants around itself to create some kind of a social interaction that, we talk about. We don't understand what's going on in the soil microbially. We don't understand what's going on in the soil energetically at all, and that's
there's so many soil microbes that are not identified either, at this point. So it's just kind of like create diversity and trust in nature.
So on that note, you guys actually are big proponents of using horsetail. We regularly preach the praises of silica, which is something that's heavily accumulated in horsetail. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Can I, Steve, can I
Go ahead.
backpedal a little bit?
Go ahead.
We're not giving enough respect to algae. Basically, everything that we're talking about, it's grown in an aquatic environment, so it is a tincture, it is a distillate, naturally and properly respected, dried or mulched, provides an incredible amount of nutrients that have been harvested minerally on an ionic level through water. And so I'm sorry, I just had to backpedal a little bit. So
Well, I'm glad about it because I brought that up on the show, I think last week, or at least after the show, talking about algae. So I was glad to hear you just say that, because I think that is an important and very viable organic matter that we can grow, and it's very easy to grow too.
it was everywhere.
And it can be cultivated. It's one of the fastest growing biomasses on earth. If you, I mean, especially with aquaponics families, like, you know, are part of this group is, you know, duckweed and Azolla pinnata, I'm pretty sure is the fastest growing biomass on earth. And spirulina ponds can be made really pretty damn easy. And chlorella ponds and stuff. And I believe that, you know, the sludge that you get from that is just true magic. So yes, totally agreed. Algae for the win.
And not only that,
Hey,
we've actually found some stuff that works even better than algae. So we were previously working to a ton of work with algae. We actually found something that works even better and cheaper than algae, believe it or not. So
Does it grow in water?
Well, hey,
it grows with water.
hey, can't wait to talk about this next week, boys and girls.
Oh yeah, I'm so looking forward to the things after each day of talking. I plan on being there as well for the whole event, so I look forward to powwowing with everyone. So you guys have also done a lot of work with other regenerative soil work. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? You have a lot of spent a little bit of time, especially with your. Yeah, I loved your Hash Church episode. I wanted to give you a shout out for that. But do you want to talk a little bit about some of the different microbial mixes? I know you guys have done a lot of work and research on what goes into that, as well as humic stuff, which I know Leighton can also talk on as well.
Yeah, we've been building soils for indoor use, just recipes, and taking a little bit of this and a little bit of that and trying to figure out, you know, a perfect recipe, especially with our seedlings over the years. So, you know, we didn't really make soil except for, you know, for our own seedlings way back in the day. And then through that, sort of finding a really perfect recipe that worked for us and then expanding it to indoor uses and, you know, all different kinds, whether it's a greenhouse or, you know.
And we've been assisting people online, you know, thousands of them at this point over the years, different people, big and small, in no-till systems, in reusing your soil systems, and also outdoor. So to talk a little bit about it, some of the things that we've learned, number one, it's bioregional. So we don't feel you can come up with a soil recipe that necessarily is exact for every person, and gathering local materials that are clean would be a first choice, you know, especially making compost and stuff like that. So
and I always say, like, in a really basic way, you can give somebody the same cake recipe, and no matter who makes it and what kitchen, it's always going to come out a little bit different. And that's the same as soil. So utilizing whatever is in your local area is always best, because that's the lowest carbon footprint. That's sort of what's taking care of, you know, that whole idea of regenerative. We don't just want to, you know, talk about regenerative like it's some key term, or like it's a word that, you know, you can just throw around. It's something that takes a lot of energy, and it takes time, and it goes, talking to people. We've learned so much. Josh said we've sent out thousands of different help, but wow, the amount of information that we have learned from this culture and this community is beyond. So sharing that information with soil is key.
And so, as you know, and from the outdoor perspective and growing outdoors, there's a carbon sequestration and, let's say revolution, a hugelculture revolution, the understanding of putting, wood in underneath your subsoil, underneath your soil, to create fungal growth is key. We know we need high fungal rates in our soils in order to really feed the roots.
So we've added sawdust to our soil recipes because we feel like that's really important to bring up the fungal counts, because we're realizing that, through the traditional mixes that we've all been using for so long, sort of that 30%, thing with the aeration or the peat or the cocoa,
it can
or whatever.
become hard. It can harden off, and it can be hard to water, and it can create an anaerobic situation which throws off the microlife which you're trying to sustain in a long-term bed. So with building indoor soils, you really kind of need to do it like they're doing outdoors, and that was covered this weekend, and the work that's going on with Green Life and Scotto Granola is really awesome, and we suggest taking a look at that. Which is like, if you're building an indoor bed, you really got to have rocks and sticks towards the bottom of it, some more solid form of aeration and water control towards the bottom. If you just put dirt in there, it doesn't water properly and evenly, and even utilizing small amounts of sawdust and small amounts of maybe hay or alfalfa in there to sustain the life longer is really, really crucial.
And there's so many different ways to mix a really beautiful soil. I think that just like there's a lot of different recipes to make a gorgeous cake, we can all talk about exact ingredients to utilize, but we have seen the most beautiful soils with all different kinds of recipes, and we really encourage people to, learn a lot and do what's right for you.
The water has to soak through, so it has to be able to go all the way through to the roots. And
it's funny that in South Africa, all the state farms, which they're hydroponic farms, and they're all pretty much, well, they're outdoors and indoors in greenhouses, and they almost solely use sawdust as the medium in their drip to waste and in their drip tape beds, which fertigation type beds outdoors. They commonly grow 4 by 100 foot beds with nothing but sawdust and supply it with nutrients via drip tape, or just flood them on a hill and let them run down through it. So just wanted to add that.
It really is a beautiful.
I use sawdust a lot myself, mixing it with other mediums I use perlite in my greenhouse, but I can mix it with sawdust too, for the same reason, like you said, and it helps with, it's just a bit. It holds water. Probably a little more than the perlite, but it also, I think, it's a counter to just the perlite itself.
Yeah, and it'd be nice if the sawdust was from a hardwood chip,
Right.
Or something like that. Maybe from a cabinet shop. And cabinet makers a lot of times work with birch or maple, and you can get their sawdust. There's a lot of different byproducts.
I can get it $12 a ton, about 10 or 15 miles from me. I got a pile of them in my front yard. I used it for my outdoor beds to help build my outdoor grow beds, because I was playing around with that one, using my fertigation. So yeah, it's kind of neat. Yeah, and they do hardwood floors. As a matter of fact, like you say, oak and stuff like that. And there's pine. It's kind of mixed together. It's a pile. They just get a loader and dump it in your back of your dump truck, and off you go.
Yeah, that's as good as gold. And if you can mix some green material, some alfalfa or some kind of a compost, or not compost, but some kind of manure in there to kind of,
voila, instant soil.
Or garden giants, mycelium.
Yeah, mushroom compost or anything. You could go buy brown cow, but I've tried them all, and adding regular compost from the compost bin along with sand and shoot, it's been a couple years. I wasn't prepared to talk about this, but yeah, that's a great idea, though. I think exactly that people don't realize how much sawdust and things like that, or like you said, wood chips. And you don't want it real fine either, all you out there. I mean, it depends on the application, I suppose, but you want chips like the size of a pea. maybe,
That's, yeah.
up to a half an inch at the most.
And we're recommending some sticks, maybe some ganja sticks. Different sizes will give you more different types of longevity.
And just always to remember that different types of trees are different prebiotics for different types of microorganisms. Every different type of plant has different cyanobacteria on its leaf structure that it becomes a probiotic fat, like calling out to the air, this particular lactic acid bacteria come to me, and then that becomes part of the breakdown as well.
And people will use lava rock or perlite for aeration. Definitely, if you can get lava rock, that's probably better, just because perlite takes 2,000 degrees to pop it to make it aeration, and that's a lot of energy. And if we can get away with not using energy to create something for our gardens, that's ideal. I like to just say that river rock, or any rock, a pile of rocks from anywhere, can be really useful, and utilizing that in the bottom of your beds is absolutely good. It doesn't absolutely have to have aeration, because roots like to wrap around rocks and create water and withhold water in the soil.
Speaking of energy, I'd like to know what you guys think about using biochar.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
I said, speaking of using energy, I'd like to know what you guys think of using biochar.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Green Beans wants to know too.
We think that biochar is awesome if it is local, if it is a, reused material. If it is super conscious, then biochar, is good. But of course, sequestering carbon into your soil rather than burning it at a really high temperature is going to be better for the earth. But having sort of this pre-digested, it becomes something different when it becomes biochar, is also good for different type of microorganisms.
And let's say this biochar can be made from many different types of material. It can be made from, anything from animal waste to yard debris to wood. So, I mean, you kind of ask yourself, where's the biochar coming from? Is it necessary and stuff? So, we have a wood stove, and we can just scoop out little bits of the unburnt char each morning from our stove, and save quite a bit over the winter, and utilize that in our, in our beds and stuff. I mean, definitely biochar is a good thing for soil. Whether you want to spend a lot of energy with a pyrolysis machine or something to make it, maybe you should let your soil just eat it instead of burning it into char. But, char is a really good thing for the soil.
Awesome.
Sorry about that. I had a little audio problem with my mute button here. I have a manual mute button.
Anybody in chat have any questions?
So I actually I have a 4-year study running with biochar on half-acre controls at 1%, 3%, and 5%. Granted, this is just field hemp. And this is a CBD heavy field hemp, and 4 years running, we haven't noticed any kind of difference in yield or potency. Just, I'm sure if you have a heavy clay soil, but that's just specifically in Colorado and this one soil type.
And one type of biochar too, right?
So that was a loaded biochar that we actually got from a company out of Boulder. I forget what the name of the company was. It was a bloom mix.
That's probably my advice about biochar is they're just definitely not created equal. I mean, there are so many different kinds, and there's obviously products and making your own and different methods, and so there's a lot of information about it. So I think that there's a huge value for it, but it's highly dependent on, kind of like what Dragonfly was saying, like where is it sourced from? There's a number of different factors that go into it, and I would imagine some of those are going to determine its overall effectiveness as well. So that's my caveat about biochar.
So we had a question from chat. Can you talk more about the role alfalfa plays?
Alfalfa, number one, has one of the deepest tap roots. It can go down 18 to 20 feet, so it can really bring up a lot of trace minerals. It has a wide array of nutrients and minerals and growth hormones in it.
It's a fantastic biomass plant to grow on your property because you can throw a lot of different minerals at it that you would like to put into your tea blends, say, and the plant just will uptake so much. So say that you're really wanting to uptake or have more magnesium sort of at that flip over time of going into flowering, because that's a lot of it utilizes a lot of energy at that particular time, that first 2 weeks in flower, and you want to up your magnesium. Well, if you've been feeding, some magnesium to your alfalfa, then you can chop down that alfalfa and you can reutilize it. And it is such a great miner, like Josh said, for all of the other minerals to make it 100% available to the microbiology as soon as it hits the soil. It doesn't have to be broken down like, minerals or mineral rock content, that sort of thing.
It's high in sugars and chlorophylls. It's sweet. It's a great biomass because you can grow it, chop it down, have it grow. You can probably get 2 to 3 full cycles of growth out of it, which is really useful.
And if you get 3, you would always want to chop down 1. So a lop and drop 1 of them, and then you can take the other 2.
I would like to say that alfalfa from an agriculture use is something to be very careful of. And to find alfalfa really cheap is probably not a very good idea. If you find OMRI listed alfalfa, that may not be good enough because OMRI doesn't do testing. What they do is they just register products for use in agriculture. And if you really want to know what's in the alfalfa, which could be probably glyphosate from maybe an overspray situation. So as far as alfalfa as a plant, incredible. As an agricultural product, you really have to look into the inputs and with the farmer and the place that it came from.
And keep in mind too that it's also very easy to sprout as well. It's great in a seed tea, a sprouted seed tea. So it's a plant that I use on a regular basis, not only because I can start a bunch of seeds at once and use as many as I want to, or plant them or grow them larger. Like you said, it's a bioaccumulator. And any ones I don't want to use, I can just go right into spreaded seed tea and be able, like you said, you can feed it at just about any stage. It doesn't really have to be broken down. So, it attracts some great enzymes when in the sprouting process. So I think it's great across the board, and it's one of the few that I buy seeds for and sprout and continue. And I haven't done it yet, but also you should be able to get your own seeds as well. And I know that's been a big thing, even for people who just grow it around here for feed here in our area. It's a big feed plant just for all the same reasons, because it grows so fast, and it's a great plant.
I think
Yeah,
it's
also
start your own seeds and grow your own companion plants such as alfalfa and such. Then you don't have to worry about where it came from. I yield. Dragonfly, I yield.
Oh, sorry. I was really interested in what you were going to say there. I was just wanting to add that it also contains a tremendous amount of vitamin K. And vitamin K is really wonderful for cardiovascular, and it helps, with the blood flow in our body and keeping it so we don't necessarily bleed out. And it also does the same thing for the plant. It really strengthens the integrity and the skeletal mass of the plant.
And it feeds bees when it's blooming. It's a really important part of the environment from pollination. There is Roundup Ready GMO alfalfa.
Be careful.
So you really have to know, once again, where it came from. And like Roger said, grow it yourself if possible. Make it part of your polyculture.
And it's so easy to grow the seed, like just to take a really small portion of whatever little biomass garden that you have of alfalfa and just, when you lop and drop it, that's really all that the plant needs as well.
So you only have to have the microgreens, basically?
Yeah, if you utilize it as a microgreen, you're going to get a tremendous amount of growth hormones out of it to feed your top layer of soil.
Sure, but we use it, we utilize it, you know, in the winter time. We sprout it for ourselves. We might also put it in a sprout seed tea, you know, for our babies. But mostly we utilize it as just a big biomass that goes into our ferments and into our cold compost piles.
Great. That's great information there.
That's something I love to do with my younger plants as well. I'm glad you brought that up. Is take a bunch of sprouts and blend them up and what I'll do is I'll blend them and put them into a compost tea or a ferment, and then water them into my younger plants. And man, does it ever help with skyrocketing growth there in their most, you know, when they're most fragile. It's helping them fend off stuff. That's actually, so it's kind of to fall back to some of the stuff. One of the other things that we're working with is actually taking and isolating some of the proteins responsible for immune system response. We've had some luck with work on the mold proteins. So we can give the plants additional mold proteins and basically try to get away from all those pesticides. Imagine if you could just take the proteins that the plant already has, or a microbe, and isolate that from fan leaves from your own plants, and reintroduce that to the plant when you need it, and actually fend off mold without ever using a pesticide. That's some of the stuff that we're working on now. And we're still working on some of the insect stuff, but mold we have down pretty well, and it's one of the other things we're going to be bringing to market this year.
Yeah, mold's a big thing more north, and then really it's to get rid of mold is an actual, like, a hard thing to do. Let's say when you live like north, for example. But that's where the horsetails come in.
All right, the study of mold will be presented by Efren at this conference, and he'll explain to you how it grows and where it grows and under it grows. And if you can just prevent those, as well as it's a done issue. And then, well, what generally it's an essence. So it starts to bring in other problems. Mold is the first it was the first thing that came out of Europe.
Is he cutting out for you guys, or is that just me?
Yeah, you're coming through pretty rough.
Yeah, it's cutting out for me as well. This connection's a little rough.
I guess the molds I was talking about up north are more of the bud rot molds, and there's a lot of PM all over the world and stuff. So yeah, mold is a big word for a lot of different organisms.
Oh yeah, but I think the biggest thing that I've found is that people don't recognize, especially in hydro and aquaponic and any kind of liquid nutrient solution, is that they don't recognize the importance of silica. So they run super low silica levels. The plant has no defense. And in fact, there was just a really good study published last year on the importance of silica for gene expression in regards to plants' immune systems, and how important that is, because there's heavy silica availability in any soil on the planet. It's one of the highest available nutrients in our Earth's crust. So it makes no sense for us to starve the plants of that, and it's plays a huge role in their immune system, and it makes no sense for us to starve them of that.
Yeah, horsetail is super important, and you know, a lot of soils might have a lot of silica in it, but it's not very available to the plants, and that's why, you know, you can utilize silica on a throughway toward your biomass. So there's so many silica-rich plants. You know, we really focus on horsetail, but a lot of the fast-growing plants like the Scotch broom, whoa, it's totally loaded in silica, and also blackberry and different types of grasses. So spraying with silica, you know, rich plants is awesome, but also making sure that all of that plant biomass somehow gets into the soil, because if there's a lot of unusable silica in the soil if it's not coming directly from plant material.
And there is a horsetail biodynamic prep, which people utilize, which is very effective as well.
I'm really glad to hear that about blackberry. Now we've talked about with the ferments, with Brain Grow and Marty and everybody talking about their ferments and how great blackberry is. I've got it growing wild all over my 2 acres of property. I can't stop it from growing. It's
You've got another gold mine.
Yeah.
It shows the growth hormone aspect of it.
It's fantastic. Imagine all of the nutrients that it's pulling out of a soil that you might not even think is very rich, but it's pulling, direct minerals up and into the plant body. And to take a chipper and chip all of that up, I mean, that is a wonderful medium. You can utilize that in soil, almost right away.
Or tether a goat to it and take a goat to it and then utilize the goat poop, is obviously as another version.
That's a great idea. That's for manure.
I told you, Roger. I told you.
Yeah, that's an awesome idea. I like that.
Tell me, Marty, I love this stuff. When you started talking about the ferments, ask Steve. I already talked about how I could take my current system without using aquaponics and using the nursery mix, pro mix style stuff, and I could just use ferments and grow with that alone.
Oh yeah, you could probably ferment just the blackberries if you got every piece of the plant from the blackberries to the stalk to the leaves. Like I bet you could grow an entire run just fermenting blackberries. I bet you could do it.
If you actually manage to have spider mite free strawberries, they're a great ferment as well.
Yeah, no thanks.
Good luck.
Good luck on the spider mite free part.
All right.
Great kush.
Could I just, it's random, but it's 7:34 p.m. here locally, and the UPS guy just pulled up the driveway. Like, what the hell?
That's usually 7:30 to 9 they deliver. They'll deliver up till 9 o'clock.
I did not know that.
Oh, I love it though. It's because it means it's not, your package might get there,
No, it's great. It means my bubble machine's here. I have a 20-gallon bubble machine here.
You just have an extra smoke break. It's fine.
Yeah.
So that's great to know about the blackberry though. And I live in the swamp, you guys that are new to the, show tonight. I live in the swamp and you can't kill anything out here. I've cut down gum trees and they sprouted an arm out of them, that's like cut down to a stump and it sprouted and grew another tree. And then I cut it all the way down to the ground and all the tap roots grew up and grew like 50 trees. It was crazy. So all kind of biodiversity. I bet, I guarantee you, if I go, because every time it rains really hard, my land kind of floods a little bit. I bet you, like you're saying, I like what you said earlier about building the soil. Richo from Horizon Herbs up in Oregon, he said he got some elderberry seeds from him, and he said, I said they didn't sprout or anything. He says, what'd you use? And I told him, so whatever I did, I think I did it 2 or 3 ways. And then he said, you should have just gone out in your forest and dug a pot of soil out of the forest, because that's going to have all the microbial stuff and all the versatility, to help that seed start. So that's neat that you brought it up. If you're making your own soil and you're especially wanting to be organic, should find a nice forested area where you live, unless you have some in your yard. Hopefully you can even cultivate great soil in your yard. So that's a great way to start your own soil mix, because I get the question all the time on the forum, how do I make a soil? Well, do you want to actually go ahead? Just jump in.
Can I chime in? So one of the cool things about working at Ouroboros, so at Ouroboros, what we do is we take the first pull off of all of our Roger, I'm going to mute you here. You're looping. 1 second. Okay, so we take the first pull off of our fish waste. We take the first pull off of our fish waste, and what we do is we feed it to our worm bins, and our worm bins basically break it down along with the roots of our lettuce and the bunk leaves. The bottom, you always end up with the bottom couple of leaves that end up browning before lettuce finishes. So we take all that, we put it into one bin, and we actually generate more soil than we ever can use in aquaponics with the dual root zones and everything. So we actually take that and we actually give it to the people next door. There's a company next door that does native plants, and they actually buy it from us, and we sell it to them, as well as local people by the pound. And remember, it's fish waste along with the worms, so it's worm castings, but it's ultra rich worm castings that have been infused with fish waste. So You're getting all the microbes from all that whole web, along with all that amazing mineral waste you get out of the fish. So
Yeah, it's really important, when when material goes through the body of a worm, it really gets rid of a tremendous amount of pathogens and adds a lot of beneficials. Not only is it a breakdown, but it also breaks down, the pathogens from the beneficials as well.
And the water from the aquaponics, from the fish, would really add to the poop and the oils and in the worm castings, which I do believe would add to the resins of the ganja plant. And I want to say to Roger, down in the south there, the kudzu vine is a crazy vine, and
that has a tremendous amount of nutrients.
Yeah, I mean, you could chop that sucker up and utilize that.
It's a nightmare in our lakes down here, kudzu. Yeah, it's brought in on the storm a while back, and we've had lakes actually shut down because of it, ruin the tourists and everything. But yeah, so it's great. Yeah, I can go get that all I want.
That's for sure. I mean, talk about growth
Pull
hormones.
up there and be like, hey, let me get this off of your hands, guys.
Yeah. I mean, and if you guys want some kudzu, I can steer you right to it. Okay.
Oh, kudzu is a great one for teas and ferments, man. It's really, really heavy in proteins. But what some of the stuff we've noticed with the worm tea from the aquaponics is we almost have to cut it with a little bit of something else because it's almost too hot. It's so filled with nutrients. We really have to cut it back a little bit. We love it for our soil grown stuff. We do wicking beds and some other stuff, and we do amend it with that, and we do dual root zone peppers and other stuff. But yeah, it's been a problem. It's almost too hot, but it's amazingly good soil.
Yeah, we usually utilize the term green worm castings and brown worm castings. Depending on what the worm is fed is really, how hot it's going to get, and also nutrients it has in it. If it's fed a lot of green type nitrogen rich, calcium rich things, then that's exactly the same kind of worm castings that it's going to be creating. And if it's a lot of wood material, which a tremendous amount of, or worm castings are just right now being fed peat moss. They're fermenting peat moss, and they're just feeding massive amounts of grains, fermented peat moss with a little bit of grains to worms. And then you just got to wonder, okay, how nutritive are these worm castings? So yet again, we talk about, inputs, and if worm castings are going to be your inputs, definitely call the worm casting company and find out what are they feeding their worms. And another reason to have your own worm bin and your own closed loop, so you know exactly what they're eating.
Or an aquaponics pool.
Yeah.
And I'd like to not see them feeding the fish with the peat moss, because it's something that's going away in the world, and I love using it, but I kind of feel bad because it's literally getting harvested off the earth, and it's going to be hard to have peat moss down the road. So, to feed the fish with it too. I mean, if we're going to grow with it's one thing, but let's not feed it to have it pooped. Let's try to keep it so we can grow in it.
Oh yeah. A lot of people don't know that peat moss is not a very sustainable resource. We kind of need to switch to cocoa for that kind of product and application, even though it does have a few issues with it as far as the calcium, magnesium, and sometimes it comes heavy laden with sodium. It really is a much more sustainable product because it is from a nut. We can actually grow that and continue to grow that versus the peat moss, which is mined.
Be nice to have a hemp base, fiber that we could use. And once we get really cracking with our hemp fibers and having different manufacturing capabilities, I would like to believe that we could create a
hemp medium for sure.
Hemp medium that's mixed, with something else.
I saw a really cool product from up at the Canadian meet. I think it was from Lyft. There's a company taking hemp roots and actually weaving them into something similar to a cocoa mats. So I thought that was very promising in that direction.
Yeah, we could use some hemp cloth pots. Would be nice to move away from the petrochemical cloth pots.
Here. I'd like to also say about the cocoa. I agree, because I get that all the time. People having. I agree with Steve on the point that we could use the cocoa instead of the peat. But or we're going to have to. at some point. But I also, where I really agree with him is that medium causes issues. It's a pain in the butt to master. And when you're trying to teach a bunch of people how to grow, you don't really need to use a medium that causes problems in the first place. And that's what I found. I look at the guys grow and he'll come and ask questions on the forum and he'll say, well, what's wrong with my plant? I get that like 10,000 times a year. What's wrong with my plant? And then so I go look at it. He hadn't told me nothing. And I look and I try to see if I can see the medium. If I can see it's cocoa, I say, well, the first thing I think is your problem is that you're using cocoa as a medium. Sorry to say, but that's my opinion on that. But I mean, it is a good medium. There's plenty of it. I do agree with that. But I'd like it, like y'all are saying about, it would be great to have a medium that is developed somewhere from hemp or anything, like something that's at least you can keep stable.
Well, I guess I'm a little ignorant. I thought I used peat in my mix recently in my greenhouse, a third peat. I did kind of the third. I have used cocoa before, and I ran into trouble with it, and I didn't care for all the problems. And I guess I'm just asking a little explanation on what. Like, I thought sphagnum was a little bit better because it was supposedly harvested in the correct amounts or something. Maybe I'm just totally off there. You guys
Most of the peat moss that you're gonna buy, like the Pro Mix and the Sunshine Mix and stuff like that, is all sphagnum peat moss. It's probably hard to get regular peat moss nowadays. I mean, that's a real cheap, other product.
Well, we weren't saying that peat moss was bad. We were saying cocoa has all the issues, not peat moss. We love peat moss.
Sustainability.
What I was hearing,
for
sustainability wise, and that's what I didn't understand.
Oh yeah, sustainability wise is more about the fact that it's being mined. They basically mine it. Okay, it's getting it grows and
scrape the surface of the earth.
They're scraping it off the earth, and it's not coming back. It's going to be gone when they get done scraping it off the earth. It's like, like the way they go around and harvest gold by strip mining and everything down to the bedrock. They do build it back. They do it all in Colorado, especially do all the reclamation and make nature come back and all. But in the peat moss situation, once it's harvested, it's gone for the most part. I mean, I'm not 100% positive. Steve probably knows as much or more about this than I do. But all you do is research it. It's
sometimes they find a lady who's been turned into soap inside. If you've ever been to the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia, there's actually a lady who died and fell into a peat bog and then turned into a giant bar of soap, and her body is preserved there.
That's hilarious. We found bones in peat moss before.
Yep. No, it's very common to find bones in peat moss. I used to do truckloads of it when I worked for the landscaping industry, and we used to find bones on a semi-regular basis.
I think that when you talk to Canadian peat moss producers, they say that they're scraping 1% of all of the stuff that's there, which I'm not down with. And I know that we've, looked into peat moss mining, and it is an issue. And, getting cocoa from Asia may not be that great either. So maybe just the two of them together is like, and utilizing them as long as possible is maybe the less of two evils. But peat moss definitely has more organisms in it and is a really good medium for growing. It's just, you really got to question, the inputs and where they come from for sure.
So what do you see as a sustainable, aside from hemp, obviously, what do you see as a sustainable alternative?
Well, utilizing your soil forever, if you're going to use it, is going to probably be the first thing to say, because, there's not a lot of options. You're pretty much, if you're going to make a new soil, you can make it with compost, with thermophilic compost. I mean, you could get washed cow manure and create thermophilic compost and windrows and essentially sterilize it not sterilize it, but you can cook and create a really good medium with a well composted manure.
And he's utilizing the term thermophilic because that would be, maybe more for indoor use. But I think that cocoa and peat have sort of taken away a lot of our creativity of what soil can be made of. It's like the only thing that we know of bread is maybe Wonder Bread, and it's instant and it's easy, and oh, okay, you just go and you buy it and then you can just put it in your toaster. Well, I think that it really has taken away a lot of the creativity of what soil can be made from. And what we're saying here is that soil can be made from everything, anything. Even if you say, okay, I'm gonna, have to have soil here in 6 more months, you can start making cold compost just right outside of your facility and utilizing that. It's more of how can we create more biodiversity indoors is actually a good thing, because we utilize cleanliness in more of an allopathic sense, like hospital clean. But clean in a sense of a garden clean is like all beautiful microorganisms that are beneficial and helpful. And I think that that comes from biodiversity and soil as well.
Yeah.
That's good for everybody to know out there too, that you pretty much can make it. You just have to let it happen. Like it takes time. What is your average time when you're talking about this? Like we know how, even human compost, right? We know that you have to let that compost for a year and keep adding things and let it cook for a year. So how do you feel about those lengths of time when you're talking about these other and doing things like that? Because you have to give it time, right?
Well, washed manure generally is the term coming from a dairy. So when the cows are, in the dairy, then they wash out the where they milk them, and then that's almost like a different kind of manure, and it's easy to use in composting.
It contains a lot less urea.
So what you would do is you would take that and compost it with hay. So you could take that compost and create a pile with it, and get it up to a hot temperature, 160 degrees, and flip it. And you can use bokashi and EM sprays to speed up that process. And if you do that every 2 weeks, after 3 flips, you're going to have a pile that's totally usable. So, within, a month to a month and a half, you can have fully usable compost. But that's thermophilic, and that's putting carbon into the air, and you may not want to do that. So if you have the opportunity to do long-term.
And it also creates a hot, the heat inside of your compost. So it definitely creates a quicker soil if you go with thermophilic, but it's also going to kill a tremendous amount of microorganisms in that soil, because basically it's sterilizing, at a certain temperature, and watching that temperature is good. But we do mostly cold compost piles, and those go for a whole year. But it's tremendous. Like we'll start piling up at the season, then back to it at the beginning of the next season, and it's amazing how much soil is made just by creating piles around the property.
So ideally you would do a hot compost to use them as your medium, and then you would use cold compost as your kind of your bio life and your richness, because the compost of the hot compost of manure is not going to have as much in it, and it's the long-term compost. Go ahead.
Well, I got a question quick, since nobody spoke up. What do you, you're talking about all these different weeds and stuff, or what, weeds you call them, maybe that's an insult to you, but does thistle have any use in this equation?
Oh boy, thistle.
We love weeds though, by the way.
Yeah, we love all weed. We love weed. We love weed.
We love weed.
We like weeds. They're good. Thistle is amazing. I mean, talk about growth hormones and silica content, and it contains a tremendous amount of calcium. Yeah. It's another one, if you let it grow up really big right before it blooms, you can put it right through the chipper, and it makes amazing soil as well.
And it melts in water really, really easy. And milk thistle, there's a lot of different kinds of thistles too, so you can get to know your thistles a little better. Just don't let them flower.
But it's important to not use the roots of the Canadian thistle if you have broad mite issues
in my yard. I'm not sure where it's from.
Yeah, because mites like to overwinter in Canadian thistle roots.
Yeah. No, mine grows naturally right here in the swamp. But
that's ideal.
And the other thing that I've got that's really pain in the butt in my yard, since you guys are so diverse on these different flowers and weeds, are you familiar with henbit?
No, we're looking it up right now. I don't really know the common name of that, but I might know the Latin name. So we're checking it out.
Right. It's yeah, and it's common. Yeah, it is. I don't have the Latin name up for it either. It's a beautiful little viney plant that grows.
Yeah, it's purple dead net. It's the purple dead net. Yeah, it's everywhere. It actually is a relative of the heel all. It's a wonderful plant. It's beautiful. It grows in really, soil that's not very rich, and you can utilize it for sure. Even mow over it, and you can utilize those clippings if you've got a good mower. Utilize those clippings to put back on your beds.
It's part of the nettle family.
Oh, it's a nettle. Okay, all right. Yeah, because the local guy knew a little bit. What I've had trouble. Actually, it's grown over on some of my property where I've been wanting to eradicate it. I hate to use that word, but it's a pain in the butt to me. It's so I'm glad.
Well, it's not anymore.
Turn the pain in the butt into something positive.
You're gonna love it now. It's gonna be your best friend. You're gonna be like, I love that dead net.
Give me some henbit. Where we at?
Yeah, I can chop up the net. I can chop up the thistle now, and like you said, I got a shredder, so I'm good to go with all that idea of tripping and shredding and composting and making ferments this year. When it gets warm, I'm gonna have a new shed, a new place to work this summer, and it's gonna be nice. I'll have a place I can set up to do all this.
Well, you got to start now, so you're all set for spring. You got to start your field.
Plants are dead. We just had snow in South Carolina. Everything's dead.
I guess it'll break easy. It's nice and cold.
I know.
It's all carbon. It's all brown.
I know Dragonfly needs to. I know Dragonfly needs to get going. I know they're weren't able to stay for the whole episode, so I do want to let them go if, when they need to run here. So I do very much appreciate them coming on the show. And if anyone's interested, please check out dragonflyearthmedicine.com. They have a bunch of wonderful products, from compost tea stuff to personal medicine products. Actually, I'll let you guys speak further on that.
We have a raw cacao blend that has medicinal mushrooms in it, and we have a 6 medicinal mushroom blend which has reishi, chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, alfalfa, and lion's mane, agaricon,
and turkey tail.
And
we're really encouraging people to utilize, when they're making their concentrates and they're making their oils in their home with their cannabis, to definitely involve the other really strong adaptogen, which is the mycology. The mushrooms out there really have a good understanding of what kind of medicinal mushrooms. These two adaptogens really seem to work well together. Thank you so much for having us on your show. We're just really honored to be here. It was a fantastic conversation. Super awesome, intelligent minds.
We're looking forward, Josh.
Kudos to you guys. You were fantastic.
Gonna be there.
Other good information.
Yeah, thanks again.
We appreciate it. Yeah, one thing we'll just leave you with is that it's really, really important to be able to diagnose your plants for broad mites and russet mites moving forward. And we didn't get that out of it for now, but it's a really important one, because you can have the best soil and the best ferments and incredible tea, but your plant microscopically might be getting eaten by something. So utilizing predator mites is a way to enable your soil to really do what it's going to do. And having a microscope on your property is extremely important, because spider mites are the least of your problems nowadays.
And also, just to end it at that, Josh is saying that also because we've been going to lots and lots of gardens, and gardens that are really seemingly really healthy. And then when you start looking further, we're really realizing the takeover of the broad mite on cannabis, even in gardens that are just not expecting it. So a lot of times, if you're having problems with your garden that you can't explain, check that out first. Get a really good leaf scope.
And maybe your cover crops, don't have to live so long, and maybe your cover crops could be part of the antagonistic pathogen, and really pulling up your cover crops and utilizing more fresh, young, like lively cover crops is a better use of them in your system.
There was a lot of material in our goodbye.
A lot of people don't know what broad mites look like. It generally curls the leaf down and under in a way that almost looks like you didn't water it enough or you overwatered. I don't know if you guys want to talk about that at least for a second, just so people are aware of what
Yeah,
to look for.
in a healthy garden that you're utilizing a good integrated pest and fungal management program, the very tippy ends of the leaves will be curling down, and that's how you know it. You also know it, like, it's that question of, wow, 8 years ago, 5 years ago, I was a really good grower. I didn't really have to add too much. Why is this becoming so difficult? Everything that I add at this is not working. I've gotten a million people giving me all different diagnostics, and none of those things are really working. I'm getting harvests, but little by little, is it my genetics? If you start questioning everything that you're doing and you've been growing for a really long time, definitely check out your leaves.
It's widespread. It's all over the environment. You can get it from hugging your brother or your friend at the garden store. You can get it from walking through the rose gardens with your partner. You can get it from all over the place.
And rarely do you see the adults. I mean, never do you see the adults. It's very rare. What you're looking for is a teeny tiny, at 100 times microscope, you can just see a teeny tiny shiny globe, and
It looks
they go
similar
from
to a trichome with no stalk.
right, totally. Everybody thinks that they're resin glands. Everybody says resin glands.
They're cloudy, and there's also clear. So when you see a garden and you see the leaves, if the leaves are constricted, that's a problem. The leaves need to be wide, flat, and filled with life. And also there's erified mites, and that can cup the leaves upwards on the outside. So there's the leaf tip curl down, which is one type of mite, and there's the outer leaf curl up, which can be the erified mite.
If I may ask before you guys go, where are you located? Because I missed the beginning of the show. I'm not sure if it was brought up.
We're in British Columbia. Our farm is up here in BC.
Okay, I got friends up there. Yep,
Makes sense. You're way too nice to be American, so.
Actually, we are American and Canadian. We were born in America, and we've been up here in BC for over 20 years.
We're from Oregon originally. Our son was born there, and our company is based in Oregon and British Columbia.
Cool. I was just kidding anyway.
No, it's a real thing.
It's definitely funny.
we get the joke for sure.
might be BC in the near future. I'm not sure. Ready for a visit?
Excellent. Just let us know when you're coming, and we'll make you dinner.
I'll support it. I'll cook for you too. Yeah.
Oh, sounds great. Hey, thank you all so much for having us on. We got to skedaddle. We really appreciate all the conversation, the energy, the intention going into this beautiful, amazing master plant. Thank you all so much for having a clear, concise, intentional voice for her.
Yep. Thank you for coming on the show, and we look forward to having you on again sometime.
Excellent.
Thanks. All right. Leighton, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do? I know you've worked a lot with humic acid and humics and stuff like that. Figure we give you the floor next.
Meanwhile, hey Marty, nice to see you.
All right, if he's temporarily AFK, so Josh, do you want to tell us a little bit more about what you've been up to and about the show and a little bit about what you do? You gave us a little bit of an idea last week.
Yeah, curious more about my garden or the show.
Both.
I guess garden wise, So I just started my garden in July, and so I'm building from the ground up. I have a greenhouse that I'm actually getting LED lights installed as we speak. The electricians are finishing up the job, and so I'm super stoked. I still have a lot more to go on it to make it really the full deal. I got to add light depth, and I kind of lean towards that. Wanting to have complete full control in my grow. I was always an indoor grower, and knew that the sun is obviously just cheaper, but I want to have that full control even with the lights. So that's why I'm throwing in a lot of LED lights. And but grow wise, it's you had a question?
Yeah, yes. I just wanted to clarify. You're talking about in a greenhouse, you're adding LEDs.
Yeah, in my greenhouse.
That's becoming more and more common. Yeah, I've had HIDs in my greenhouse and part of it before, but yeah, I see that it is becoming very common, and we discussed that last week also, that you're using LED. In fact, remember, Steve? One guy has this bizarre. He's got an array of HIDs complemented with a bunch of LEDs in between them and all. And
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, along with light deprivation and using the sun, I'm sure you can get several awesome harvests per year.
If money was no object, I'd probably alternate CMHs with LED.
Yep, I think that would be
for the light spectrum. If you could alternate and do that in a grid pattern in a whole room, you'd have the most insane lighting in that room that you could ever want.
Yeehaw!
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm setting it up for. So it'll eventually have 84 lights total in my 30 by 96, which is a lot. And then 36 of those will be HPS, and the rest will be 650 LEDs. So it's a lot, but if you saw where I lived, right by Canada, BC, in Washington, and I live in a forest, and we get right by the ocean. We get a lot of overcast off and on, and for what I'm kind of targeted as, I'm just a small farmer. It's just me. I don't really even have employees. So for what I do, like, it has to be the best of the best, and that's what I'm really into, is really just growing some awesome plants that are unique strains, and so I'm putting all my effort into it, and so I want to have that perfect environment, I guess, But it's cool. The brand of LEDs I'm getting are Illumitex, and they have this sensor that goes on top of them, and it dims up and down depending on what's going on, which is pretty cool.
You mean as far as the intensity of the sun?
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I think and it quantifies over time, over 2 or 3 days previous and forward. If you hook it up to the internet, and it, so you need to get, I believe, 20 moles of light per day. And, so maybe you get to, 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and it's like, oh, you haven't got those 20 moles. It'll turn those suckers on, even though it might be sunny, to add a little bit extra to get you up to. It's super smart, and it's really interesting, and it's really efficient.
See, I love that technology. I used to have an irrigation timer that wouldn't water until it had enough light had come to where they had figured out how much light the plants needed when they wanted to be watered. And if it was a really super sunny, hot day, it watered very often. If it was an overcast, cloudy day, there would be less watering events during the day.
So
Timers,
So I was actually at Spectrum Kings thing over in Vegas over the fall, or I guess whatever it was, a month or 2 ago, and they actually have a controller that does that over a whole grid zone. So it can actually, in a greenhouse, it'll actually say part of it's just being shaded by a tree or something. It'll actually account for all of those things, which I thought was really cool on top of the stuff that you're describing. So
yeah, I think this will do that, because it's 2 lights are controlled by 1 sensor.
I bet those aren't cheap. Lumitech LEDs. Woo!
Yeah,
I know the Spectrum King. I know the Spectrum King ones are like 12 or 1300, I think, and it depends on how many you're buying.
16, 17. But I got a super shout out to the electricians, grower rebates, and the power company. So they have these insane rebates. I think out the door, it's like, because I have a veg space and the flower space, it ends up being like 20 some grand for $115,000 light package. Because the power company rebates it that much. It's insane.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I think that I mean that's available to a lot of people in a lot of areas. We should all check into it. As
Yeah, it just
commercial
depends how
growers.
many lights you're ordering. Once a lot of these bigger companies will give you a nice discount if you're ordering, 300-400 lights at a time.
Also, another way you get a discount is that, like in the case of, well, I don't know if I should say this. Maybe I shouldn't say this. So I'll just say another way you get a discount is that if you're willing, if you're doing a commercial grow instead of a custom, connoisseur grow in a small space. If you're doing a commercial grow, you don't need all the fancy packaging and covers they put on it. So you can get a discount by just getting like one of our friends, at Spectrum King, they call it the Frankenstein, because you don't get all the fancy plates with the name and all that on it. You just get the heat sink and the driver and the lights. So you can save money that way too. If you tell them, well, I don't need the chassis. I just need the heat sink and the lights or the lamps and the drivers, instead of buying it with their name plastered on it and a bunch of fans and stuff like that. At least that's what Brendan told us.
It's a tricky world to navigate, the world of lighting.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of options, and there's a lot of good options.
But in the end, you got to get the best bang for the buck. It's that's what you got to get what you need.
You got to have the power, and that's where I think Steve, you hit it right on the head. You got to have the fucking power, and it's got to be the metal ceramic halides are cool. I've never used them, but it's got to be that HPS power, the metal. So you got to have it in there. LED does so much, and it offsets and can save a lot of money. But if you wanted to have the same amount of power, I would have had to have like 120 some LED fixtures, and that's insane. It's like you know what I mean? Like they're not. I don't know about all the companies, but in general, when they do their cost to benefit ratio, they're not considering how much our plants actually need. They're doing something like around 200 ppfd, in a greenhouse supplemental, where I want like 600-700.
Well, another thing that would help you, and like in your situation, what you being in British Columbia, I would think you'd be more interested in having HIDs as well to help heat the place in the winter. Because I think that I find a lot of guys, if they live somewhere that's more winter, they have a lot of winter grows, they actually like to have an HID ballast, even in the old school, where it throws off some heat to help alleviate because you're already paying well, it is more expensive to run. So I guess it's a push now that I'm talking about it. But that's part of the reason I think, and that is another, but how do you do your heating? Do you have a concrete floor?
I don't yet. I'm in dirt on the ground, and I'm actually gonna hold off. I'm gonna hold off on my winter grow. I was gonna throw one in the next couple of weeks, but I think I got to hold off to get some soil temp up. I kind of overlooked it. And so next, my plan for next, I want to grow year round. I used to grow year round tomatoes and peppers in Minnesota, and next year I'm going to just kind of revamp the whole thing and kind of scoop up my beds and put insulation down and lay PEX. And
I was going to say insulation and PEX.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. I did this in Minnesota, and I learned a lot of lessons about year round growing, and it was really interesting. I was talking to Eric about this for half a second, but in Minnesota, when I was growing tomatoes and there wasn't as much money on the line, I would set the temp for like 65, was the low, just low tech controls, and then I would have natural gas blowers. That was it. I didn't have any radiant floor. I just had natural gas blowers, and it cost me I remember that we had 45-50 days of -20, cold ass fucking shit, and it was like $550 a month for a 30x96 blower for the natural gas.
You got the same size greenhouse that I have, a 30x96. I actually got more around.
But so now translate that to what I'm doing up here in where it's much warmer, right, in Washington, northeast corner of Washington. and I want to keep it 78 because I'm growing cannabis, right? And it's more expensive. And I'm using propane, and I start dumping through the gas. I really just like learned a lesson here, and I have to get the radiant floor. I can't afford to grow with that air. I mean, it would be like $3,000-$4,000 a month to like, you know,
Can
do
I
a perfect
ask you
climate.
something? Can I
Yeah.
ask you something? Because I don't know. See, again, I know organic people, and you're worried about the carbon footprint and all that. And I'm sure this makes a bigger carbon footprint, but it works real well, and it's cheaper, a lot cheaper for you. Up down here, I don't know if they will allow you to do it up there, but down here, all my buddies that have greenhouses, like every town, every little town or down the highway has one hydroponic greenhouse. It seems like it's funny that way, but there's one guy every town as a hydroponic farmer. Well, they're using reclaimed oil, and they're using waste oil burners instead of using CO2 or using like you're saying propane. They convert their burners to use waste oil, and then a lot of them run boilers too, and then run the convection stuff. But I agree totally. If you really want to do it, you got to do it right the first time, and you got to do that radiant floor heating, and then the rest of it, just forget about it. It'll come natural. But you are in a lot colder environment than we get when it gets cold. So,
well, and that's kind of been my approach, for better or worse. My approach was to build the infrastructure that could, like, I could flip the switches and it would be perfect climate, and then from there, use profits to work backwards and get a solar panel grid that takes all of the energy off, and start using waste oil and whatever I can to really, geothermal, is really going to does a lot. I did that in Minnesota. That's kind of like my plan on it, and for better or worse is to kind of like build infrastructure and then work backwards to be sustainable.
Well, so in what, just the fact that it's waste oil is already you're kind of on the plus side when it comes to the carbon footprint for anybody that's really worried about that.
Totally. And actually, there's a interesting dude in the Midwest. They're growing aquaponics. What's his name? With the school in the Midwest, and they essentially use compost in the
Grow Power.
Yeah, Grow Power. Will what is it?
Will Allen.
There you go. Thank you.
Got the 1 million pounds of food on an acre.
Right. And I just to one of he's a cool dude. And
he's got the fish.
Right, so they use heaters to heat their water tanks. I went to one of his courses and got to sit down with him, and they use heaters to heat their water tanks with fuel, and then they have compost on either side of the greenhouse, 3 or 4 feet high, and then in each corner. And they don't use any air temperature, but they have the water heater turning on a little. But the compost does a good portion of it, and they're in the Midwest.
Yeah, and I thought that was amazing. The fact that they do it, like you said, every so many feet down that, like there's a pile of compost in the corner making heat, then down like 20 or 30 feet there's another pile of compost and another pile of compost all the way around the whole exterior of the greenhouse. And then, like you said, I don't know about outside. I thought it was inside, but
Yeah, and then aquaponics is just so perfect because you have all the water storage that holds heat.
You been there?
What's that?
Have you been there?
No, I saw a lot of videos. He came to Minnesota and did a conference that I attended, and I set up 3 greenhouses doing aquaponic tomatoes and microgreens in Minnesota. That was like what I was doing.
That's amazing. But it's fun. I think anybody that grows, if they hadn't watched that, Grow Power, that is
pretty cool.
Awesome what he's done. And I love the fact that he's turning it around. He's a major source of young people getting into growing food and learning how to be self-substantial. And to me, that's more important than what he's done with growing food, is the fact that, since we bring this up all the time, the average farmer is 60 years old. We need young people to get into growing food, or we're going to be lost down the road. You're going to be eating mush like if you're in a war zone,
So funny enough, Ken from Ouroboros was inspired by Will Allen at Grow Power, and started Ouroboros almost 6 years ago now, and that's where I teach most of my classes through. So it's pretty funny that you brought him up specifically.
Yeah, there wasn't too many people doing it back then. I mean, it was Murray Hollum and
I met Murray.
Sylvia was just coming on board,
So-
you know.
So I actually worked for Sylvia, and Murray I talked to on a regular basis. Murray and I regularly talk via email. He's a great guy. A little bit goofy, but a great guy.
Well, I got
Well,
one question about that, though, if I can throw it in, since you guys have read a lot about it and you've been doing more aquaponic, well, your soil and Steve's aquaponics, but what do you think? One of the worries I had when I watched the videos, although, and I saw mostly what he was growing, it appeared to me was greens. You know, there wasn't a lot of, I didn't see a lot of fruited stuff, not, you know, in the larger greenhouses there, maybe smaller crops of tomatoes and stuff. But
So
what did you think about the humidity issue with having the open fish tanks and stuff right in the greenhouse?
So that was
Because to me,
so that was literally my job when I worked
You know-
at Aquaponic Source under Sylvia, was to R&D stuff in the lab. I was also the head of the cannabis program there, and that was my job. So what we ended up doing was, one, you need to increase your magnesium level, because basically with that extra humidity, the plants get edema much easier. So air movement and magnesium level is much more important in aquaponic systems, even with lettuce, for example, or peppers. A lot of people that grow peppers actually get these weird warts on their leaves in aquaponics, and then what that is actually edema in the plant leaf. And you get this in cannabis too if you don't have proper airflow, if you don't have good enough fans. You'll get the exact same reaction.
you got to have the mat, and see, he's doing the same as like I do, and I believe that Dutch here is doing.
Yes. So you can absolutely
So-
have that higher humidity level, but you have to supplement with higher
Will the
magnesium,
iron-
so the plant will help with that. The iron as well has
Will
to
the
be
iron do that?
supplemented.
Because I actually had such great success with peppers. I was doing like ghost peppers and selling them for $25 a pound. You know, really, really nice peppers and tomatoes, and
I
they
got
was
'em
all drained away aquaponics. You know, and the peppers weren't even they were directly in the rocks.
So all you have to do is add more magnesium and silica, and you can actually fix that entirely, along with making sure that your plants have a good fan on them and you're getting good airflow. If you do those three things, you'll absolutely rectify that issue, and the plants will actually grow like gangbusters.
So you're saying they can tolerate a higher with the increased magnesium,
Yes.
and they can take a higher humidity without.
Yes, so the plants will tolerate higher water in the roots, and they'll tolerate higher humidity, but you have to adjust higher things like magnesium and higher airflow. This is some of the other stuff we talk about with cannabis production as well, is that there's certain things that have to be adjusted for in aquaponic production that you can't just treat like soil, because it'll come back and bite you.
No, it's so interesting, dude. Because I sorry to say, I cut in. I did that like ass backwards when I was doing that. You know, I was adding that mag amped product from who the fuck makes it? I can't remember, but it's a magnesium only, and I would add a little bit of calcium and seaweed, and
You can get magnesium chelate and just
and the
Well,
iron.
it depends too, because if you add too much calcium, you'll spike your pH and you won't uptake any of your magnesium, which is kind of a catch-22. Which is, people often misdose; they'll just throw CalMag at it when in fact it just needs mag, and that happens all the time. Especially someone that's treated a lot of people's grows that have screwed shit up. I see that constantly, where they've thrown way too much CalMag at it and spiked the pH, but it just needed more mag. It didn't need more calcium,
Right.
and they just kept dumping more and more out of it because it was showing a CalMag issue. And it's like, yeah, but you just needed a mag, so why didn't you just use Epsom salt or magnesium carbonate, or I forget what the third magnesium option is, but those are the two that I like to use the most. But why did you not at the very least just use magnesium sulfate, which isn't going to spike your pH that much? Again, people just using the wrong tool in their toolbox to fix the wrong thing. Yes, I can use a mallet. I can use a mallet to put a screw in a hole, but I should use a drill. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm totally guilty of that for sure.
I'm proud to say that on the forums we finally got rid of the CalMag revolution, because yeah, every newbie and every guy that was starting to aspire to help out and be a mentor, coming out, the guy goes, "What's wrong?" Here we go back to the 10,000 questions a year of what is wrong with my plant. And the first thing come out of half the people's mouth for the last 10 years has been CalMag, because there's so much talk with 3-part and all, and you had to use CalMag with the 3-part and blah blah blah. But it's we finally got them exactly what Steve was saying. Everybody's throwing CalMag at the issue, and it doesn't need the calcium. There's already calcium in there. I mean, people don't understand a good base nutrient, no matter what you're using, a good base nutrient is going to have calcium in it. And it's usually going to have a necessary magnesium. In this case, we're saying we need more magnesium. And in cases where there's a magnesium deficiency, like Steve said, we don't need CalMag. So I'm proud to say at ilovegrowingmarijuana.com, hardly anybody addresses the first thing out of their mouth is that they need to use CalMag to fix something. So thanks for that clarification, Steve. All you people on the forum listening out there, there it is. There's other experts out there going.
There's a great company out of Allentown, Pennsylvania that actually does it's like $40 or $50 water tests. So if you do have a home aquaponic system, send out a sample once or twice a month, man. $40 or $50 to know exactly where your nutrients are, so you can dial that in to a gnat's ass, as Tommy likes to say. Is going to make you the best grower. Screw total ppm, screw EC, screw all this stuff. That's what the noob guys doing hydro are doing. You want to dial these nutrients in exactly, and then feed microbes that are going to make them highly bioavailable in the ratios that you want. This is why I think we need to move towards isolated microbial inoculants, so I can blend the ratios along with said nutrients. Okay, when I teach my classes, and I'm glad we can talk about this. So when I teach my classes, this is how I explain to people. Okay, think of nutrients as a chef. Okay, and think of plants as customers. Sure, a guy with a food truck can feed a bunch of people, but he can only feed them 1 or 2 at a time or 3 at a time, take a couple orders and then process. But that same chef, given a 5-star, a big restaurant with sous chefs, prep chefs, a waitress, a host, bus boys, guys, a dishwasher, blah, 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 blah. He can do 50, 40, 50, 60, 100 people, that same chef, okay? That's the role. All those employees are the roles that microbes do. Sure, with hydro or a food truck analogy, you can serve people directly, but it's not as efficient. You have to do much higher nutrient levels, hence why you need to throw psychotically high nutrients at them that cause runoff and imbalance. But when you have a proper microbial balance, i.e. employees in your restaurant, you can actually be very, very efficient, and you don't need to run psychotically high nutrient levels. You can actually run very low nutrient levels relative to hydro, a quarter or less, and get the exact same yields or better with the exact same potency or better for way less input cost and much more sustainably. And that's what the whole industry, both soil and aquaponic and organic hydro, all three are moving towards. All of us are on the same page on that regard, and all of us are just looking at it from a different angle. And that's why I love talking to these guys, why I love having these kinds of people on the show.
Another thing I wanted to add as far as talking about calcium is one thing that I do to control the amount of calcium that goes in my system is I use it to buffer my pH to where I want it. And if I use it to do that, I know it's always in my system because you can tell when the plants are taking it up by the level of your pH. Like what I use is crushed oyster shell. So that's like I said, that buffers the pH to where I want. Yeah, exactly.
Calcium carbonate.
And yes. And that's pretty much how I use the calcium and what I use to measure how often I need to dose it or whatever. Make sure I don't go overboard with it, because if you go overboard, then your pH suffers, you know?
Well, what happens actually if you go overboard with it, if you use that constantly, is the excess calcium will start to lock out your phosphorus, and you'll actually start to have node stretch. if you use
And for
that.
you
So
guys doing
what you want to
aquaponics,
do is, you actually want to alternate that with something like potassium silicate, which is also a great pH up, but will provide both silica and potassium, and it'll keep those plants bushy.
I love that
Awesome. That's
potassium.
definitely something good to know, because on this grow that I have, that where it's the non-dose root zone plant, that one is super stretchy. So that probably has something to do with that.
Yep.
Hey,
So what'll
Brian,
happen is it kind of purpley-ish? Is it kind of darker?
Yeah, it's definitely purple.
So what happened? Let me explain to you what happened. Is that
But it's
you've been
also a
adding.
strain that's opposed to purple. So
Sure, but especially if it's younger, you've been adding a lot of calcium and that high calcium value. I bet you if you went and you took your water sample and took it to a pet store, the calcium value is going to be extremely high, because that's the only thing you'd be using is pH up. I think you're actually locking out a little bit of your phosphorus. I bet if you actually dose a little bit of monopotassium phosphate and add something a little bit of highly bioavailable phosphorus in a short period of time like that, it'll actually push it to be much bushier growing forward.
and monopotassium phosphate, better known as MPK.
Yep.
I mean,
That is safe for fish as long as you don't go completely insane.
really, that is really cool, because I use that in my
that's good to know,
hydroponic.
because I actually have a little bit of that on hand.
Now,
Yep.
if I want to ask,
Again, in moderation.
yeah, in moderation. Now, Brain, what now? See, some of these people out here, you're saying I use this to buffer my pH and I get it to where I'm a happy place, but you never told the people the happy place pH you're using for your fish. So I'd like you
Right.
to.
I usually stay around 6. Try not to go above 6 at all. As long as I keep it just below, about 5.8 to 6. That's usually where I try and keep it. That way my fish are happy.
Okay, so you're
I
basically
keep
running a hydroponic pH.
that's interesting.
Okay.
I run mine around
I think is anyone else getting Steve breaking up?
6,
Steve, you broke up the whole thing. We did your whole
6.4 to 6. Occasionally 6. Oh, I apologize, guys. Sometimes the weather here is really bad, and yeah. So
Yeah, you're coming
can you
through
guys
clear
hear me?
now.
Okay. So the weather here in Northern California is not too great. But so I aim for 6.6, 6.4 to 6.6
That's
for
what
my
I thought it
pH.
was.
Yeah, so again, 6.8 is kind of where when I dose my pH, I'll aim for 6.8 when it settles, and by that is I'll dose until it gets around 6.5, 6.6, and then what'll happen is as it settles over the next 2 or 3 hours, it'll drift up to 6.8 because of my dosage. And then because anytime you do pH up, it will take a bit of time for it to finally mix up, and it always takes a few hours. That's why anytime you do dose pH, you should dose for 0.2 ideally for your volume, which there's plenty available on aquarium or pond websites at this point for any kind of additive that you want. And then what you can do is wait a good 45 minutes to an hour before you ever think, ideally 2 hours, before you adjust that pH again, because it needs time to stir up and mix with the rest of that system. A lot of people, especially doing large aquaponic systems, have their system on a 2 to 3 hour recirculation, especially if you're doing commercials. So you need to give it time to work. And if you dose it and then 10 minutes later it's still not where it is, you might actually completely overshoot your pH. So that's something that's very important if you're a newer person growing, to emphasize, especially with aquaponic or hydroponic systems. Go it slow. You can always add more in a couple of hours. If you overshoot it, you screw it up. You got to dump water. Now I'm wasting money and nutrients, or wasting nutrients entirely, and you're just pissing money away. So go
Or
it
digging
slow.
out beds.
Yeah,
Yep, or
absolutely.
digging out beds.
Buffering your pH up is a delicate business.
Yep. So go it slow, and you can't screw up. The slow, especially with pH, it's totally cool if it takes you 2 days to adjust the pH, or 3 days to adjust the pH, or 4 days to adjust the pH. That's fine. Don't rush pH. You will kill plants faster than anything you've ever done. Same thing with fish. You adjust pH too quickly, you will start killing stuff faster than you've done before. Trust me, it kills stuff quickly. And remember, it's logarithmic. So 7 to an 8 or 7 to a 6 is 10 times. A 7 to a 5 or a 7 to a 9 is 100 times. the pH difference. So it's logarithmic. So remember that when you're doing that. So it will very much screw up your stuff very quickly.
Not to mention, if you drop it to 4.6 or something, your plants aren't going to like it immediately either, especially in
Your
hydroponics.
plants will freak out. That's why I say, you know,
Yeah,
you never want to
twisted,
run more than
curvy.
0.6 pH difference between your soil layer and your aquaponic layer. Yeah, you can run a much more acidic soil layer, but you don't want to run more than about 0.6. In my internal testing, anything beyond 0.6 pH difference causes stress on the plant. The plant doesn't understand why the bottom half of its roots are a completely different pH than the upper half, and it gets confused and freaks out. In nature, there is some variance in the layer of strata, but nothing beyond 0.6 normally. And that's why the plants tend to stress out beyond that. That's just our internal testing.
And this is pretty much what this is be primarily for use, this information for people that have recirculation systems. Like
well, in aquaponics, say you have a dual root zone system, organic, hydro, or whatever, any kind of split root zone, you know, your soil layer and aquatic layer should never be more than 0.6 pH difference.
Sorry. I was talking about the fact that you don't change the pH. Well, you never want to do that anyway, but you don't change the pH too fast. And you're talking about in a recirculation system, because most generally in a closed system, you could take care of it right away in a few minutes, because you can tell, you know, it still takes some time to let it all soak in, and it always is. I agree with Steve 100%. You have to be careful with pH, because you don't want to be dumping it down. Here's another reason. You don't want to be dumping it accidentally pH down to 4.6 and they go, oh shit. So let me go grab my, what is it? Potassium carbonate. What is it? The pH up, you know, and then start dumping that in there. And now you're zooming up and all of a sudden you're 7.5.
Right, but then you've overshot your silica and your potassium, so now I need to rebalance other minerals for that. And now I screwed the pH up again because I balanced that out, and the whole thing turns into a mess.
And something could get locked out, minerals could get locked out.
Yeah, and then you got to call someone like me or someone else that actually has a really good grasp of how to use a Mulder's chart to actually unfuck your whole circus that you've invented.
Yeah. Well, and in that case, it's best like to waste your nutrients and do a fresh reservoir.
Well, yeah,
cheaper than
there's that too.
Fix it for you.
Or call someone. It depends on the scale, man. If it's 30,000 gallons, you need to call someone.
Good point, because that 30,000 gallons is going to take a long time to empty and a long time to fill up.
It takes about 3 days to fill our system off the well.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bounce out, but just want to say thanks so much for having us all on.
Thanks again, and I look forward to meeting you next weekend. And why don't you go ahead and tell everybody how to find you and the event again?
Yeah, it's I don't even know what this website is. I have to look it up. I have an Eventbrite up. My Instagram is Dutch Blooms Organic Cannabis, and the Eventbrite. Let's see what it's regenerativeorganiccannabis.com is where you can link to the event, and it's next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday in Portland, and we have a bunch of different events going on. Well, I mean, we have you can buy a pass for the whole day, or you could just come at night, like for local people, I guess is what I wanted to put out there. But it doesn't have to be in all 4 days or nothing. You know, you could just come for the day, or you could come for just the evening sessions, which I think are going to be pretty powerful. And we're going to record some of it. We have to talk to all the speakers, and whoever's willing and wanting to have their session recorded, that'll be recorded and made available in one way or the other, depending on each scenario. So, yeah. I'd love to come back and talk with you guys more, Roger. It's super interesting hearing what you're doing, man, and Steve too. I love hearing about it.
You guys were killer tonight. I mean, thank you, Steve. This is 2 weeks in a row. You had people that I could actually speak some of my expertise that I've been doing for a decade or so. So it's been great. I mean, last week and this week, you said you know Eric. Did you mention Eric that was on the show last week? Is that what you
Yeah,
mean?
that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Oh, he was. Yeah, they were cool.
Yeah.
Him and Joshua.
Well, that was me,
I'm-
dude. I was under a different email address.
Oh, you were supposed to be on the show.
Yeah, I'm a dork.
Oh, it's fantastic though. I love the last 2 weeks, and I don't know. We've had favorite shows, but I got to say the last 2 weeks have been really up there for me.
I got a bunch of really cool guests lined up for this year so far. In the next few weeks coming up, we got a bunch of just killer guests, and thanks to Josh for lining up these last 2 weeks, and we have a bunch of really killer people coming up these next few weeks. And then still in talks, we're trying to figure out what day is going to work best for Jorge Cervantes. He is in Spain,
nice.
so our normal time is 3:30 in the morning. So we're going to have to do this on a Saturday. I'm thinking maybe at 9, sometime between 8 and 10 a.m. Pacific. We're going to do a Saturday episode with Jorge. So just be aware of that when we finally get him scheduled. I just quick heads up for that. So I have been talking to him. We're just trying to figure out scheduling.
Cool.
Yeah,
that
I'm
sounds
hoping
really
at
awesome.
1 o'clock Eastern time, 10 o'clock Pacific is what I'm hoping.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hey, he's the guy that I watched my first video content for on weed growing and shit. So.
First book I bought, the Indoor Grow
My
Box.
first book, and then I watched this funny guy that painted himself green. Did you guys ever see that guy?
Yes, Mr. Green Thumb.
Mr. Green Thumb. That was my first grow. I copied that.
Yes.
That entire deal.
So I actually built out. So allegedly.
We all did that.
I did it. Yeah, I did it.
Allegedly. So I had built out this enormous basement grow after watching that video and taking careful notes and watching like 3 or 4 other videos and reading like 18 ebooks, and then got it started and ran this 2 separate very large grows after watching that video. So very much props to him and all the amazing knowledge.
I've told a lot of guys when they said they wanted to do that kind of ebb and flow and learn how. I've shown a lot. In fact, it's in the Grow Facts at ilovegrowingmarijuana.com. I've got the YouTube video of Mr. Green Man. That's what it's called, Green Man.
I just remember he just pop up with his head out of the foliage.
Yeah, his head.
Hey guys.
That's great.
And for me at the time, it was like, hey, you could grow a quarter pound every. Yeah, exactly. A quarter pound every 2 months, and I was like, a quarter pound, like holy shit! What would I do with a quarter pound?
How's it going? Where did I come from? You know?
Why am I painted in green?
Yeah, totally painted in green with sunglasses on, fake beard, like the whole fake getup. You know.
I was mad I didn't come up with the idea first. That's all I got to say.
Oh man, I love that shit, man. I was a young teenager looking to grow, and I'd already grown a little bit and needed more knowledge, and he was someone that taught me a shit ton, and then opened up a whole new door. Oh yeah, so I'm super stoked that he's coming on. We have a bunch of really awesome growers. Oh, I wanted to mention too, if anyone's in the San Francisco or Bay Area, I'm going to the Frenchy Cannoli Art of the Hashashin class on Saturday. There'll be a bunch of cool stuff going on there. I'm sure we'll do a short video together. Frenchie's fucking awesome. Tommy and I have had the pleasure of hanging out with him on 2 separate occasions now. And he's not only an amazing person, but very awesome to hang out with. So is his other half. She's cooking lunch for everyone at the event. So be sure to check that out if you're in
I wish
the
I
Bay
could
Area.
go to that.
Yeah, so I'm super stoked on that. I'll be reporting back on that next week.
Now you see, Dutch, why this show takes 3 hours.
I know. I know. I gotta go, but you guys are fun. I want to come back totally. So have a good night, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Does Leighton have anything before we go to the panelists? I know he was having mic issues earlier. We'll give him a little more stab here. All right.
Well, that was good.
Well, I wanted to mention I actually have a grow again. Woo! Finally got a grow space set up. I have some Spectrum King 140s that I'm going to be using. So we're going to be running those, and
I gotta
at
get
least through veg. I don't know what we're going to do for flower yet. We're going to figure that out. No.
I'm sure you
And I got
will, and you'll have some king
a
flower
seed starting
legs by the
video. Got a seed starting video already up on the website on the YouTube. So if you're interested, check that out. I'm gonna have a follow up one here tomorrow or Saturday. I'm gonna keep you guys posted regularly every 2 or 3 days. Yeah, we're gonna do it aquaponically. It might not be aquaponically for the first couple of weeks just because of me having to put together all the equipment and stuff for what we're doing. So it might take me a week or two to get everything together. But I already got them going. I got soil set aside that's all organic, made from really good compost from fish waste and stuff. So everything's ready to rock. Seeds are started, so that's going to be awesome. And then probably going to do a little bit of hash, probably some hash content. I have a bubble machine coming and some other cool equipment coming. We're also closed. Well, we're hopefully found our first lab here for purity, so that'll be coming soon too. Assuming that comes together here in the next 2 or 3 months, we'll start filming from there a little bit, which will be awesome. We're just finalizing that too. Also comes with a giant greenhouse, so that'll be great too. So we'll have that afterwards. Obviously, one takes longer to build and grow, but everything's all systems go for that. So we have everything's going good. Still finalizing some of our other licensing, but we have one of ours all nailed down and ready to go, so that'll be great. What else am I allowed to talk about right now? It's probably all I'm allowed to talk about at the moment. So we're doing a joint class with Charlie Schultz and Ken Armstrong from March 22nd through the 25th. If you're interested, definitely check that out. At Ouroboros Farms, it will be with Charlie Schultz, me, and Ken. It'll be a 4-day class. We're also going to have a website class and business class the day before it as an add-on if you're interested in designing your own website for your business. And then we'll have a cannabis class as an add-on. So if you want to come take a nice commercial aquaponics class and then take a 2-day cannabis class, after the fact, you can very much come out and do that all in one. Again, we try not to push things too much, but I do want to mention that. And, again, Charlie helped found Aquaponics commercially over almost 25 years ago. So, you're learning from people that have over 75 years experience between the group of us. So, it's great. So that is coming up as well. You also have a dinner, and we have a couple other cool things cooking up in the mix too. So if you come out, you definitely won't regret it. So and we have a bunch of classes at Ouroboros. We will be posting those here in the next week or two. We have a tropical fish class and the cannabis classes and herb classes for this year. So if you're interested in that as well, definitely check that out. Again, try not to be too salesman-y, but I do want to mention that we are teaching a bunch of stuff. And if you ever want to host an event at Ouroboros Farms, you're interested in the community, let me know. We do host other people's events as well there if you're interested. So what's new with you? One last thing. So we've been making a bunch of hash. So we've been making a bunch of rosin. So we've done some from dry sift. We've done a couple of different batches of just regular flower rosin. Man, it's so nice. I kind of forgot how much rosin separates the individual plant flavors when you smoke it, and how just different that waxier, terpier, more lipidy, more lipids and stuff like that, has a much different flavor than the lipid free and wax free stuff. So that I've been kind of used to smoking lately. So it's been nice change. I don't know if it's say better, but it's equally as pleasurable in a different way, I think is the better way to put it.
Well, I took a Blue Dream allegedly last night, and when I got done, I rubbed off my finger because I don't wear gloves. I'm so, I don't know. I'm stupid, I guess, but yeah, I got it, and then I rolled it off my fingers and put it in the little bit of shake I had. And I got a nice little citrusy taste this time, so I'm really happy with that. Women troubles. I might have wanted to. I was thinking I might be taking it early, and since I'm legally blind, it's really hard to monitor the trichomes. But I thought I saw a little glimmer of gold in there enough, and I figured, hell, if I put it up there and let it dry properly, it'll continue to the trichomes will mature a little more while it's drying out and converting those sugars into that great taste and terpenes that we love. And I see Mr. Greenjean's been smiling all night when we talk about stuff like that, I don't know. I hadn't heard you say a peep tonight, buddy. What's going on?
You're muted, Green Jeans.
He's been muted. I think he's running a loop like one of those live porn chat rooms, It's just his face running over and over and over and over again.
It really exists. He's just on a loop.
I'm shifting off my it's my video because I think it's making me lag all the way from the other room.
It's alive. Yeah,
Yeah,
like Max Headroom. It's like Max Headroom, the old Max Headroom. It's like his head up there just going a little like.
Bar. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm not
There
here.
we go. Shoot. My videos.
Yeah. I wish Marty didn't have to go. Damn it. I wanted to talk to Marty tonight. Sounds like Steve's in the toilet. He's on the move.
Forgot to put his mic on mute.
Well, we got a hell of a show going on now. A bunch of dead air. That's me. That's the rock musician in me. You don't stand on stage with dead air. The people start leaving. So, hey, Brain, what's up with you lately, man? What you doing? I'll carry it on for Steve while he's gone.
Well, I've finally got around to using my rosin press some, so that's been pretty exciting for me. Finally getting into the dab game, it's pretty awesome. Other than that, I'm about a week and a half to 3 weeks from harvest from one of my plants, and this is the one that I did in the budget buildup that was originally meant to be in my breeding chamber. So I'm pretty excited to see what I pull from that. It looks like it's going to be a pretty fucking awesome harvest, man. I'm super excited because those buds are just putting on weight every day. I know I say that every time we come on, man, but it's just so exciting the closer you come to harvest, Oh, bro, that rig is nice, man. I got to get me something like that. I'm going to hit up Mountainside Glass when I get paid this week, probably. But, yeah. Other than that, I've got my other pheno of Ninja Fruit that's back here, the number 3, and it's been flowering since Christmas, and it's doing awesome. So both of those look like they're gonna be giving me a pretty hefty harvest. It should hold me over for a few months, it looks like. But let's see, other than that, just running my pumpkin experiments and whatnot, feeding pumpkin to my plants, and they're loving it. So I guess everything's all good in my neck of the woods. I just can't wait to use that rosin press on my own bud, man.
So there's a little bit in chat. So let's talk about purple lockout. So I've also seen purple lockout from UV sterilizers, and I've also seen that from just other forms of overdosing calcium. There's other ways. Not enough zinc or too much zinc can also do the same thing. So, and again, look at your Mulder's chart to learn what can help block that out. Aside from temperature. Yep, super high pH can also cause it too. Poor man.
So
Mulder brings
from the X-Files? Mulder?
Mulder's chart. M-U-L-D-E-R.
Mulder is like the guy at X-Files.
Yep.
Mulder and Scully.
Mulder's chart's great for figuring out how to unfuck your plants or unfuck your system.
Yep.
Or if you have a mystery plant issue.
We have a topic on the where we put every chart that anybody ever puts up for pH issues and mineral, where minerals are available and all through the pH zone and all. Every time somebody puts it up, we put it in one thread so everybody can look at all of them. But I'll look into that. I'm sure we've got that on there, but now you're going to make me go look for the one that Steve likes,
Here, I'm gonna pull it up here on the screen. Let me fix my thing here. I apologize ahead of time if this is laggy. All right. All right. So can you guys see that?
Not yet. I see you. You got to hit that button, right? Where's it at? I don't even know. Yeah, still see your T-shirt. I love Jesus. Yeah.
1 second.
I don't get old.
This is I don't get old, I level up.
No, I'm just being funny. You know, look, if you're blind enough, you can go, I love
There we
Jesus.
go. Can you guys see this now?
Oh, cool. No, I don't think we got that one, buddy. Hell yeah.
So this is Mulder's chart. As you can see, the green are synergetic. So if I add more potassium, I should add more magnesium or manganese, and I should add more iron. If I add more magnesium, I should add more phosphorus, more nitrogen, and more molybdenum. That's one of the other ones I want to tell people in aquaponics, especially if you're running super high nitrogen levels. Make sure your molybdenum is being adequately supplemented, because the plants pull in molybdenum in order to produce a protein to process heavy nitrogen or nitrogen at all, but especially in heavy nitrogen environments such as aquaponics. So you can deplete your nitrogen or molybdenum in those types of settings.
And keep in mind that molybdenum, you use very little at a time. Very, very. I don't even know how you'd use it in aquaponics. I mean, I put so little in 300 gallons. You know, I mean, I don't even put like a quarter teaspoon. I don't think. I think it's less than a quarter teaspoon or so. I don't know. It's been, but yeah, that's that. Don't be surprised if you get molybdenum for your own. You know that you can get that. You can find it at different places that'll say small packages, because it's extremely expensive. So research that. I'm not at will to advertise for the company I get mine from, but you can pretty much look at ag supply. Just Google ag.
You can get sodium molybdenate off of Amazon. And again, yes, you're adding sodium, but remember, you're only adding molybdenum up to like 0.2 to 0.5 and max per ppm. So even if you're adding a 1-to-1, you're adding what, half a ppm of sodium? You know, that's nothing. Your plants will pull that in one cycle, no problem.
I get just pure molybdate. You know, is what I get.
So we have people asking in chat. Mulder's chart, MULDER, Mulder, as in X-File, MULDER.
Actually, that might be wrong from the X-File. I think he spelled it different. So MULDER, Mulder.
Mulder's chart, yes.
Yep.
So maybe I'm wrong on the X-Files thing. I don't know.
I think Mulder has an AU or an OU or something like that. I'm sorry I made the joke now to screw everybody up. You know, but hey, if you Google, no matter how you spell it, if you Google it, you'll find it.
Yeah.
Because you just put image behind it, and then scroll down till it shows all the Mulder charts.
So there's Mulder charts even more complex than that. In fact, let me pull one up here. So
I love that, Steve, because it shows the balance of when you add. I mean, I love that chart right there. I mean, actually, I don't see how anybody couldn't figure it out. I mean, well, most people don't add in, you know, you're talking aquaponics or hydroponics here. Most people don't. And then maybe some organic growers where you could look at it in that respect for your concentrates and all. But yeah, most people aren't this wouldn't be as much use to the guy. Although it wouldn't hurt you, the guy that has use as a base nutrient, he buys a commercial water-based nutrient system. It won't hurt you, but it won't be as prevalent as if you're doing aquaponics or you're doing a big aquaponic grow where you have to keep your reservoir healthy.
So this is a better example of like a total Mulder's chart. MULDERS.
I love.
So this gives you your total, stuff, and then this is regards to ion exchange and a bunch of other things. So, and synergy, chemical synergy, and a bunch of other things. So this kind of tells you if they're synergetic or antagonistic, or you push one, you push the other, and this helps you figure out when you get a mystery diagnosis. If you have a tissue sample or a water sample, we can help figure it out. and figure out what the hell went wrong, or based on your mineral input, you can help figure out what the hell went wrong without having to go totally nuts with trying to backwards figure it out. But it's just something that a lot of people need to be aware of when they're learning this stuff.
That's cool. So now there's a whole new avenue of people who are going to be asking, what does that mean?
What the fuck is that?
I can see where some
Big
people
circle with a bunch of arrows. I don't know how to use that. No.
I took off in chemistry class when I was a kid. Then I learned how to make nutrients from a guy out of South Africa, where they don't have any choice but to know all this stuff, and it helped me tremendously. And it's that's cool though. That I can't wait to see what. I'm sure we'll have questions on the forum tomorrow about that.
I think the main takeaway is that you need to look at things in ratios and understand that you don't just raise one thing. You raise them in groups of things, because it's a balance, and you shouldn't just raise one thing except for very particular and rare occasions. You need to raise groups of nutrients, and ideally combine them, like I was saying earlier, with a microbe to help deliver them into the plant faster.
And I'd like to say groups of minerals also. You could look at it as groups of minerals as opposed to groups of nutrients, because I think minerals oppose nutrients. So that's interesting though. Shoot, well, there I go again, answering something you said instead of doing what I was going to say. So I digress.
Oh, you're fine. You have something to say, Mr. Green Jeans? I heard you chiming in there.
Oh, well, we just got back from. We were up in Avila, up there in middle of California. There, drove all like wowie. So I'm pretty crashed out, but have a pretty. Am I still on?
Yeah, you're still on.
You're in a bad space though. You're tweaking. You're going around now. You're doing.
He's good now. Wherever he's at now is coming in clear.
Okay.
You're good.
Oh boy.
Am I still looping, by the way? Do I need to shut mine
You're
off?
good.
I'm good. Okay. Let me know if I loop.
No, I meant Mr. Green Jeans. It's good. Roger still puts your stuff on mute because you come in once in a while. There you go. Go ahead, Mr. Green Jeans.
Look at that. How's that? Are we coming in clear now?
Yes.
No. Yeah. Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like 6 hours totally stuck in traffic because there's some kind of blockage up there before Santa Barbara. There's the 101 is out or something like that.
Yep, because of the mudslides.
This is an Oreo plant. Oh my goodness. Look at that, only in a quart pot. Oh, nothing there at all. What's a lot of...
That's nuts.
So I love the small plant pot.
Oh, that much.
We've been treated
the Starbucks pot. But that's an Oreo, half South African genetics. It's half sort of like, whoa, my God.
And while he means South African, everybody, Durban poison.
Durban poison.
Oh,
yeah, my friend. I have a friend from South Africa, and he brought the seeds up. So I it's like one of those cool things where the source is the real shit. I love knowing where my genetics are from. Well, what's in the name? But I try to preserve the name. I keep the story whatever somebody told me it was. But in this case, I know it's the real deal.
Very cool.
I have to say,
anybody been reading about the THCV studies with the THCV and the appetite weight loss?
Oh yeah, the appetite suppressant THCV
turns out
or
to be found in these yeah, man. Well, this plant, this Oreo plant, people were already, you know, the clones, it's about 8 or 10 years old now. And South African friend before, when he was growing, before he got in this trouble with his girlfriend and had to cut back. But you know, he was selling a lot, you know, at the time, and so getting a lot of feedback from on, you know, different strains and things like that, and you know, so people had already noticed that this plant, you know, is extremely stimulating, you know, like drinking coffee, and you know, and makes your thoughts race and makes you think a lot, and also makes you not feel hungry, you know, it kind of suppresses your appetite. And we noticed, you know, years ago, and it's really funny that the science is coming out and saying, oh yeah. Like, whoa. It's cool. It's like convergent science, you know, it's something you'd observed already. I think, you know, that it's really funny that, and it's true, I'm sure certain kinds of cannabis, and I think, you know, that I think it's like it's indicas right over here. I should bust that out. That's much, you know, the more stimulate your appetite, but this stuff makes you, you know, to forget about eating anything, so to speak. Probably going to just be busy, you know, doing some shit, you know what I mean?
So,
It won't
so
occur to you to
you,
eat.
so last week you and Roger went and talked, I think, until 1 a.m. Pacific, like for another 4 or 5 hours after the show. What
Yeah,
did you
we
guys,
till 5 in the
what did
morning.
you guys,
I
what did
can't.
you guys, yeah, 5 a.m. Eastern. What did you guys talk about? What are some of the topics that you guys came up? Because you guys were just talking about weed. I mean, I was there too, listening,
What
just like,
comes up
damn,
in
this is
I love,
awesome.
or what's it called? Growing with Fishes After Hours.
Yeah, that's kind of what
Yeah.
I figured. Well, you know what we should do is we should all do our outros, and then we can just do our. I'll cut it off the audio version for the podcast version for re-upload, and then we'll leave it live if you guys want to keep going live, and we'll just shoot the shit until everyone's ready to quit, and we'll do it that way.
Yeah, because considering it's 3 or 4 hours earlier for you guys, you know, well, maybe not brain grow, but you know, we had a blast after the show last week.
Oh
And what
yeah,
did we talk about? Every freaking thing you could think about growing in small pots and
all kinds of shit. That's what I was
yeah,
saying.
I
So,
mean, I don't even know. We
uh,
just me
why don't you tell people how to
talk.
find you, and then we'll have Mr. Green Jeans do that. I gotta get his stuff in the description on the videos going back for his
Okay,
episodes.
well,
And Brain Grow, why don't you tell people how to find you, what you've been up to? Because I don't think you've had a chance to talk, and then we'll switch to the after hours version of the show.
yeah, that sounds good. So I'm I'm the administrator and team leader at ilovegrowingmarijuana.com, and I'm a USD certified grower for produce, and I've grown for Whole Foods Market. I haven't set up one of these social networks for me yet. Well, I have one set up, but I don't have any content because I'm in what Steve likes to classify as a less than legal state. So that's why you don't really see me, because I'd be doing a show allegedly in a grow room somewhere in a less than legal state where I could show you stuff on the show, but it's not like Marty does, but it's not smart. So you can find me at ilovegrowingmarijuana.com. All you got to do is tag Lakewood, and Brain Grow contributes to a lot of aquaponics information there. And we do have the podcast listed, so if you'd like to follow things about the podcast, we've actually put a link to every podcast. Well, I haven't checked in a month or two, but we had a link from the Growing with Fishes #1 all the way up through 50 something last time I checked. So they're all there listed if you do it. I think I talked Mr. Green Jeans into joining last week, and I want to start an old school grower area where unless you know, because to study the old school growing, because there's not as much on the forum about that. I kind of hold that down, but it'd be nice to have another elder to help me out with that. And I especially love what Green Jeans does with the smaller pots and all, which I preached a lot. No, people know I preach. You want to grow sativa faster, keep it in a small pot. And,
Well,
and
it's
grow it
halfway
at 2%.
hydroponic. It's halfway hydroponic or aquaponic or whatever. It's just in a really drainy mix, you know what I mean? And so it's what the plant's just getting whatever I give it.
So where do they find
I
you,
can
Mr.
really
Green?
I recycle my soil so much so I can really see what they eat. You know, it's definite that plants eat silica, that they eat sand. I mean, I watch mine consume about 10, a 90-pound bag or whatever, you know, a year at least, whatever the amount of a large bag of builder's sand, you know what I mean? And I don't even have
If you do a
any.
mineral composition on trichomes, man, there's a lot of silica in them. There's a lot of
There
silica in trichomes. They utilize a
absolutely
lot
is. The
from the
plant,
soil.
and they're literally grinding up silica, the sand, and they love sharp sand. You know, they love the feel of it. And you can watch if you're recycling your soil, you can see it's gone after a few.
How else would a worm
Add
scratch
more.
its back?
Huh?
How else would a worm scratch its back?
Sorry.
How else would a worm scratch its back?
What do you say? What?
I suddenly am incoherent.
No, I'm sorry. I'm lagging.
What other? All right, let me rephrase it. What other way? Well, it's not as funny that way. How else would a worm scratch its back without the sand? No, never mind.
How else would?
Sorry.
Except for sharp sand, right?
Okay.
One of our guests said tonight, you know, he was saying, you know, the plant's roots, large rocks and, you know, gravel and things like that. Sharp sand. They love the feel of it. I think the roots enjoy it.
We lost you there.
Mistakes like for fertilizing some just out, you know, with a mix that holds a lot of nutrients. But
I also
I'm not. Sorry.
I also want to give a shout out to Colin Black. He was a guest on the show. I am going to delist his episode because he is running for the Senate in Australia. And he said once he actually gets office, I'm going to be allowed to put it back up. So I'm going to delist that for now just to help him with his campaign. So just a heads up, if an episode goes missing, you know why. Just a quick so you guys know. So I wish him good luck, and he's vowing to help overturn things in Australia there.
I'd like to give a shout out before we go off air. We've never got where Mr. Green Jeans is from, and we'll do that and get Brain Grow on here.
He's in
But
California.
I want to give a shout out to a friend of mine that went through. We were talking about unclogging stuff. He's got cancer, and he went into operation yesterday. I want to shout out to Joey Ferry, my buddy. He went through an operation yesterday where they drilled a hole through all the stuff so he can function, and I hope and wish him well. And I've advised him. Oh, in fact, Steve, this is something I want to throw out since we're still on air. I told him when I got on air, and I don't expect you to explain it right.
Roger cut out there. You there, Roger?
Yeah, I just my shit cut off for a minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I told him since he's got cancer and he's getting ready to go through chemo, I told him about all the medical proof now that you know, with the cannabis helping to shrink tumors and shrink cancer and even put people into remission. And I'd like you to help me get some links for him he'd like to present to his doctors here so that they can start a case study here on the East Coast where it's less than legal. We have CBD oil for epileptic children, but nothing treating cancer. Tell him about it to the idea, but he needs some information So if you and I can get together on that, I think it'd be a great way to, we might be starting to be, start to catapult a little bit about how cannabis can help cancer patients, because there's not as much information out there readily available to the average layman or somebody that's not already involved in our community.
Sure. What about you, Brain Grow? We don't have a
Can you
chance
still
to
hear me?
talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I talked about what I had going on a little earlier, but you can check it all out at ilovegrowingmarijuana.com. That's where I'm basically keeping up with day-to-day or week-to-week pictures with descriptions and all that good stuff. And still got my Instagram going on, so check me out on there as well. And I finally got around to uploading another episode on my YouTube channel that basically just goes over everything I have going on. And hopefully I'll have a little more to talk about on the next show. I got to order some stuff this week, so I'll probably have a little more to talk about on the next episode, hopefully. That's about it, though.
Awesome. Well, we have a couple people here I think are going to join us for the after show. I think I'll cut the audio off here for the audio recording version. So if those other people want to join up now that were listening, send a couple of links out here. So Mr. Green Jeans, you were talking a lot about breeding and stuff like that. Do you want to touch a little bit about some of your experiences breeding cannabis over the years, and what are some of the traits you look for in a male? That's something I'd love to know. You there? Well, shit. Am I talking to myself?
I'm here, man. I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't know what's
Mr.
up with
Green
Roger,
Jeans
though.
is not there at the moment. Well, shit. All right, well, we'll take 2 minutes and let everyone...
There now?
There we go.
Yeah, I was down the
There.
street.
Oh, sorry, you guys. Sorry. I had myself on the selecting males question is the most awesome question of that. It's the question. It's the
Please go in depth on males, because
yeah,
this is something I've never gotten a good answer on.
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna do a dab while you do that.
I think one of the big things about selecting males is looking at their sisters. So a really big thing is being able to observe, and here's where it's a good idea to have a lot of them, right? Not always in every seed batch is it really important to have a whole lot of plants to select from. But sometimes, it actually, when you're looking for a male, it kind of is, because it's really good to be able to relate traits of the males to their sisters, if you know what I mean. If this one is kind of like that. One is like that girl, and this one is like, you know what I mean. And this one has there are some traits that you can, look at. Most of them are going to be kind of structural traits and things like that, but not nothing. They can things like colors, distribution of color on the. So I mean, there's to look at, and one of the great to try to compare the boys to their sisters, and then of course of things that you can select males for, like structural traits and things like that. Vigor, general vigor, early flowering, all kinds of stuff that and you can kind of infer some things by looking at their flowers.
Would you consider that important to be like?
But
wouldn't you want to look at I might have missed this too because my link has been dropping. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're lagging pretty
Hello?
hardcore.
Hello?
Oh, good. I thought it was me. Oh,
Yeah, you're coming through a little slow. It sounds like you're. Try again, Roger.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to restart.
Are we still live?
where's my what? Hello? My
Yes. Yes, we're still live. We're just doing the after show now. That's all. Sorry, I was taking a dab. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool to go to the show up in Oregon. We get a lot of cool people talking up there. You're gonna get a chance to hang out with them in the evenings and just jam out with them in the evenings. So that'll be really cool. So really looking forward to that. Who else is here? Just Mr. Green Jeans?
Yeah,
Brango?
yeah, Roger's coming back. He said he's going to restart to see if it doesn't help out his connection because it's coming through pretty laggy.
Okay.
there we go.
Yeah, I actually started following Frenchy Cannoli on Instagram, man, and he has some just amazing looking pictures. Oh my God, I just want to just take a bite out of the hash that he makes.
Dude, so I've smoked his stuff on a couple of occasions now, and it is just super dope. And I think the only stuff I've ever made that was even close was some of the keef, the dry sift stuff I've made that I did dry sift rosin. It's probably about the closest stuff I've ever made to anything that even came close to his stuff.
Yeah, I've made some pretty decent bubble hash out of one of the plants I harvested in the past, and it came out pretty good, you know, but I didn't have very much of it, obviously, because my harvests are, you know, a couple ounces at the most, two to 4 ounces maybe. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to making some rosin this go around.
I got a bunch of stuff started now. I got some blue hash, which is Blue Dream, and a hash plant hybrid from that. I have some seeds that I grew out in Colorado, so those are super dope. And then I have some CBD plants that I've started. And I have some Jamaican plants that I've started, and then I have some brandy wine, some Grand Slam, and I think there was one other, some Super Silver Haze. I think is the other one I started some moms for. So we'll do a little phenom hunting and see what comes out strong, and we'll trash most of them and end up with just one or two for each strain.
Yeah, I went through and watched your video on YouTube of the seed starts. The Super Silver Haze, I'm probably going to try and start that coming in February or late February, maybe even March. We'll see how that goes. I just got to harvest these ones out and then might take a little break for a month or so.
We have a nice little outdoor patch. I can plant her, so I can let her and the one or two Jamaican sativas that I have just get monstrous and see what they pull down. You know, I'm not quite sure how they're going to do with the humidity. Well, similar humidity but much colder, so I'm concerned about mold. But we'll see how they do. They should be massive. So I'm super stoked on that, and then just happy to be growing again, happy to be cutting clones, happy to be doing seeds, happy to be doing all that plant stuff after, you know, just working with numbers and slide decks and emails,
doing
bullshit,
tedious junk.
Oh yeah, anyone that knows that's starting a business knows that it's probably 85% headache and 15% fun. So, but it is what it is. I'm not complaining. It's just right now we're not in the fun part. So.
Right. Well, hey man, I'm actually fixing to go ahead and bail because I'm pretty hungry and I'm fixing to grab something to eat. So
Sure.
I'll talk to you guys next Thursday.
Yep. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Take
Absolutely.
care.
Peace out.
So, Mr. Green Jeans, what are some other traits that you look for as far as good breeders, maybe for females and males? You want to talk a little bit about that? I know we haven't really had a ton of great content as far as breeding. I think we only had one guest on that. So, you want to talk a little bit on that?
Wow, yeah, that's a big, boy, that's a big can of worms, huh? Like, I
Let me
mean,
know if I live too hard.
If you're up
I,
for it, if you want to go, that's fine too.
no, yeah, yeah. It's just, I don't know, it's just a lot of stuff. I mean, you know, uh, I guess I think the whole thing is the thing about breeding is being able to keep things in mind over a long period of time, being able to sort of a self-discipline thing. I like the Feynman principle. You know what I mean? The first principle is not to fool yourself, and you are the easiest one to fool. You know, so to do is if you lose a label or something like that, if you mislabel a plant, oh, you know what, that must be one of these, nope, nope. It's like, and later on you're looking at it and you're going, yeah, I think I know what that is, but oh well, you know what I mean?
I do that
So
shit all the time with clones. Somehow
you
that label.
have to be really, really self-disciplined that way. And then over a long period of time, over many generations, you have to keep in mind that you originally had, the original goals that you had. So that's one of the big, things. And that really has to do with observation of traits. So you're observing a bunch of different traits, and and everybody sees a lot of different things, and that's what's so awesome about the other people and with breeding with other growers, and because everybody stuff and smells and tastes and experiences different things. So it's really cannabis is really it's hard to breed by yourself. It's not really. I mean, I did it for years, but it's great when you start working with other people. It's very important to do that because 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 other people have many different points of view. You know what I mean? They in terms of growing, what they think works well to grow with, what they think. So there's a lot to do in breeding. It's a big, wide open field.
So
And
we had a question. We had a
yeah,
question from chat. It says question about Hermes. So that type of
yeah,
typically produces or results in issues. What about cross pollination with Hermes pollen? Any difference in that in auto pollination? All my plants are products of hermaphrodites, resulting in funny genetics and easy to trigger herm. So
yeah,
what I would say is yes, absolutely. If you're coming from stress genetics, and just so everyone understands why the plants do this, and a lot of people just I don't understand. Um, so cannabis actually wants to preserve itself. So it will, if it's super stressed out and thinks it's going to die because of imbalance in climate or nutrients or insect attack, or it's been flowering too long, or it's too hot, or I don't know,
yep,
lots of different variables. It'll actually produce female pollen, and that female pollen will give you a 99.9% chance of producing a female plant. The downside is it is a much higher chance of hermaphroditing. Um, and when you can destroy, ruin a whole crop. And by ruin a whole crop, what a lot of people don't understand is that when you seed a crop, when their male pollen goes into the crop, that plant then puts energy towards producing seeds and lowers the potency of the bud, which is the difference between
yeah,
sensimelia and seeded bud. So that's the reason why these things are important.
yeah. It's a lot of times there are treating the plants too that can like after the fact that can cause hermaphroditism. I think one of the biggest causes of it that I think is to grow flowering. This is going to sound wild. This sounds way the fuck out of left field. Sorry, but I think it's really true. Is that a lot of plants that are, there's plants are all different. They come in all different flavors of hermaphroditism. Actually, a lot of plants could be can be induced. A lot of what considered nice clones, great clones, could be induced to produce a hermaphrodite flower. Plants, I believe, I've seen a few, at least in my garden, whatever stresses they ever endured, never hermaphrodite flower. There seems to be some plants that are extremely female and almost resist producing a hermaphrodite flower, even under extreme duress. But other plants under even a little bit of stress. And I think one of the main stresses is, and this will show up a lot of times with your people say, oh, sativas, they're really prone to hermaphroditism, right? Well, yeah, they're also prone to sort of continuing to grow while they're flowering. And by continuing to grow, I actually mean specifically continuing to grow roots. Already pretty well into flowering and maybe past peak flowering, and you do something to it that encourages it to grow roots, like give it some kind of nutrients. I'm kind of in suspicion of some things like B12 and things like that. Those might, kind of stimulate root growth.
I wonder if
One of the nice things. And one of the nice things I like about having the plant is that you don't, it's easier to, the roots aren't going to grow as much, because there's not that much room for them.
to support that,
Sorry.
so we've noticed heavily in aquaponics that you really need to cut back nitrogen, especially in flower, and
Oh, yeah.
and really cut your feedback. So thanks.
Yeah.
It looks like we have a new person joining us. Indica, thanks for joining us. Do you have
my software? I'm still on audio.
tell us about your grow and what you do? Why don't you tell us about your grow, Indica?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell
Okay.
us about your grow?
Well, I'm a noob to aquaponics. Like say this spring I had my first aquaponics run. I started off with a critical kush that I had on top of a 20-gallon fish tank outside. Let it go outside the whole summer and brought it into flower. And I fell in love. It was amazing. I started off doing deep water culture for about a year before I played with aquaponics. And for me, it was no turning back. I was immediately hooked. But
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us.
you guys are the ones who inspired me. Your podcast was the main one that I found. And you guys have amazing information. That's where I've learned everything from is you guys. And so I actually just cut down my second harvest, which was 3 plants inside of a 3x3 or a 3x5 tent. And second run in aquaponics, didn't kill any of them, made it all the way to harvest, so calling it a success.
Wow. Good job.
Awesome. And what have you found? It sounds like you've grown a couple of different methods. What have you found that's different with the aquaponics, or what made you decide that that's the way you want to go?
The biggest thing that I found with aquaponics was I have a buddy who grows in soil and uses a fish emulsion, and he's got all the flavors and things of the plants that I was missing. We grew the same strains, and mine had big yielders, super frosty, but they didn't smell the same, they didn't taste the same, and it just was missing something. And hearing about you talking about aquaponics one day, I'd done fish hobby for about 10 years, was real big into saltwater and freshwater. So I was familiar with with aquariums and fish, and I thought, man, I can try this and try to incorporate dirt, because the dual root zone was what really caught my eye. I thought, oh, maybe I can get those flavors and those smells that I'm missing, that my buddy gets, that I'm not getting, and be able to beat him. So that was my main thing, was beat my buddy. And it did. My first critical kush smelled like bubblegum. It had never smelled like that before. It had come from a dispensary that grows in aquaponics. I mean, not aquaponics, I'm sorry, hydroponically. All their strains are grown hydroponically. And it was their strain from their dispensary, and it smelled better than theirs. I took them a sample of it, and they liked it better than theirs. They thought it was really good. So I was blown away. I was tooting my own horn for a month.
That's fucking awesome, man. Super congrats to you. That's so great. Yeah. Definitely the terpene profile, when you do it right, man, is totally different. And the flavor profiles you get are just something even different than soil.
Yeah. Because I seem to get a little bit better aromas and things than even my buddy's getting right now. So
Yeah, so I've done a couple of citrus hazes and stuff like that, and man, do they ever, tangerine hazes and lemon hazes, and holy smokes, it's like biting into a lemon, when you smoke the thing, it's almost overwhelming. We just pressed some of that tangerine a couple of days ago, the Tanchase rosin, and it smelled just like I peeled the side off of tangerine. It was just incredible.
Wow. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Are we off air live on after show?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry,
no. We're on air. We're on air, but it's the after show.
All right. My computer started dropping out, so I went and grabbed my laptop. So everything, I won't have the looping, I don't think, as much, because I've got that hot microphone on the other side. So who is our guest with the beautiful dog?
Indica Dogo. I'm actually on the I Love Growing Marijuana Club.
How you doing? Nice to meet you. I haven't run across you on there.
I'm predominantly in the aquaponics. I've been watching Brain Grow run his ninja fruit and playing around with pumpkin, and I think I have one or two of my, or maybe my first and second grow posted up on there.
Well, that's great. I mean, I love it that we're getting some followers from the show. We've actually had some people ask me the last couple days about, they want to post a separate topic just for Jorge Cervantes Q&A. I'm going to tell them, well, you're going to have to be on the show for the most part. I don't mind if you discuss it, but I think the panel wants to talk to Jorge or George as I think we want to talk to him. So if you want to ask questions, I would say to all our followers out there at ILGM, good idea for you to join the show, because we will get to all questions for people that are actually live watching the show and asking questions. Fair to everybody else, I think. I mean, I don't know if everybody feels this way, but I thought it'd be kind of unfair if we just brought in a list from members and the forum, so I'll address that tomorrow on the forum. But I don't want to be a butthead or anything, but I think, you want to get a guy like this, we all have like hours of questions to ask. So live on the show, and let's make it the biggest show ever.
So we actually had a couple questions from chat we actually missed earlier, so let me go through that. So I live in New Mexico and want to use as much local things as possible, like starting local compost. Yes. Oh, that was you.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, you can do local stuff, but you do need to be mindful of like what plants you use, because certain plants are, well, they have something called lilipathy and will actually damage other plants. So you have to be mindful of what you use. So
Okay.
it's very important that you know what plants and research what plants you're using. You can't just grab any old weed. Comfrey is a great one. Watercress is good. Lettuce is good. There's all kinds of little stuff that you can grow as sprouts and things that you can use that are all great for that.
Yeah, see, and that's what I want to get to, is be able to get to where I'm not relying on bottles or having to. I'd like to where I'm just watering my top layer of soil, just plain water, and it have enough I guess primarily bloom nutrients that I would be missing from the fish water to carry me through the cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that kind of?
Yep.
Is that far-fetched? It didn't sound far-fetched when I made it up in my head.
No. That's kind of the idea. Use compost, teas, and other organic nutrients in the upper part of the root zone, and you just don't overwater. So that you're not dumping a ton in the fish. It's totally okay if you get a little bit in there. You're only getting a couple, few percentage points into that main tank. Diluted into a few 100 or 1,000 gallons of water is no big deal.
And it is that important because it's all a matter of, like Marty said, they and Brain Growth say they get it down to, they know exactly how much they can add before it does zone or drip into the lower zone, and that's what you try to do. You try to measure it out little by little until you know that you can put as much as you can without it actually entering the lower part of the dual root zone.
Yeah, you kind
Right.
of measure it out. I saturate my soil.
And that's what's great about the supplements with the blackberry ferments and all that, because you can provide that in that top layer. I love it, the fact that talking about we were talking earlier today about the root zone being 2 different pHs. I've heard that, but I can understand how that why or how. But it's the first time I heard you actually say that you're actually trying to run a different pH within 6 points in the 2 zones. Steve, isn't that what you said earlier, or did I misconceive that?
He was talking about a whole bunch of zones.
Yep.
You're talking about that?
Yep. Sorry, my mic was muted. I was talking and I didn't realize that.
So you answered me, but nobody heard it, right? Is that what you said?
Basically. What was the question?
About the root zones.
That the dual root.
Yeah, the upper part of the root zone is not only a soil and terrestrial zone, but actually acts as a sponge for any organic nutrients that you're putting in there to hold that in the root zone so the plant can uptake it.
Make sure you don't over drip that.
Yep. And that you don't overshoot your nitrogen in the lower half. That's the other big mistake people make. We got a question. Are teas possible as a source of nutrients? Will that harm the fish? From Scuba Steve. No, that will. It's perfectly fine. I suggest always dosing in teas or ferments when dosing your plants in aquaponics. Again, I always, I talked earlier about the whole plants plus nutrients, or microbes plus nutrients combo. You always want to aim for that. So that's the reason why I always like to preach those. So that's the ways that I always dose. Just trying to make sure I answered everyone's questions here. Any advice for freshwater shellfish or prawn? Yeah, make sure you maintain extra stable pH. If you swing your pH or crash your pH, they're toast. Much more sensitive than fish.
And we do have we had a podcast with, I think it was the fellow in Texas, right? Your friend in Texas has the aquaponics farm, and he uses crustaceans. And so we've got a podcast that tells you everything you want about that. I'm not sure what number it is, but I'd say it's in the 450s, maybe. In the 50s.
Yeah, someone also asked what's a good source of silica. You can use grow stone, which is a media, if you're using a media bed or anything like that. You can also use potassium silicate.
you can do a little pH up and add potassium at the same time.
Yeah. Just making sure I didn't miss any questions. I think I got all the questions. Just making sure. So you're saying there's not much difference between female pollen pollinating itself and the same pollen pollinating as a different true female? So female pollen, when you get,
Oh,
so
yeah,
say for example, from heterosexual plant breeding, you have a male pollen breeding a female plant, that gives you a 50-50 chance of male-female offspring. When a plant is stressed out and produces female pollen, what happens is that plant has a 99.9 something % chance of being a female plant regardless, but it's a hermaphrodite female. It will produce nice buds and all, and they can be great plants, but has a much higher chance of hermaphroditing, and will, if you stress it at all, is it will hermaphrodite much easier. Not always, but generally.
Yeah.
Again, there's always exceptions to this.
It's mostly a genetic thing, but it definitely has a big environmental
Component,
issue to it.
yeah.
Component. Yeah.
Will pass on Hermy trait? Yes. If it's from a Hermy plant, it will pass on Hermy. That stress carries on through genetics in plants and through mammals too, and everything really. But a lot of people don't know that. But if you heavily stress out something, the offspring's genetics will show that, even if it was living in a calm period after the stress.
Yeah.
And that's been proven a lot of different ways.
Sounds like Lamarckism, but it's real.
Yep. Well, it just has to do with hormone responses. If you're humans and plants both work on, we talk about genome versus phenome. It's the phenome. If we're in a highly stressful environment, it's going to make sense for us our offspring to have higher stress hormone responses. It 100% makes sense. So.
Well, here's another thing too. We all know that to keep a plant from herming, it hermies because of stress. So to keep it as all consistency and growing any plant successfully, the entire environment and your culture is consistent throughout from the start. So if you're going to grow seeds that come from a hermaphrodite plant or a Hermy plant, you have to be the ultimate connoisseur of consistency in order to maybe not have it turn on you in the middle of flower. I would never grow them myself. Maybe if I was breeding and I had a space over there and I could, I might do it, to test some things, maybe find something magical, but I stay away from her Hermy plants because
you just have to grow low stress. You just have to grow so low stress that every plant feels, feels like she's being treated special. You know what I mean? And it's difficult for regular commercial growers because it's kind of anti to production. Do you know what I'm saying?
You don't need to be worrying about it if you're doing commercial growing. You don't want that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous for the commercial grower. Yeah, but
the thing is
the breeder pretty much has to do that. I mean, because it's really both things go hand in hand. The reduction of the stress and the observation of the individual traits. So the more you can put them in this low stress environment, as much as you can, and still grow them in tiny little pots like I do. You know what I mean? I mean, somebody might perfectly logically say, "Are you crazy, Mr. Green Jeans? You're stressing the shit out of your plants. You're flowering them in 20-ounce cups. You're fucking out of your mind."
But you're not stressing them as long as you provide them with the necessary nutrition.
Yeah, no, you're not stressed.
No, I'm just allowing them to finish. Yeah, you're allowing them to finish earlier and faster product, and Mr. Green Jeans, because he's a breeder, he can grow so many more kinds of strains in a smaller space. Because I love the idea of growing a smaller pots, as I preached many times. And that's part of what Steve said. What did we talk about till 5 a.m. last week? Well, that's the kind of stuff we talked about last week.
I think some of this stuff can translate to home growing, to ease of home growing, which I think is a lot in the future. I think a lot of people, you know, all this big business and big government and everything like that. Yeah, well, yeah, but the problem is if a lot of people in middle America, you know, 3 guys on every block have a 5-pound plant in their backyard, you know, then they're going to be a lot of gifting going on. Everyone's going to end, you know, there's just going to be so much of a glut. Cannabis, that's a future I'd like to see, and I'd like to tell people, particularly older people that don't have the money to pay for medicine and stuff like that, or
Right.
you know, that don't. I'm sure there's going to be a great dispensary opening up in their neighborhood, but they can grow a plant in their backyard, and they probably already know how to grow plants. They probably grow tomatoes and shit like that. So, you know what I mean? They get the right genetics, you know, if you get the right genetics for your area and for your neighborhood, you're gonna great job. You're gonna have a fantastic plant.
See, that's the part of our community that I target is the seniors, the older people that are now new growers that are getting into growing and they've never grown in their life. They might be gardeners, so they kind of understand it, but they don't really know how to be successful. And the simplicity and consistency. And I love the idea of the smaller pots because you can get more different strains for your meds in smaller pots. And the idea is that, as Mr. Green Jeans does, and we all do, you grow it in smaller pots, so you got a faster yield for your medicine, and you can do several instead of 1 or 2 big plants in a 4x4 tent. And then you got the different, you clone them, and you got your next generation ready to go. So you didn't have to have giant plants. You just have several small plants. You get your medicine, and you can keep turning them over, especially if you have a couple separate grow spaces. You need your little propagation area, little veg area, and your flower area. And they don't have to be that big when you're doing a smaller plants. And oh, well, Steve left. I was going to yield to Steve. He's going to get a drink. Okay, well, I guess we got the floor. I didn't mean to cut. Steve wanted to say something in the conversation, but
it can be more work. It can be more work in a way with a lot of small containers because you're constantly repotting. But in another way, the plants grow a lot faster. So scaled, you know, scale. Yeah, you get a lot of you get very fast growth when you repot and you manage the root ball, you know. So if you repot frequently and manage the root ball, and it's really not that difficult, you know. Cannabis is pretty tough, you know. You can just kind of knock it out of the previous container as long as it'll stay, the root ball stay in one piece, and just pop it into the next. And generally, if you don't mess with it, it'll go right back under the lights. Sorry, go ahead, Roger.
To go with that, see, so you do that, and then when you want the plant to finish, you do not repot anymore.
No,
because the fact that the root zone becomes restricted, people think it stresses the shit out of your plants. If you're providing nutrition for it, it's not really stressing your plants. But the smaller root zone and the lack of root zone to has anywhere else to go enables the plant to think it's already gone as far as it can go. And as you cut back on nutrients, it'll finish itself because it's not reaching for any. But it never, people have this misconception that if you root bound a plant, it's the end all. That's why it looks like crap. No. It only looks like crap if you're not giving it good nutrition. I'll give you a good analogy to pumpkin growing, okay? If you plant pumpkins, you have to give 5 feet from pumpkin to pumpkin. But if you run fertigation drip tape along the root zone of that pumpkin, you can plant them every 2 to 2.5 feet. And I said, whoa, wait a minute, you're supposed to plant pumpkins 5. I learned this early on from another commercial hydroponic grower. And he had changed a giant deep water culture raft system for romaine lettuce and cabbages and stuff, bok choy, to back to soil, put all the soil back in that he had excavated when he started that. And I'm not going to go into why. There's a reason, but we'll do that later, maybe. But when he put it back in, and I'm going, wait a minute, you're planting them too close. He says, if you supply nutrients to the root zone, the roots don't search for it and don't need a bigger area. So the same thing goes with a small pot. You guys out there that think if you grow, look, you're not going to grow any, you don't start an auto flower in a 10-gallon pot because the roots are going to go straight down to the bottom and you're wasting 60% of your medium. You know, what Mr. Green Jeans does as a breeder, he grows in smaller pots. He matures his plants faster. He takes clones from every generation. He keeps them all labeled in a nice consistent manner. I don't know. He's old school. He's probably as messy as me. I don't know. Maybe he's really up on it, but I know one thing: we have a hell of a time about this stuff. Though,
It's probably worse. I use masking tape and
and it falls off. It gets moist and they go, yeah, because I run
only the new masking tape. You've still got some old masking tape.
I think this is a Blue Dream, but blueberry.
Yeah. Oh, you're sure if the label falls off.
My blueberry. I wanted to share some. I might share a picture with you in a minute if I can find it.
You can always.
I've got a blueberry. Actually has the big fat indica fan leaves at the end of the grow.
You never miss.
Which you hardly. And it's starting to really start to look and smell. It's really dense. And I got the nicest nugs, nicest blueberry plant I ever grew. And it came from ILGM Genetics, from Robert's stuff. And that's out of Amsterdam. So, that shit is good. In fact, I think it's actually I keep claiming this, but I'll get confirmation. Maybe I'm working on it. But I really believe this is the same strain, that a derivative of the strain that came from Dutch Passion, from DJ Short, who let Dutch Passion sell it exclusively at Overgrow, which got Overgrow shut down, by the way, to selling seeds. And then, but that was a long time ago, 13 years, I think. And now, but us,
Overgrow shut down, by the way. Yeah,
well, it did. Got them shut down.
10-year anniversary.
So see, that's the thing. Now everybody just has seed banks that are links, like a banner to a seed bank, so you don't get shut down. But Dutch, they actually proved that was their seed bank. Yeah. So anyway, it shut Overgrow down, and so the funny thing is, we're right down the road. Our stuff is right down the road, and the fact that when I saw that we had blueberry, I said, I know this is the blueberry. This is the blueberry, and I'm still trying to do what Steve had talked. He said he actually he had a friend of his that grew a blueberry that just blew you away, the taste. And I want to say that about Robert's Gold Leaf too. I haven't had it on every bud or every taste, but I always knew that there was a blueberry or a purple or something, in that mix of Gold Leaf. I don't know the exact thing. I really haven't asked, to be truthful. I don't know if they'd tell me if I did ask. I think they might tell me. But I may not be able to tell anybody else, because I am Lakewood. So the point is that the blueberry is so fine. I just sorry, I had to brag on that because we were talking last week, and
I have some DJ Short genetics right here. I think I do. Yeah, look, I do.
Well, hey, I'll tell you what. I'll trade you one of mine. I'll trade you one of mine for. Oh, you got genetics there, and you don't have seeds though.
This is not mine. This is a blackberry Kush.
Yeah.
Just a little,
Oh, a blackberry Kush.
And this plant doesn't it grows a lot bigger. If you grow it to veg it up bigger, but still the buds are beautiful. It's a wonderful indica. It's really an evening only thing. It's called black.
We lost you a minute.
It's I definitely
I
did DJ Short on wasn't he like Hillbilly on
No way. Was he Hillbilly?
I don't know. I'm just saying, was he?
I talked to him on Cannabis.com back in the day in like 2005 to 2007. I remember having a buddy named Hillbilly.
Huh.
And that's where those guys kind of, you don't really know, and they lurk around and they offer advice and they talk to you if you might have an idea or a clue about what you're talking about. And,
yeah. Because DJ Short's all into the idea of the public, the public domain genetics and stuff like that.
Well, and that's cool too, but actually to get his real stuff. And I think that's important. Anyway, I'm actually getting really cool. A very, very, very blueberry thing going on here with what I got. I can't wait to check it out. I'll show you guys. Let me see if I can find a picture. But
I think
indica.
We should trade a clone. We should trade clones because you're on the East Coast, but I know we can do it somehow.
I do have
because because I think this blackberry
clone.
Kush I think this blackberry Kush has some blueberry in it. I'm sure it does. It's called blackberry Kush. It's got it's amazing. It's fantastic stuff.
So I guess they would
It's
probably
really great.
mix the blueberry with a Kush.
Yeah, and it's and then I think it's
Anyway.
maybe that new the Mazar, the new Mazar E Sharif or whatever those guys brought back, Strain Hunters and those guys, Arjan and them brought back from. Maybe it's that because it doesn't. This plant doesn't, but when I've bred it, I've gone down a couple generations from it. I've got down to at least F2 off of it. But in the first generation, there was a number of plants that had the finger-shaped buds that were tight, like tight indica, but finger-shaped like this, and really really interesting. And I think I remember hearing that was one of the traits of train wreck. That the original idea of train wreck was originally called train wreck in Afghanistan. And the idea was that with the alternating,
nodes,
bud structure on the finger-shaped buds created this alternating kind of a zigzag kind of shape that gave you. So it was really interesting because the name depended on seeing the structure of the plant, which I thought was really kind of interesting with train and that
Okay, it took me a second because I don't think it sounded like train track blowing up, but I can see how a train wreck would do the same thing.
The way a train wreck would look from above, flying over in a helicopter or whatever. You get these finger-shaped buds, and I've seen the genetics exactly like that. I heard anyway. I'm sorry. I heard that was the story about, and some of the train wreck that I've seen. In fact, did that shape of the bud. but yeah.
Yeah, see, it's funny how breeders have kind of a sixth sense on the morbid shit, Great, so we're naming something after what a train wreck looks like,
Yeah. No,
it's funny you mentioned that.
I think it's great that somebody was considering the structure of the plant.
It's funny you mentioned that. We were just talking about Franco and strain hunters in chat here, and Frank, every year, as you don't know, Franco from Strain Hunters passed away last year of malaria. So,
oh my God,
that's right.
Malaria this day and age.
Well, it was bacterial cerebral malaria, and they were testing cannabis extracts for treatment of that disease. So, I mean, props to him for doing that research in places that need it, but it sucks that it took him.
Yeah.
So he was a great guy. And so if you ever watched Strain Hunters and you weren't aware of that, that was Franco. We did a little thing about him when that happened on the show.
Yeah.
So.
How about that thing today about they're going to require in Colorado putting some kind of chemical in the cannabis?
I saw that. So that's not actually a law yet. That's a proposed law. As a proposed law, it's not actually a law yet.
Yeah.
So
everybody's like,
they want to put a genetic marker in so that they can test weed across the country and know if it was a home grower or a commercial grower. It's kind of what they want to do, which is fucking insane.
Yeah. So when Bayer and Monsanto want to take over.
So do you guys remember? I don't know, 2 years ago when I said, "Hey guys, like, be careful with the autoflowers," and them saying that they only want that at home. This is the shit that they're working towards, and now this is the exact kind of shit that I'm talking about. They want to be able to control home grows and know what the hell's going on, and this is the exact thing that I'm talking about.
So buy your seed.
No autoflower.
So people call me crazy for a long time, and now this is this is what I was afraid of, and conspiracy theorists, quote unquote. But now you have it coming to fruition. So
Oh, there's no doubt about it. We talk about it. I talk about it all the time. If Marlboro owned the freaking copyright, or Bear owned a copyright, or genetic copyright, or something, they could screw us over by buying their way into owning everything. We'd all be screwed. So buy your seeds from all your favorite seed banks now, and they can't take us. They can't overgrow us. How about that, there, Mr. Green Jeans?
especially phytochemicals. And you know, this goes back, Mr. Green Jeans, I'm sure is going to appreciate what I'm about to say, is that for those of you that remember the late 90s, early 2000s, man, what did the Prince of Pot say? What was his whole campaign for the summer of legalization? Outgrow the government. If everyone's growing weed and giving out clones to everyone they know that's willing to grow it, and it's just growing everywhere you can think of, and it's so disseminated into the culture and into the fabric of our society, the government can never beat that. You know, look at how cannabis has survived every form of prohibition that every country on the planet has ever thrown at it, and it's still survived. You know, despite countries like the Philippines where you can be executed on the spot, and they still grow and smoke weed. So you can't get rid of it.
You know, and that's because, and here's something about the way we execute in Philippines. That was never a thing. Government forced the Philippines and countries all over the world to follow their archaic laws on cannabis, or lose their funding from the U.S. government, which is basically taking money out of the taxpayers' pocket.
Well, that's not true. So Duterte is particularly, he's just a fucking homicidal psychopath. That's all what Duterte.
No, look back. Well, Steve, this, you know.
But yes, the U.S. is directly responsible for the majority of the global anti-cannabis thing, because hemp production has been a heavy import-export for many countries for centuries before this past century. So it's just stupid.
But many other countries are using hemp. We're the only
UN passed it in like 64, I think. Wasn't it 1964 when the UN, when the United States pressured the UN, I think something like that, or 62, something like that.
I thought it was 72.
Pretty late.
I thought it was 72.
Oh,
I could be
later
wrong.
than that even. You may be right.
It was right before Carter. It was during Nixon.
There you go. Okay.
Anyways, so whatever year that ended up being, I forget what that was.
And see, most people don't realize Carter was going to legalize marijuana, but then the whole cocaine thing with Panama and all, you know,
Iran. Well, the Iran-Contra shit going on with Nixon.
And they had to have the war on drugs all of a sudden because of the import of cocaine, though, was really what Carter wanted to legalize cannabis. And he got shut down because there became the war on drugs because of the cocaine coming out, which does the Iran-Contra situation has to do with it. But it was the cocaine coming from Panama and South America that really, they had to do something at that point. It was an epidemic. I mean, I remember the 80s, you know. Now Steve was you're not really barely born.
No, I was born. Fuck you. I was born. I was just very young.
Wait a minute, I thought you were in your 30s still.
I am.
He's 31.
I'll be 31 this year.
Oh, 31. Okay, I thought you were actually. So you weren't alive in 1980?
1980, no, but I was alive in the 80s.
I'm talking about that's, you know, but all right, so the late 80s. Not to mess with you, buddy. I mean, hey, you grew up in an era where you can learn and participate. I'm messing with you too, but you know, it's you. I feel like you are one of the luckiest son of bitches on the planet because you got to come along in an era where you could do what you wanted to do because of the California laws, and then you travel and you're, you know, very well versed in international and that to an extent in that way, and you got to do and learn and be open about it. And that was a lot of things that us older guys never got to do. So much harder because we learn ourselves, and even though all that, well, see, before 2005, you know, and then I got an obsolete computer, but I never had a computer before 2005, and I feel like I've come a long way. A moderator at Cannabis.com in 2005, 2006 through 2007, and then moving on to, you know, running ILGM, but it's weird, but I applaud you for what you've done. I mean, and then inviting us all and having this great show too. That's the other thing. We all have issues, and I've had the winter from hell, the holidays from hell, and the only thing that keeps me going, and we've talked about this, sometimes I don't even want to do the show. I feel like I don't want to do the show. I do want to do the show. I mean, I feel like I don't want to do anything. And then I say, well, if you don't do the show, you're going to regret it. Sitting there all week going, damn, man. It's like if you don't go to a party or you blow off Christmas, you don't drive home to Christmas for mom and dad. About this dinner's going on, you're going, what? This is a bunch of crap, you know. Anyway, welcome to the After Hours show at Growing with Fish.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Indigo, let's hear from you, buddy. You're the new listener guest. What do you really want to talk about?
What kind of strains are you growing if you don't have a topic?
Oh man, I'm just soaking it all in. I'm a big heavy indica guy, but my wife is sativa. She does not like indicas, and I won't touch a sativa.
Well, that's because guys like to relax and women want to get up and have, like, they got to have something to keep them up. I think it's funny. Women like sativa more, I think more than men for that reason. It gets some energy.
Yeah, she
get up, clean the house.
Highest energy sativa.
Yeah, cleaning the house. If they smoke indica, they want to go take a nap. Right?
I did not endorse any of that. I'm not going to take credit for it.
That was some sexist shit there.
Yeah, that was some SJWs are going to hunt you down now.
Oh, well.
Go clean the house.
Come and get me. I welcome any women that want to come over and give me a hard time.
What is it?
I'll give you a hard time too.
Send off complaints to Roger that I like growing marijuana.
Yeah, all complaints, Roger.
You're fucking old.
Marijuana. .com.
Me and Roger are old.
We're going to do what we do with Marty and him and I.
Yeah. All complaints.
You've reached that level, Roger.
Looking at that. Hey, when I've missed the show since 420. So.
Well, that's great.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nice to see both of you. I picked up just from as guests. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Indigo.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just saying that I do have a question about the soil. I started off. I've got a worm bin, and I have plenty of access to horse manure. So I'm also a carpenter, so I've got access to tons of raw wood chips, wood sawdust, shavings, hardwood, softwood.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure you don't use any treated. Make sure you never use treated.
Yeah,
chips.
And be mindful of pines. Be mindful of pine.
Okay.
So the pine that has the split needle. 2 needles instead of a single needle. About 70% of those are hazardous if you use them as sawdust in water in aquaponics. It's just something that we've tested a little bit at least from Colorado. I can tell you that. So
because pine is something that you could use up till now that you mentioned that. So
yeah,
at least talking about it. So,
but yeah. I mean, if you add in a soil amendment in the upper half, it's not really going to be in the water enough to be an issue. But if you're going to do wicking beds or something, that might be an issue.
Hey, Steve, what if you solarized it?
Huh?
What if you solarized that type of pine? Could you solarize it and sterilize it, then use it just for its porosity?
It's not about sterilizing. It's something to do with, there's a toxin in the sap.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but everything else is relatively okay.
What if I use something like sawdust, good clean oak sawdust or birch sawdust?
That's fine.
Some alfalfa meal or alfalfa, just straight alfalfa local. I've got an organic alfalfa producer local to me. He's a buddy of mine. And something like kelp, would that be enough to start a basic soil? Kelp.
You could definitely.
Horse manure and sawdust.
Oh, definitely. And you could also, if you have any fish waste from your system, and I'll definitely add that in there as well. And I would probably throw a little dolomite, calcium magnesium carbonate, maybe a little Epsom salt, maybe a little glacial rock dust, or some kind of other general, micronutrient mix, something like that. And then I'd also add like a microbial, so maybe some recharge or some of the dragonfly earth medicine. They have some pretty cool inoculants as well.
I saw those. I just saw them the first day, or the first time I sort of heard about them was on the pasture. So,
Pasture chip.
Yeah, they were really cool. That dragonfly, they were really cool. They looked like they had some really interesting stuff. See, a lot of that goes above my head. A lot of that, a lot of it right now, I'm so basic. But my grows are consisted of anything that DIY with some lab serum and Epsom salt and pulverized baked eggshells, and that was it. That was all. Anything else I used was from a bottle or Black Gold brand soil. But I know immediately I want to get away from all that stuff. I'd like to make my own soil. I guess my biggest holdup is never doing it before, not being familiar with all the ingredients, and I guess it's just being kind of intimidated by the whole starting process.
Actually, that's a great thing to bring up. That's something I was going to ask Mr. Green Jeans. Mr. Green Jeans, as a heavy breeder, how do you like to start your plants? As far as plant starting, and then we can have Roger go.
I started them in a wet paper towel in a Ziploc plastic bag, and then I transfer them into a half of soil mix. So I take it. I start them in a wet, actually not very precisely amount of precise degree of wetness. You know what I mean? And unfold, put the seeds in there, and then when they sprout, I take them out and I put them in the 9-ounce cup, which is about halfway filled, like I said. And when they get to be a certain size, I put them up in the 9-ounce cup until they're to the top of it. You know what I mean? I pop them out of there and I stick mix underneath them. And then from there they go into a 20-ounce cup, and usually they'll be flowered in the 20-ounce cup. Females might go up to quarts. Have any room. And then of course all females, and look at everybody and everything. But when you flower plants really quickly, it's kind of strange. I mean, they act a little bit differently. There is a lot of traits that you can definitely select for, and you can see what are going to hold. But sometimes it's a good idea to make final decisions on best plants, after another, like let them go through another cycle or whatever, because they're still acting like seedlings, especially if you're flowering them that early. You know what I mean? Because plants, they know how old they are. They'd rather they'd rather be 3 or 4 feet, 5 feet tall, and all of a sudden be stuck into flowering at that. But otherwise they're happy. I'm keeping them happy in other ways, but I think that is kind of hides certain traits until later. So sorry, go ahead.
We had a question from chat. It says, what benefit do you believe there is to the paper towel method or any other method aside than just putting straight into final medium? Curious why, unless they are old or something.
No, into the final medium is a great idea also. That's also really good. The only reason why
very small container, final medium, but that medium has to be transplanted.
And it has to be clean. If you have something that's overly fungal dominant, it'll actually just eat your seed. You have to remember, a seed is a bunch of stored energy with a tiny plant attached. And what'll happen is those same microbes that you rely on that kick ass once the plant's well established to break down microbes, break down extra root bark, the last bit of stuff that you had from compost from the last plant, whatever. Those same microbes will actually break down the stored energy in your seed. That's the reason why you do not want to put them directly into a high microbial environment or into, say, an aquaponic system directly. Why you always want to start off into a separate clean system, because you will. So in an aquaponic system with lettuce seed, if I direct sow into the bed, I'll get roughly 60% germination rate directly into the media bed on average. If I do that outside the system, I can go to over 95%, same as a normal soil person. So you need to be careful with that kind of stuff, because, it's great. It means you have a super healthy system, but you don't want to plow through your seeds. You always need to start off in a clean, separate environment.
Maybe that's why we didn't get.
That's one of the reasons why I like the paper towels. Especially if you have seeds, old and weak seeds that don't have powerful germination ratio or something like that, or not, you know what I mean? So you kind of need to really coddle them along for the first. And like Steve is saying, they don't want to be challenged by any. At that point, they definitely don't want a nice, rich, happy frog mixture, with a lot of fungal activity and everything going there, because they might damp off. They'll get damping off, and later on that all that activity is going to be exactly what they want. They love it because it's going to help them eat and all that. But when they're little babies,
you see that all the time too. You see the people do that all the time on forums too, where they take young, seed sprouts and put them right into ocean floor, and it's like, and the plant freaks out and dies, and it's like, well, yeah, you put it into a bloom mix, like, of course you burn the shit out of the plant.
Yeah, well, more simply, you never put seeds or young. I mean, people argue all the time, but as an expert, or any experts, or anybody that's knowledgeable and has experience in growing, will never tell you to put a seed directly into a hot fertilized mixture of any kind, whether it be soil, potting mix, whatever. And you make a good point about with the older seeds, maybe doing the paper towel method. And, I know I'm the only guy here, and I want to preface this by saying I've tried peat. When I first started, I tried the peat pellets, and nothing wrong with that if you want to do that. I've already also got my Pro 38 cells with my 2-inch net pots. So if I want to start in 2-inch net pots with Pro Mix, you can do that. You got the rapid rooters, you can do that. I don't like them at all, really. They work, but they're temperamental like cocoa.
Rapid rooter, I've had really, really good luck with. Much better luck than Rockwool or any other pre-made medium.
Well, okay, well that's you, but see, I start my I get great genetics, and they pop in 24 to 48 hours, and I use strictly Rockwool. And I do all my clones in Rockwool, 1.5-inch cubes, and I have tremendous success. So it's not a matter of who's right or wrong.
Yeah.
It's a matter of
works best for you.
Decide how to make something work. You stick with that. Don't let somebody else tell you that that's wrong, because we all have our own ways we live in. I loved it about Dragonfly tonight. She said, "Oh, I love it because we found." See, I love somebody that says we make soil, but we love people that make soil out of different stuff, and it works because it doesn't matter whether you make it out of what they have. There is no perfect way. It's what you can adapt to and what you can actually pull off. I've done every different kind of starting method that you can think of, and it's always come down to it's easier, especially in a small grow environment, maybe not on a commercial level. Easier to start for me in Rockwool. I got a perfect system going, and all my seeds pop and all my clones take root. And what I love about it, as far as the clone side of it, that when I have the clones, I can tell when the clone's ready to transplant because the taproot and a couple other roots start coming out the bottom of the rock.
Do you know about taproot? Do you know about taproot trimming?
Nope. Well, I've been reading a lot of people talking about that stuff, and that'd be an interesting. Well, why don't we talk about it now, Steve?
So taproot trimming.
but
So what you want to do is go ahead.
Well, one thing I've got to give a shout out to Garrican. I was out of meds, and wait a minute.
Now you can shout out.
Taproots vary a lot with genetics. You know, the shape of the roots and the way they grow.
Right. So as you know, the end of the taproot is where you get the bulk of your inhibitor growth hormone. So there's an inhibitor hormone that basically makes the plants grow straight down. This way the plant can seek out water, iron, micronutrients that it normally wouldn't have access to in an outdoor environment. Okay. Or would struggle to get. So what you do is, anytime you're caring for it, of course you're going to provide those. It doesn't need any of that shit. So what you do is you trim off the very tip of the taproot. Now think of it. Look at like a ballpoint pen. Okay, the very tip of the ballpoint pen. You know how there's like a little level at the end, right where it, the last little quarter or tenth of an inch, whatever that is. That's all the more that you need to cut off from your plants.
We call that the tip.
So yeah. So yeah. Well, I want to give people something that they can like relate to. You don't need to cut much of it off. Yeah, it's a tip, but I mean, like, in terms of how much, it's a good measurement in terms of reteaching people.
Right.
So
everybody's talking about the roller ball and a ballpoint pen. You cut the roller ball tip off.
Yeah, that little extra bit at the end, the little roller ball bit at the end, that's all you'd cut off. So you're cutting off just the very bit of the taproot, and what that does is it gets rid of that root inhibitor hormone and makes the plant grow much faster with the roots. So you won't notice it if you do a side-by-side at the end of the first 3 days, but by the end of the first 5 to 10 days in the side-by-side, you'll notice that the plants get a lot more vegetative growth because the root system is much bigger.
So it stops the taproot from growing and searching. It sends out more of the
horizontal roots. Yep.
And you know what? That goes right back to the science we were talking about with Mr. Green Jeans and I talking about using smaller pots, because basically what Steve said, you don't need that taproot to go straight down.
You're providing the nutrients,
Tip of it. If you provide nutrients, which is the same thing as the smaller pot, quicker finish type science that we're talking about too. So I mean, that's a great point to bring up.
You can scale up the smaller pot. You can scale it up to 2 gallons. I mean, I'm talking about a much bigger plant, but still root bound in a 2-gallon pot, so that it's utilizing all of it. So utilizing all of the soil mix, and you're controlling the watering and the nutrients much better at during flowering and everything like that. So you have
you're saving a ton of money on medium
better ability. And everything is easy. Sorry. And you can do it with a 2-gallon pot. You can do it with plants in a 5-gallon pot. You could do, you know what I mean? I'm sure you could do it with aquaculture, with DWC. And in fact, I think that's exactly what I did. Was I started using a more dissolved mix, a much more towards the end of flowering, and just give the plants less nutrients. Pretty easy. More water.
Well, I've been still doing that. I'm not stuck in it, but I'm invested in it because of working with the company and being able to be so lucky to have the genetics and the products to, my problem right now with all this, I'm going to have to do, and I'm going to have to find out a way to have a separate space, because I've been doing the flower power nutrients experiments, and seeing if they, because I told Robert that if, I wouldn't promote anything just because the company sold it. I had to have it and use it and prove that it worked and it produced quality medicine, and it does. But it also is kind of, because it's doing such a good job, it's stifling my ability to move into these ferments and stuff. So I'm gonna have to do a whole separate. I'm gonna have to build me
I
a
don't know. I
whole separate space.
I think that I think that it's not a. I don't think that organic versus versus salt nutrients is really an issue. I think that at the very least you've got to consider, because what I'm doing is kind of
Both?
a mixture of the two, in the
Right, me
sense
too.
that, well, I mean, I
Usually.
compost tea and stuff in the end, but I'm controlling. It's so much of them very depleted at the end. It's, as I was saying, it's not the plants grind through a bunch of sand during the year because they love sand, because they love silicon.
We know that Rodell
But
said. Okay, go ahead. So go ahead.
yeah,
You're like-
Rodale. Yeah, I forget what I was going to say. What was I going to say? No, you. Go ahead. Something about
We have some fun.
genetics is the bottom line. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like you're just trying to figure out whatever plant you have with cannabis. You know what I mean? And every clone is, and clones are really amazing. They're very special. We're never going to be able to. It's a shame that we haven't really kept a lot of the great valuable clones of the past. You know what I mean? I've been trying to get some of them. I think I've got a collection of some of the good ones.
The point on the clones is that I find that with genetics, even though you can get great plants from seeds, always the second or third, fourth generation of the clone grows, because the plant adapts. Like we were talking, I love that dragon. See, there was so much great information about the plant. So adaptive. We talked about it on the show earlier tonight, but that's about when I came in, because I was taking a nap. I'm wore out, but the generation after generation of clone, I always find, like, this was my first generation of the fruity pack, which is the blueberry, strawberry kush, and pineapple haze. And I got Blue Dream too. And this is the first clone generation coming around, allegedly. And allegedly, I gotta say it.
It takes a few generations to learn how to grow. For every grower, I mean, they've got to. It takes a couple of grows.
Yeah, it's why we can all grow different and still create excellent, but you got to be consistent and learn. See, you can't be going in there and saying, I have a problem, and start jumping all over the place in your methods, or aquaponics, hydroponics, or soil, or soilless, or every organic, or with chemical. The father of organics, composting, Rodell, said the leaf cannot tell the difference between nitrogen from a bag or nitrogen from an organic source.
It can. I disagree.
Huh?
It can. It can
Well,
tell.
I think you might get a result overall in the end, but I think both of them would do the same thing, is what he was saying.
No, so your nitrogen source changes how it pairs up with your soil microbiology, which determines how quickly that
might
plant's
not be able
going
to
to
tell the
deliver.
difference, but the soil certainly can. The
Yes,
soil
and
definitely.
the microbes or the fungi, that's what determines how. That's the nurse with the syringe injecting that root with the nutrient.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter what the fuck. Yeah, nitrogen is nitrogen, but nitrate from nitrosoma is different from nitrate from that bacteria. I forget what it's called, that does it in one step from ammonia to nitrate. So yes, it's nitrate, but it's slightly different. And how that microbe behaves with the soil microbiology is going to completely change as well. Yeah, those are probably the same as far as nitrate to nitrate, but you see where I'm going is that there's microbes. And not only that, people forget all these microbes doing all these things produce metabolites and lilipathy, and those are a big factor as well. They have to go synergetically, because you could have microbes that produce everything that you want, but if it produces a metabolite or lilipathy that nukes the next, say it nukes everything that processes molybdenum, just for the sake of argument, that does you fuck all any good. It doesn't do you, you can't use that, so people don't take those things into account. And that's why finding a web of microbes that behave well together is important, not just this microbe does this to this nutrient. It has to actually play nice with its neighbors.
What's the best way of finding a web, like a web that plays nice?
Hours and hours and hours of experimentation and thousands of dollars.
And that's what we do before we can come on here and tell you guys what we think about growing. It's more on the organic side though, then, so with the and especially the aquaponic side, I think. But we kind of got off base. We kind of went down a rabbit hole with the nitrogen, because we weren't really discussing nitrogen. I made the comment, so we're back on the.
So about pots, though. About pot sizes, for live soil, for let's say I use a 2-gallon pot in my grow bed, and 2/3 of this 2-gallon pot is filled with soil, and the bottom third is my hydroton pebbles.
Yep.
Is that enough soil in there to make?
I would just fill the whole pot
in there for a living soil web to?
So
I would fill the whole pot, the whole container with soil mix, and forget the hydro. Forget it.
Yeah.
No. Don't do
Yeah,
that,
can't do
because
that,
don't do that, because it won't breathe. It won't breathe. You'll end up with an anaerobic layer. You'll get all kinds of issues. What you want to do is that you want to do a 50-50. So I like 50-50 right now. Is kind of where I've settled, and I've tested all different levels. Now for trees and really woody, bushy shrubs, I will do a 60% or 65% soil. But for cannabis, I really like the 50%, 50%.
And here's the reason why.
And the reason why is that you want that.
Pot then?
What's that?
To get
more drainage,
enough soil in there to be a living soil food web. Would I have to be using like a 10-gallon pot?
Oh, yeah. No. You can do it even in a 5-gallon or a 4-gallon, as long as you're dosing with your microbes in your system and you're constantly supplying. So the reason is that the bottom half of the zone, so let's look at it this way. So we'll take this glass.
Dry out for aeration.
Wait a minute. Let me make a simple comment real quick.
Go ahead.
Glass. Go ahead.
So think of it this way. So the bottom of this will be your hydrogen. So when this goes up and down, that works like a diaphragm. So when this goes down, it draws fresh air through the soil layer, into this in root zone, and gives you fresh air, and then flushes out the old air when the water comes back up, giving you a respiratory or lung-like action, like a diaphragm. And that is why you get that super accelerated growth, is because of that heavy gas exchange and very accelerated gas exchange. Yeah.
And not only that, you don't want the ebb and flow to be higher. You don't want the ebb and flow to be higher than the hydrogen. You want the ebb and flow never to reach the
soil.
Second.
Yep.
You can never ebb and flow up to where the soil layer is in the water at the high of the ebb.
Yep. So that's the point, because you want to be able to top feed the soil and feed that separately, and keep the moisture level dialed in separately. So.
And I have about 2 inches. I have about 2 inches of hydroton above the water level.
That's great. That's totally fine. So what you would do is, if you're doing cannabis, I would cut your standpipe down and your bell siphon down if you want to put the pots deeper, or just sit them down into the media bed to where your flood and drain there. What I personally like to do is I drill holes halfway down the pots on each side, one hole on each side, just halfway down. So that when I spin the pot around, or sit it into the grow media, I have a set hole or a set height, and I know I'm going to sink that down to that surface layer, just like you talked about, inch or two above the water, because then I know I have my inch or two dry layer, and then it's at the perfect height, so that it's not wicking, but I have the dry layer before it goes down.
That was my thought. That was my thought.
Drain out.
What's that?
And if it does get too high, it'll drain out those holes.
Oh no, it won't get too high in that scenario.
No, I'm just saying if it did, the fact that you put those holes, it's like a sink.
So I use just a tiny little pinhole, just enough to where I can tell there's something on there. It wouldn't work at all for that. But yeah, this way, then you know where your media layer is, and that's where your burlap layer is. That's how high you fill your media, and then it gives you an easy idea on how high. Especially when I do commercial setups, it's so much easier. It takes 10 minutes to do a batch of 100, or maybe an hour to do a batch of 100 one time, and then that's it. Labor wise. So, and then you forever know. So it works really well.
Yeah, and then I'm totally new to this. I was hoping that I was doing my pots right, and it sounds like I got to the end point, a different route, but I guess I did make it there. I got a layer of hydroton to stay dry.
Marty explained it a couple weeks ago like this. I don't know but he explained it like he puts his pots on the bottom of his reservoir that he flood and drains, right? Same height of hydroton inside the pot, whatever level your hydroton is outside the pot, that's what it should be at least inside the pot. And then, like you say, you put an extra inch or two. Perfect like that. But that's what you do. Whatever your ebb is, that's where you set your hydroton minimally.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, as long as you put your
cut out
pots
for a
down
second.
when you put your pots down in the bottom and just wherever your hydroton is, that you got to at least have it that high.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, an inch or two, and even Steve, that's what you want.
So, talking to you, bring up Marty's system, and I noticed Marty talked one time about, he mentioned not using a bell siphon. He talked about his pump being on 24/7, but it's got some sort of a drain and fill feature, but it wasn't a bell siphon. He said, you know what he was talking about? Have you seen his system a little closer?
Yeah, so I've actually been to Marty's house. Marty actually on that system has a loop siphon, which depending on the size of the system it's great for little tiny systems, not good for bigger systems. It does not scale.
Well, see, right now my system is my tank is a 20-gallon fish tank, and my planter bed is my fish tank is outside in an insulated box, and I plumbed the feed and return lines for the fish tank through the wall of the house into my grow tank that's inside the house.
Sounds like my shit. I plumb it through the floor, and people go, "I'm not cutting my floor."
Whatever works.
Why not?
And
I know you can replace a freaking piece of floor.
Yeah, and it's got to be incognito, and so my system is a 3x5 tent with a 20-gallon fish tank. So, and right now I'm on a constant flood table. My bed is constantly flooded, but I am running an air pump with some air stones in the planter bed to add even more oxygen to that planter. And I haven't had any root rot problems. So this is my second full grow, so hopefully I don't. But I am interested in a drain and fill system. But I just didn't want to. I'm wary of the bell siphon. The pump that I have is kind of old, and I don't know if it can handle being switched on and off, on and off, on and off by timer. I'm worried I'll burn that pump out pretty quick.
Well, it shouldn't be too expensive to upgrade your pump. There's so many pumps out there in the market now, and I'm not sure what you've got, but there's really so many options out there now that you could upgrade your pump, and that shouldn't be a worry unless you're, actually have no money to invest in your system. But
yeah.
I think it's always a good investment to throw some money at it if you need it.
Yeah, I wish I could make some money off of this, but
make money. I mean, the fact that it's worth. If you had to go out and buy it, it'd cost you. You could buy a pump for what meds would cost you on the street, right? So and instead of having going out there and buying meds on the street, you could go buy a pump to make sure you can run your system.
Yeah, in theory, yeah. I guess you gotta have the money to spend on the pump. But right now, that pump's running, so I'd like to try to keep it on 24/7 the way it's going. And but you said that's what excited me about Marty's was his pump ran 24/7, but it was still a flood and drain type thing.
Bell siphons are pretty easy to get tuned in, but people forget to put two 90-degree turns after the bulkhead, and then they also forget to put a valve on their input so that they can turn it down. As long as you do those two things, you can get them very easily tuned. They're super simple. People just they make them overcomplicated, or they fuck them up, or they don't design them right. And people put siphons on them, they put snorkels on them, they do all kinds of cockamamie stupid bullshit. I've made over 10,000 bell siphons when I worked through Aquaponic Source. All of them work just fine. I don't understand why people get so frustrated with bell siphons. Every single time it's a design issue, or they didn't have it right. Or people will run their output line, it gets loud, so they put a piece of pipe that runs down to the surface of their water, and it can't breathe. So it can't suck air back in, so it can't break the siphon. So then all of a sudden it's running constantly and it's not flooding and draining. I've seen that as well a couple hundred times. So
the key word, I think,
that was all
valves.
Intimidating to me. The whole building a bell siphon and all that stuff. So I thought, you know what, if this pump runs 24/7, that seems the simplest way to go. I really wanted to dumb it down and give myself the best chance of actually making something work. So I thought, just have it flooded 24/7 and not have to try to make a bell siphon. Because I looked at YouTube and I thought,
oxygen to the root zone.
It looked kind of complicated.
So we have a question from Chad. He goes, I have a fish tank right now. All I have is I want to set it up as a clone generator. Should I go flood and drain, constant flow, or DWC? I want to build something off of it this coming month. So you could do either a DWC if you put air stones in it and keep it super oxygenated, or a flood and drain with a quick timer on that. With a quick bell siphon or a quick loop siphon.
Or you could install rotary sprinklers and make aeroponics.
So if you don't have one right now, I would look online and see if you can find an old aquarium refugium for a saltwater aquarium. A lot of them have hang-ons, and they're super easy to hook up with a tiny little power head. You can get them for dirt cheap, especially the old ones from the 70s and 80s. You can get them really cheap, and you hang them on the back of your fish tank. Even old hang on the back filters work really good. The old Whisper filters or old Fluval filters, or old, it's a whole bunch of Penguins and Emperors and other companies that made those. Great for clones. You set them up, you put some sponge media in them, you cut some holes, some slits in it, so you stick your clones right in there, and a couple days you get some roots. Or you put a little piece of foam or grid, you put your plugs in, you stick them in there, they work great.
Holy cow, man. I've literally got like 10 of them sitting outside, and cloning has been the one big thing that I can't seem to get down. I keep killing clones. I've tried to DIY cloner and rock wool, and I just kill them.
So what you do is you take a hang on the back filter like a Whisper, and then you take the styrofoam from, say, like a meat packing box, like that food safe styrofoam, and you can cut lids for them, and then you cut little holes, and you put your whatever grow plug you're using in them, and you just fit that on to make a new top for them. And then you set them on there, and you just have it so that the bottom of it's sticking into the water, and just turn the pump on and circulates water at a really good rate, and it works. I don't know, it just works great. We've been doing it. I've done that for over 10 years.
That's a new one. I'm going to try that. I'm going to try, because I've got some clones currently dying right now.
Give them a peroxide dip too, and give them some microbes like Recharge or some other good soil microbe dip.
Less light. It's people usually give clones too much light, And it's all about the ratio of the amount of leaf, because leaf area has to be cut down, you know, obviously, because the plant can't take enough through the cut stem. It can't uptake enough water. And one of the things two things that cause it to uptake more water are light and humidity.
Right.
So one of the reasons why we cover clones up in a dome is higher humidity, then they don't transpire as much, and you'll see them perk up more. But another thing is light. You don't want bright light, because bright light is causing the plant to try and do too much photosynthesis, and that's also going to make it wilt. You know, so those three things: the surface area of the leaf, you know, the humidity, and the light. Generally, you got to move it further away from the light, and it all depends on how much you trimmed off the leaves. You know what I mean? How much did you?
That was going to be a question I was going to ask.
Whatever your style is with your trimming,
because
there's many variables.
I've
Those are the
heard
three.
some people say trim the leaves, and I've heard some people say don't trim the leaves. And
well,
I don't know.
I'm trying to tell you that you're working with three principles. You're working with three variable principles, right? There's the things that will make the plant, you know, try to transpire more, are more light and lower humidity.
Yeah.
So if the humidity is high, then the plant won't, you know, try to transpire. If the humidity is low, then it will transpire and it will wilt, because it won't be able to keep up with the supply of water just taking it up through the stem.
And
so that's one of the reasons why we put it in a you know, cover, in a clone cover, to hold the humidity high.
And one of the reasons that you trim the leaves is because then feed the leaves, the plant's able to develop its energy on growing the roots. That's the philosophy.
And it also cuts down on the amount of light it can absorb. The trimming of the leaf and the photosynthesis are directly related. You can also just move
that roots
cut
are
further
more
away from the light.
Roots grow more aggressively in the dark. So if you want to grow leaves, you need shorter photo periods.
Oh yeah, the roots always come much quicker in the lower light. People think, oh, higher light's going to make them root faster, but it's exactly the opposite.
Longer hours. Nope.
Yeah, they
shorter hours.
Lower light. Yeah, or in weaker light too. You know, like further away from the light. Dim.
Further away.
So on that note, so look at tomatoes. Okay, how do you clone tomatoes? You take a bunch of clones, and then you put them under secondary light. I might have light in that room, and I might have like a single T5 bulb above them, but I'm not going to put much more than that. They need enough light to get by, but not much more. And weed is very much the same way. You know, T5s or very low powered LED is perfect for giving them just enough to get by. You don't want to give them too much. Just like you said, it was great.
Yeah.
You just want, we're not saying don't give them any light. And you know, even with clones with tomatoes, I've seen guys around here take and you get clones for tomatoes by just popping a sucker off the node. You know, it's just a sucker plant. It's a secondary coming out of the node, which we love in cannabis, but you don't love it in tomatoes, because then all your tomatoes are different sizes and weird, and something you're putting too much energy into those extra branches. But you can pop that sucker off of there and put it right into the same, like in our case, perlite bags. And you can just go scoop it out and put it in its own grow environment after that. And it's actually just in the sun, whatever the sun does. So again, we're talking into the no longer than 12 to 14 hours a day with light. In fact, for rooting, probably better in a 12-12 room if you're going to have to use the same room than a 18-6 room. And again, because root development is stronger in shorter photo periods.
Cuttings off of seedlings definitely root very fast, even though they're starting to flower. You can take female cuttings and cuttings off of female plants that are already showing flowers and stick them back under a longer day length, 16, 17 hours or whatever. And they'll root and they'll regenerate and start going back to, back to vegetative growth at the same time. And they also root amazingly fast.
Now, have you ever done monster cropping, where you take clones 3 weeks into flower, 4 weeks into flower, and bring them back into veg?
I have.
They will bush out like crazy. They will throw branches out more than you've ever seen a plant throw branches before in your life. But they can herm easy. They stress easy. They're very slow to root, and it takes them a long time to get over that initial stress period.
Because they're strong to root, they're long to root because you have to basically the plant has to die. You have to kill the flower. You know, it all when you take cuttings 2 to 3 weeks of the flower, your plants, that's when your plants really start to show you and starting to produce flower. So you have to actually revert that to veg. So you're killing the flower. So the plant literally has to fucking die. And then it reroots. So it's twice as long as taking a cutting in a vegetative period. And that's the reasoning why. Yeah.
I take
we all love this.
I take it just at the same time it shows sex, you know, at the same, just as it's barely starting to show flower.
Latest you
when
can.
I take the cutting. A lot earlier than.
Yeah. Do you do that because of hormone? Do you do that?
Most
think the hormones are more prevalent at that point?
I don't know, but it it seems like they're growing so fast that they also root really quickly.
That flowering hormone induces bushing, but it also slows down or stops growth.
You do, yes, and you have to trim them off. As soon as you got a lot of roots down at the bottom and starting to grow at the top, I definitely chop off the flowering tops.
Or even re-vegging plants that are old. You can re-veg them. They'll also do that monster cropping thing with the heavy branching, but you do need to thin them down, and those plants are very fragile. You have to remember that as well. So I was going to mention too, so I like to do my seed starting by soaking the seeds. I did a video on the channel there, soaking my seeds for 24 to 48 hours.
Yep.
And then transplanting them.
Yeah. Wait for that.
So you like to take them and soak them and then go ahead and transplant them into the starter medium.
Because that seed needs to get enough water in order to swell and crack. And that's the important thing. That's why wet paper towels, or even better is soaking them in water for up to 48 hours. You can also you could do seed sprout tea, where you do a bunch of other seeds that you start and then take the water and pour that off and use that water. It takes that sprouting hormone. Even water from other cannabis seeds, you can steal that sprouting hormone and do that way. Just remember you can cross introduce viral infections that way.
And see, that's again, I bring back my argument about Rockwell. Why I love it, because when I put my seed into a Rockwell cube, it's in a warm Rockwell cube. I've soaked it completely, and then just like gravity, I take my arm up, I let it go down to let all the excess, like what would drown the seed out, and it's extremely wet. So I feel like when I put my seed and I take a tuft off the corner and barely put it over the top of the hole, I'm soaking my seed in that Rockwell cube that's soaked with water at that time. So whether you're soaking seeds in a plate, in a jar, a glass of water to find out if they're viable, whether they float to the bottom. Steve can address this in a minute.
Yeah, in fact, that's what my next video in this chain is tomorrow. I poked a bunch today, but it's too late for me I was gonna shoot it tonight. It's too late, but I'm gonna give them all till tomorrow morning to soak anyway, which is about 36 hours since I planted them all, which is about what I normally do anyway. And then I'll show you the whole floating sinking thing. But basically, if they're still floating after about 36 hours, they're probably bunk, and they're never going to sprout anyway. So
they definitely should sink. I think if you've got all good seeds, if all of your seeds are good germinating, then those methods that you're talking about are really good.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of times I use paper towels and I might stick 50 seeds in there, you know what I mean? And I'm like carefully making sure none of them are touching each other as I fold the towel over each other and over it. It's ridiculous, you know?
Wow.
And then, 8 of them will sprout, and you're like, oh, yay. Fantastic.
Well, see, I did that once, and I had 8
because it was an old batch.
That's when I first started.
One of the reasons to use paper.
With an old batch, you want to use seed sprout tea, and you can actually resurrect them pretty easily.
Yeah, you were saying that. That sounds incredible. I've got some for you.
You do the floating method first. Do the floating method, then the paper towel method.
Well, you're in Cali. You need to come up to the Bay Area, man. I could put you up for a night or two. Come up and visit.
We were almost there. We were in Avila Beach. I just drove down there from there today, man. I was
Well,
up there.
next trip, you gotta come up. You know, if you change your mind, you want to come up for Frenchie's class this weekend, let me know.
Oh man, I do. Woo.
Check it out. It's on Eventbrite if anyone's looking for information in San Francisco.
Wow, I'm still so lagging. I'm still old. I have to get on. I love growing cannabis.com.
I love growingmarijuana.com.
I love growing marijuana.
Yep.
I'm gonna get on there. I haven't been on a forum since I didn't really. I still have my account at ICMag, I suppose, you know. But I haven't posted on there because I just got involved in a lot of local projects with my friends, you know, with around here.
Well, come hang out with us because we'll give you a great place to hang.
I know
people, and everybody's friendly because we don't have it any other way, and it's just you could get to spread your knowledge to all kinds of people without the interaction of butt heads every day. You know, you could actually enjoy it. People would love you, man. They would eat you up. I'm telling you, you got videos and shit. So, oh yeah, you could just thrive on there and build your own network. Yeah, no problem. I'll help you.
I have great genetics. I've been giving away seeds for years and years. I think maybe that's the reason why DJ Short got into it. Now I don't want to say I influenced him, but you know, I mean that. You know, everybody connects me with Cherry Bomb. You know, it's like I'm the guy that gave Cherry Bomb into the public domain. You know what I mean? And so I think DJ Short was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And you know what's really interesting is that a friend of my daughter's, my daughter met this kid in a bar in Pennsylvania, of all places, and she puts him on the phone with me, and the kid freaks out. The kid's like, oh my God. She says, he started talking to her, and he was like talking about how he had all these seeds, these genetics from Mr. Green Jeans. And she was like, oh yeah. And she was like, oh yeah, you know what? Hey,
Hold my beer.
She's like, hold my beer. And she gets on the phone and she calls me up and she puts him on and she goes, here, you want to talk to Mr. Green Jeans? And the fucking kid was like, holy shit. And he's talking to me and he's, you know what? I got Cherry Bomb. So I guess he gave her some seeds, or, you know, and the amazing thing is I can get back the pure genetics of Cherry Bomb. This kid went to great lengths apparently to collect and save you know, the inbred strain, you know, the genetics of Cherry Bomb. It's amazing that after all these years, I have a plant that's half Cherry Bomb still. I have a clone here that's half, but I don't have any viable seeds of the pure strain anymore. I gave it out. It was one of the reasons why, is because it was a great responsibility, and I knew it was so cool and so good, you know, and I wanted to make sure that it would still persist. And sure enough, bam, here it comes back full circle. I could get the seeds back again.
Indica wanted to ask you
years. Isn't that amazing? It's like, God, I did the right thing. You know, incredible.
Go ahead.
What a coincidence, too. Yeah.
Indica, what did you want to ask?
Sorry.
Ask Mr. Green Jeans, Indica.
Oh no, I was just asking if it was if that Cherry Bomb was a indica or sativa strain or hybrid. What it was.
It's it was originally Maui Wowie from it was seeds that it wasn't a strain that I created. It was seeds that I saved from. There was originally 7 of them, and I steered it in that direction from only 2. A male and a female. There was another really choice female, but I didn't pursue that direction. And
so you just renamed it so that you weren't claiming it was Maui Wowie.
Well, I didn't know in those days. I mean, this is like 1978. You know what I mean? And it was just the plant itself was incredibly, the first plant of that strain was, and you know, many of them down the line had a really strong berry or cherry flavor to it. You know what I mean? It was very really noticeable, and it was, I would say, mostly sativa, but it definitely had some recent indica crossed into it, because of course there's no, you know, native strains to Hawaii. And if I was to guess, with other types of cannabis that I've seen over the years, I would say that the sativa genetics were probably something like, kind of like chocolate Thai or something like that. And then maybe the indica genetics were regular, you know, Afghani or whatever the hash weed was at the time. You know, it was 1978, right? And it was already, you know, it was coming from Hawaii, 78, maybe 79,
Wow.
78.
That's all
It's hard to
because
remember exactly,
I've
but
never tried Maui Wowie.
yeah, Maui Wowie it was. And I just called it Cherry Bomb, but it really is Maui Wowie. And I inbred it for 15 generations. And it's really funny because people talk about how, you know, inbreeding it automatically. And I was smart with Cherry Bomb. I screwed up a little bit with another strain that I was trying to actually self as breeding myself from around the time. Didn't do as good a job. But with Cherry Bomb, I steered it towards more open pollination and more inclusive kind of breeding, including lots of males and females, as many as possible. And I started doing that pretty early on. So, and I think by the time I started out, it was at least generation 9 or 10 till around the 14th generation, 13th, 14th generation. You know, inbred the whole way. So that's a true inbred strain. It's funny, like people say, "Oh, there's no such thing as an inbred strain." I'm like, "Oh yeah, wait a second. I beg to differ. There actually is." I've done a couple, 3, I think, maybe, or 4, maybe 4, 3 or 4. If you consider a strain by going past, say, the 5th or 6th generation, which I think it's when I would start to call something a strain. Like after if you've set your goals and you've taken it down 5 or 6 generations, then you've got a strain. But these days, you know, I don't think it's really that important. It's all about clones, and it's really the quality of a lot of plants is so high that, you know, there's no sense in worrying about making bad choices, you know, or bad mistakes. I think when you cross 2 unrelated things, the most important thing is the individuals that you choose to make the cross. So in that sense, the male, of course, is very important. The male in the choice is extremely important in creating nice, you know, nice seeds, a nice seed batch. But you may not want to go any further than that. This is one of the things I've discovered recently, is that a lot of really nice crosses, double hybrids, second, you know, that's just about it. You want to just save it right there. You want to just keep that male and keep that female and just keep cranking those seeds. You know, maybe someone could take it down further. Someone could take it and make it into a strain. And,
well, the idea that it's a strain is once it's stable, and we've been through time. Even, you know, like again, I go to Dutch Passion, which is a great breeder out of Amsterdam, and it's 4 generations that you backbreed for stability. So I think you're right on point with the 4th, like the 5th and 6th. You should have the strongest genetics at that point, and those seeds you get out of that should be great.
Well, yeah, or they should be stabilized for the traits that you've set in the beginning. Is basically the thing. It's what it is.
It's got to be a good seed. It can't be herming and stuff like that. So stability comes from that good breeding and actually doing it. Too many people, I think you said it doesn't matter as much now because it's clones, but that's the problem is people are still breeding, trying to come up with ultimate strains, and there's so many freaking hybrids out there. It's crazy. So you got to put so much potential for hermy, you know. Yeah, you got so much potential for Hermy because of all the hybrids out there, which is why, again, I love the genetics that I've got available to me, because we've got hybrids, but we've still got like a true indica, a true sativa kind of thing where, you know, we got super skunk where you can really build something if you want to breed, but you're not doing a super, you know, like crazy freaking hybrid of so many different generations and different strains. So I think that's, if you want to breed, I think that's important. And I mean, you might find something like you know, somebody got cherry bomb from you, or they get something like I'm always talking about that Star Trek. Can't even remember what he calls it. Name of this.
Skywalker.
My daughter gave me this one called the Nebula. Man, I saved one of that. I should have shown that this week.
Skywalker.
Nebula. Oh yeah. I think it's related to this Nebula. The same one of the
Yeah.
same guys or something. Who's the one who bred that? What's the guy's name? I have to.
Oh, I have no idea.
I have to.
Some Romulan or some kind of.
Tommy has a really good Romulan. That's fucking amazing. And then he also has a good AC/DC. He's got a couple.
So are you, you know, all right now, well, we've already talked about exchange and stuff, so I guess that's a moot point. If you know, you had a while back, you had a strain, a seed that you wanted to gift me, do something, and it had a really bizarre name.
I have a Rainbow Kush from Jamaica that I handpicked from Landrace.
That's nice.
That was
what it was. It had a space name.
Brandywine.
No, it was like a space name, like a Romulan or
Blue hash. Blue hash is the other one. I love disseminating my blue hash because in the hands of a good grower, you can get ludicrous CBD and THC levels with it.
That sounds well. We'll talk more about that, but yeah. Well, I just was trying to identify. You had some really bizarre name. Yeah, I don't remember, and I was going, well, what is it though? So what do you guys, here's a question for everybody. I wanted to ask this earlier, but now we're on the after hours show. We lost Indica, so it's just us now. What do you think is what's the highest frostiest plant strain you ever grew?
They're so different genetically. Some the trichomes themselves vary so much. I mean, it's hard to assess a plant visually. They look so different. They can be tall and, you know, have gigantic globules on them and stand really proud on the leaf, or they can lay down really flat and low,
like
flow with curvature. And they can have completely different feeling resin. It's amazing how much the feel of the resin varies from plant, you know, from genetics to by genetics. Some is incredibly sticky. You know, the idea of the stick to the refrigerator, it just hangs there. And other stuff is it could have that much resin, but it would slide. So there's an amazing.
Still, I mean, you don't have one that you thought like just with the trichome and resin production was like the best you ever thought you saw. You know,
boy, I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to guess.
I'm easy, you know.
I mean, I just think that as so many different kinds, so many different ways of being amazing. You know, of having amazing resin production. You know, I'm really excited about. I want to get my friend's getting a press. You know, I want to start getting into the rosin pressing and stuff like that, because I think we're going to really find out a lot about, you know, the whole temperature thing. You know, low temperatures is starting to press out the things like that. It's pretty interesting. You know, what are we doing there? You know what?
Frenchie just did a big talk on this on Hash Church about hash grown plants versus ganja plants. Do you want to talk on that, or do you want me to? I'll let you talk.
but I don't know about that. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so basically, so you have your ganja plants, which are grown for smoking, and then you have your hash grown plants, which field grown, and they're growing for resin content, and they don't care so much about what compounds are in it. They just want resin.
Sure.
They just want hash weight. So you end up with much wider cannabinoid profiles in the hash grown stuff, or stuff grown for hash, and a much better product in the end.
So that's why you're interested. That's why you told me the other day you're interested in something that's like the ultimate hash plant.
Hash plant hybrids is what I want.
I remember.
That's not the only reason, but yeah.
I remember a couple great plants like that.
Go to
from the 70s, from the late. I haven't seen anything like it since.
Why don't you
the pure hash plant?
Even and look through there and see, because I'm sure that you'll find through, it's easier for you to, because you can, I'd have to go read it all, with my eyes. It kind of sucks, but I mean, I think we got recommended as a good hash plant, but it'd be easier to just peruse through our seed bank and tell me what you found,
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you do that, and then you can discuss it like that, because I'm pretty sure I go through them here and there. And see, I order all the seeds for the bud of the month. Then, because I don't always go and check it out, I go and do what I do, and I'm in a situation where I can only have a small grow ever going. See, so I could have every seed they sell, but instead of acting like I'm being stingy or like I'm taking advantage, I only order a couple 5-packs every 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
It does supply me with great genetics. I'm kind of one of the people, I don't like reading anymore. It makes me nauseous the more I have to read. And I have to read so much to answer questions. Reading, like to go read every explanation or description in the seed bank. But I can tell you this. They have established a larger catalog, and you got a real good basic catalog there, and everything. Everybody, well, we'll have to see what Brain Grow says. He didn't bring it up tonight, but I gifted him something, Patriot Pack, and you said you like haze. They'll show you where you got, like pack combo packs, and you can see whatever that was. I believe that was 2 hazes, but I do know that you do. I do know, and I have partaken of it from a friend that grew it. The super silver haze that we have is excellent. It's fucking excellent. It's got the taste. It's everything. It's everything everybody wants. And I think you said that's your favorite strain. So,
what? I really a strain that somebody else grew that I was really, really jealous of was a strain from Vancouver called Island Sweet Skunk by Federation Seeds.
That's awesome. So there's
man.
Island Sweet Skunk crossed with Durban Poison is one of my favorite plants. In fact, the plant that's shown in the picture for the podcast, before the show, that is an Island Sweet Skunk Durban Poison hybrid. And man, we call it
Sweet Skunk is awesome.
So we call that mystery sativa, and I actually have some of those seeds sprouting up there.
I was totally jealous when I grew the Island Sweet Skunk, and when I smoked it and when I smelled it, I was like, God, man, these guys are. I was jealous. I was like one of the only strains of somebody else's genetics that was just made me like. I was like, God, you guys are gods. It's like that's so good. That's one of the most incredible strains. Is Island Sweet Skunk.
Well,
it's fabulous. Vancouver genetics. Sorry. Federation Seed.
When I worked for Closet King, and then which turned into I Love Growing Canada out of Vancouver, they had a sexy orange skunk, and it was a skunk #1 California orange bud.
Oh,
I think it's Burmese fucking incredible or something like that. And it was one of the most beautiful plants I ever grew. That fucker was golden. Gold. fucking hue about it, and it was cerebral. It was I wish I could have some of that, but that's where I fell in love with skunk number one, I think, and I'm not sure about what do you got? Well, you're a breeder, so what is in California orange bud? What made that?
I think that's one of the original ones. We used to call it the Cali citrus. I think that's the original,
Good point.
one of the original outdoor crops that we used to get all the way across the country in New York City in the 80s, as early as the early 80s. I remember getting, let's see, when was the first time I got a clone of that? It was probably well before I moved out here.
You don't know the genetics that were involved in breeding it?
No, but I think that it resembles to me. I mean, I think it's a mix. I think one of the things about the way the leaves kind of point up continuously resembles the Mexican, like some of the Mexican strains, like Michoacan and stuff like that. I think even Arthur Connell Clark's in Clark's book, drawing shows just about exactly the same thing. I mean, I remember growing genetics like that. I've grown all the way back. I was growing when I was 11 or 12 and 13. So Colombian stuff and everything. So I grew quite a bit of Mexican genetics, in the late 80s, early 70s. And so I know that that's probably with the leaves, kind of like it's like a compact sativa with short internodes, and the leaves continue to aim upwards all the time, most of the time, and then a very, very high calyx to leaf ratio, like shitloads of calyxes. And that's very close to the Arthur Connell Clark's description in his book. And you see a lot of that Egyptian citrus strain that we're talking about. A little more indica, a little bit indica leaning in there. It depends on where you're talking about in Cali, because that's of course where Bavarian stuff is from, which is pretty extremely indica. So lots of genetics all over the place up there in Northern California.
SoCal and NorCal are completely different genetics wise.
Absolutely, and that as well.
Oh yeah, because you go
it's amazing. California's
and indica in Northern California.
Northern California probably leans more towards the indicas. It's hard to do longer season sativas unless you are further south as far as outdoors. But I think Southern California has always been indoors, and mostly has been up until fairly. And that's not really true. I shouldn't say that.
No, they got them 10,000. What doesn't the DEA tell us that they got all these guys growing in the woods, ruining and dumping over diesel in the thing because they're growing 10,000 plants and shit out there? So.
Oh man, I don't know.
There is Wild West going on in NorCal.
Yeah. Emerald Triangle.
Yeah. Well, I think California.
I actually had it. You're gonna believe this, but my old lady and I wanted to move to Oregon, into the Klamath Falls area and stuff, and we were debating if. Well, but then we heard. Then I did a research and found out the water quality was suspect there for some reason or another, and it was hour or so south of Bend, and then we also considered Christmas Valley, which is on the other side of the mountain, so you'd be in high desert plain, which could be cool, close enough to where you can get the hell out of there. I mean, if you want to go on the rainy side of the mountains, but the first came the new Vail, Colorado, to get away from Vail, Colorado for the Euro trash and all the prices went through the roof. But we were thinking about moving up there. I did it again. Guys, lost my train of thought.
You gotta be careful moving out.
Colorado. Talking about moving to Colorado, maybe. Or
well, I was talking about Oregon, but
Oregon.
But I'm trying to
Klamath Falls.
Point I was gonna.
But water.
Well, yeah, but what were you talking? what were we talking about? What were you talking about that because I had something to add to the conversation, but I wanted to preface it with the idea that I was going to move out there. Emerald Triangle. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, Emerald Triangle.
All right. When we were looking, so I'm constantly searching for land up and down from Northern California to Oregon and stuff, and all, finding the perfect place for me and the old lady to move to, and be part of the cannabis, growth out there. And for one day, 2 days at the most, there was a place in Weed, California, a corner in Weed on the fucking corner.
Yep.
Weed,
funny little town.
Well, there was they had, yeah, but I thought, how fucking cool. I found a building. Well, see, I didn't go look at Weed. I found a building for sale on the corner. Like I'm sure there's a crossroads in the middle of this small fucking town. And I had a chance for one day, and I tried to do it, but it was gone the next day. I was going to buy that fucking building and live on the corner of fucking Weed in Weed, California. And I just missed it. I mean, I said, oh shit. I'm like, check this out. There's a fucking storefront on the corner in Weed, California.
Every Cali stoner is a picture of either at the rest stop where Weed is, or in downtown where it says, Weed, California.
Yeah.
Well, one of the buildings on the corner there, I tried to buy it. That's just funny.
Every time I drive to Oregon and I go to see Marty or anything, we always stop there at the rest stop.
Yeah, it's got to be a fucking trip. I really wish I thought that would be cool, because I was saying and again, I don't know I don't know how legal everything is in that particular spot, or what's going on, because
it's like a little safe haven for immigrants to go get food and supplies.
So that would have been great for me, because with the ability to provide supplies and have a distributorship, because I've got relationships with people through the agricultural business.
Yeah.
So out there, and
but you have to understand, you can't, especially in the Triangle, man, and you can't just come in there and set up shop. You gotta know people.
Well, see, I know that. Well, I do know that because I've been a cannabis moderator for 13 years. I understand
that goes on out there.
There's a whole different, like you said, the Wild West, and that's why we're talking about this now.
Yes, Wild West for sure.
No, I think I would have I'd have been okay, because I'm adaptable. I'm an Air Force brat. I've lived all over the fucking world.
I'm not doubting.
I've had to go.
Saying.
Well, I understand if I went to Emerald Triangle, I wouldn't try to be the big fucking dog the first day. I would allow people
wait till
to
day
understand.
2. No, I'm just kidding.
I listen. Why do you think that, although I've never grown aquaponically, I can actually speak fairly intelligently about aquaponics and help you, clarify some of the points you make to the people that are not as experienced and don't know what you're talking about? It's because when you talk to me about good information, and Mr. Green Jeans too, I'm ecstatic about this relationship, because I learned so much, and I can spew it back out, and that's so. Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you said, yeah, wouldn't have come. No, but actually, and I'm a guitar player too. So my biggest thing would I'd have probably bugged people more about wanting to get a gig in town to show off playing guitar and singing. Pot. See, I wouldn't have gone out there and made, number one, I wouldn't have told shit about anybody else. I might have just opened my little store or whatever the fuck. Because let's face it, it was a place. You probably looked at the building that I'm talking about, but I haven't seen
Bodega. Say it with me. Bodega.
Bodega?
Oh, you don't know what a bodega is? That's right. You're a Midwesterner. You're not a Northeasterner. So in the Northeast, there's these stores called bodegas. And it's like a convenience store with foreign owners usually. And in general, they sell drugs.
I know what that is. We've got that all over
it's also
here.
A convenience store.
I'm in the South. I'm not in the Northeast or the Midwest. I'm in I'm in the same agricultural community as San Bernardino on the East Coast. Like, you know, I mean, yeah, Santa Barbara. Well, we got one of the largest agricultural communities over here, you know, east.
Same.
You must be thinking about somebody else thinking I'm in the Midwest. That's Hogmaster in Kansas.
Same latitude as Santa Barbara.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's cool.
Well, look at it. Look in the Carolinas and draw the latitude.
Yeah.
And you'll see I'm in one of the strongest. You know, I mean, you got Florida, Georgia, then South Carolina. I'm in zone. What is Santa Barbara?
Snow. You got any snow this week?
Well, we did, but you know yeah. But there's no global warming issue. There's no reason that we're having bigger storms.
Huh?
Check this out. Los Angeles is the same as Johannesburg. Is the same, just about the same latitude as Joburg.
South Africa?
Yes. Yeah. It's amazing, right? That's all the way at the bottom, right?
I thought that was below the equator. How could it be the same?
Oh, well, it is.
Below?
It's the same latitude. Well, is latitude the other direction, right? Or no, it's not the same latitude. It's not. It's got a different number, but it's the same.
You're talking about the
same
distance
distance
from the equator.
From the equator. I'm sorry. Yes, exactly. Right. See.
And so their winters are like they don't really have a winter, but their winter is
yeah. It's pretty much
well,
like
look at the United States and look at the latitude from California to the North Carolina, South Carolina border, and where does that rest?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if you know agricultural zones, we're in agricultural zone 8.
Right.
And then there's 9 Florida.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, because it never has winter. Although I've been to Florida where I froze to death if you slept on the ground at night. You know, I'm in the Panhandle off the Gulf. But in general, the coast and the Gulf are 2 different things, and the Panhandle and the inland, like Alabama and all that, is different than Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, up the order of the East Coast from the south. That's a major frickin' the entire south, really big fruit and vegetable zone for the East Coast. And I looked at it before. I'm basically, when I talk to people, like I look at California before, and if you look across the country, I'm basically in the same agricultural zone. Now, we had snow, but this is a bizarre era we're living in. We don't have snow. And if we have snow, it dissolves as quick as it hits the ground, or it's gone by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But this time, we had an ice storm that took the electric out for 3 or 4 days 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. Well, I had 2 hurricanes on around Labor Day. We actually had back-to-back hurricanes this Labor Day. Now we have a snowstorm that comes, and I don't have water for 4 days. I run out of propane, and there's no propane and no propane delivery. And so I've got no water and no heat.
Sounds like you need Hank Hill. You need propane and
it came out of
accessories.
And the snow lasted for 5 days. The snow has never lasted more than a day, ever, in the 23 years I've lived, or wait a minute, I lived here since 71, I'm sorry. The 46 years I've lived in South Carolina, there's never been snow that lasted more than a day. And all of a sudden we have a snowstorm, 7 inches, and we have snow that's in freezing temperatures, sub-zero, sub-freezing. In fact, tonight, I'm in South Carolina, and it's 20 fucking degrees outside tonight. I'm running water. I've probably run 20,000 gallons out of my well into my freaking sewer, into my my septic tank the past 2 weeks, because if I don't drip the water, I won't have water tomorrow morning. So I'm dripping water. I'm listening to I've been listening to drips. You think I'm a little frantic or crazy? You know, I'm gonna tell you, it's nuts. Tomorrow's our first relief. It's gonna get up above freezing, and the rest of the week's supposed to be no colder than 40 something at night. But we've never had a winter like this. I'm going through a livid hell. I haven't slept in 3 weeks because we had a storm with the snow. We had 2 or 3 days of warmth, like normal winter. Like you could play golf in the afternoon, but you're cold as shit at night. But now we had another 5 or 6 days of 18 to 26 degree nighttime temperature. So good thing I hadn't already got all my aquaponics and my bug. Well, the bugs would probably live, you know, but my fish and all that stuff that I'm planning on, it's a good thing I decided to wait till I know there's not going to be any super cold, so I can get a good warm start and stuff, because I would have lost everything when my water locked up and all that. I mean, I got ice. I got ice that's not melting in the daytime on my water in my little like vessels and stuff outside. It's crazy right now. So a lot of people on the East Coast, really. I mean, God forbid if you lived in Boston or somewhere, they're getting hit with snow here. They got hit with snow last night or tonight, and they're in it big right now. It's a first winter storm, I'd say, in history. You know, I mean, that I know of. So it's kind of crazy. Sorry, doesn't mean to go on a rant, but you know, we're not used to this. I'm used to being really cold in January and February, and my plants always die in my greenhouse between Christmas and New Year's, because I can't heat it enough to keep them alive. And I've been working on that, but then, you know, I had physical issues, so haven't had it up and running. And I was going to do a wood stove, a double burn, a double gallon, 55 gallon, you know, wood stove. And I got my ways to keeping the carbon out and directing the heat into the greenhouse and using wood. So I was going to heat my greenhouse with wood, but then I had medical problems, but still got everything, got all the stuff. But I don't know. I'll tell you, it's been one hell of a frickin' winter. You know, I don't know. Sorry, I'm on a rant. If you don't talk, I'm gonna keep going. I'll figure out something else.
It sounds bad. It's rough.
It's just rough, man. It's rough because I'm by myself now. So, you know, but I got, you know what? Who was on the show? Dutch. He got me motivated tonight when at the end of the show, when he started saying, but I'm out here running because we've got the exact same fucking greenhouses. The exact same freaking size greenhouses. I got a 30-foot by whatever I want. And when he's talking about, I'm going, oh my God. And then he goes, and I'm by myself. And I did that for years. And then I had my little mini stroke thing. And then I went blind. And, you know, it kind of sucks because I feel I just lost the ability to do so many things I took, you know, that we take for granted, you know, because I had perfect vision till I was, you know, 55, you know, and now I got to go through all this crap to survive in a community and a niche that I grew for myself, that I made for myself out of my own intelligence, because nobody would pay me for my worth. And that's another thing. Dutch is the same as I'm a carpenter. I'm a freaking contractor. Well, if you can't mark a damn line with a tape and then cut the son of a bitch perfectly square, then you're not much of a carpenter anymore. You know, so I'm not saying I could, but it's made it hard because I was the boss. I ran the crews. I got the contracts, you know. So I like to build shit, and I've got all the tools. I got shitloads of tools to build anything. I got tons of lumber sitting outside. But I can't get anybody to come help me. So what I'm getting at is that him saying that he did it, I kind of did it myself originally, and him saying that he's out there running his greenhouse all by himself gave me a spark tonight. It gave me a spark a while to hear some guy Going, yeah, well, I don't have anybody that works with me or employees. I just run it myself. And you know what? I remember when I set up my greenhouse originally, I basically set it up by myself. Hell, shouldn't I just get it running again myself? So I got to get over being a big old pussy boy and fucking go out there and park and rebuild my damn greenhouse.
So you guys want to talk a little bit about maybe on design? Greenhouse design or grow design, layout design?
Are we going to publish this? Are you going to publish this at any point?
We're still live.
Yeah, but it's an after-hour show. We've all shared some shit that we might not have shared live. Show. Oh, you could go back to my idea where I said podcast should be edited. So when you have a great excerpt, you just take it out and put it. Oh, and now we're going to play some music, and we'll take a break for 3 minutes and play this great song by Yes, and then we're going to come back and play you a excerpt we had discussing. What did you want to ask me again?
I was asking about design. You guys have any design points?
I think the first thing. Well, all right, Mr. Green Jeans, are you a greenhouse guy?
No, I don't have a greenhouse.
Okay.
I've been in them before. One of my teachers was, and still is a curator of a big arboretum in Massachusetts, the Arnold Arboretum. I was one of the head gardeners there, and then that was one of my teachers in high school, and so I got to hang around those greenhouses a lot when I was I was in high school, and that was pretty cool. But that's my only experience with greenhouses. Ever since then, I've been, outdoors or indoors in the closet with cannabis.
All right. So here's what I've got to say to Steve's question. I think the first thing you have to do, I could talk all night on greenhouse. You need to do if you decide that you want to grow outdoors and use a greenhouse, is you have to decide what your limits are. Look into what your budget is, because a greenhouse can be a non-profit thing where you do a lot of work and never make any money if you try to go too big too fast. I think you need to grow what you need, or figure out how you can grow what you need, which is hard. If you've never done it, you don't really know what kind of yield you'll get out of how many plants. You really have to, and again, you have to actually be able to grow the plants and get a yield. So, I mean, that's not that hard. I mean, I got some great advice. I was so lucky. I was so lucky to have a mentor that taught me how to grow hydroponically and gave me so much motivation, much like I mentioned tonight with Dutch, how he motivated me, because he said, I'm the only one that works my greenhouse. And I said, all right, that's enough. It's time to get off your ass. But I was the guy that taught me now works for he used to be the representative for South Africa. In other words, he was paid by South Africa, and he would go around and like what Steve does, on a somewhat, well, I would have to say a more limited basis, because he went around to the entire country of South Africa and would set up hydroponic farms for the state of what they call the state of South Africa. And the farmers are told by the state what to grow. Taught me. He's the one that helped me formulate my nutrient solutions. I wanted a balanced, like a 10-10-10, 20-20-20, or what you would use to grow lettuce, a thing for tomatoes and peppers. And he gave me like more of a tomato formula. And then I reformulated that. And I have a basic, like a green formula that I do with my, because I make my own nutrients. So other than when I'm doing it, when I talk on the show, I'm talking about the flower power nutrients. Right now, I'm talking about my ability to fill up my reservoirs with nutrients to feed my produce that I used to sell to Whole Foods Market. Where I got my certifications and stuff. So taught me that, and we formulated. He said, "Well, what do you want?" And and it really, I made such a great friend. I miss him a lot too, because he now works for Canna. If I mean, you guys that are organic and aquaponics, I mean, I'm sure. I'm sure you both know what Canna International Nutrients are. Like the NPK 1213. Well, he now works for them, but he worked for South Africa. When I met him, he worked at you might know this. Shit, let me tell you. I'm good friends with Steve Goldman from Better Grow Hydro. He's got 3 stores in California. He's a big thing. He's got his own lettuce farm. He's got a hydroponic NFT lettuce farm. He opened his stores and his online business was he grew lettuce. Place with a big backyard and turned it into a hydroponic lettuce farm. Him to have so much money that he opened 3 hydroponic stores in Cambridge, California, and a couple other places. I can't really. One's in Santa Barbara or close to it or like that. Okay, that's why I learned a lot about the Santa Barbara kind of. Wait a minute, let me look at where I'm at in relation to that. And we're not that much, not that far apart. But my buddy, he was from South Africa. I met him because I used to call everybody and finding out information, right? Calling hydro stores and talking to them about products and stuff, because I would read about things and get. And I read the shit out of a bunch of stuff. I didn't just go and buy a bunch of expensive genetics and throw them in a pot and let them die. I went and found out and grow. I mean, I could grow some stuff, but I mean, how to grow cannabis. I used to bug everybody, and most of the hydro stores were really from California. I mean, you had some up north, but they were mostly California. I ended up with Better Grow Hydro, became friends with them, and I can call Steve Goldman out there anytime I want to. Well, I can't always get him on the phone. He left. Oh, his name was Steve too, I think, or maybe that's just a Freudian thing in my mind right now, because his name, because he probably wouldn't appreciate it at this point, but his last name for sure, but for some reason I'm thinking his first name is Steve too. But when there was a problem, well, he'd build them, he'd help the farmer build them, and there was a problem with the farm in the entire country of South Africa. Go to that farm and figure it out and fix it for them, right? And they were doing a lot of they would drain downhill, like they would have beds like I explained on the show tonight. That was so cool too, to have people bringing up that kind of stuff with the sawdust. Everything was grown in sawdust over there. Well, so he showed me all these things. They would build a water tower 30 meters high, so let's say 100 feet, right? And they would run pressure generated flow motors or anything to water the plants until they got to the bottom and they were collected in a big reservoir. Again, that it depended on the farm. There's so many different, it just go on and on. Fields massively that you could not even see the end of the field, where they had 4 by 100 foot beds and a drip tape, T-tape, whatever you want to call it, and going 100 feet, 400 lettuce plants in that bed, 1 every foot, 4 across, and then they run the drip tape down through there, and it was all fed, gravity fed, and all like that. Poles every 10 to 12 feet, and it was all covered with shade cloth, and that was it. Wow! So you could teach me how to do that, and here's what was so cool about it. I was like, we're in South Carolina. Like I said, I can cut a tree down in the frickin', certain trees, like that maple tree, gum tree, and the son bitch grew a fucking arm out and started another tree. A 12-foot frickin' tree growing up there again where I didn't want a tree. I cut it down to the stump all the way down to the ground, and all the damn tap roots, all the roots just turned up and grew out of the ground. I mean, it's freaking crazy. like over here. I mean, maybe there's something to be said. I really maybe need to test my soils. but I figured if, oh, and we got bugs. So I'm in the South, you know, in the swampland. We got deer, we got alligators, we got possums, we got everything. Figured if they could grow successfully in South Africa with his methods of growing, with bigger bugs and hotter heat, then why couldn't I use that same philosophy and method? Somebody get electrocuted? Hello?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay.
So I just figured, why can't I use the same philosophy? So I felt like, oh, I got this guy from South Africa to teach me how to mix my own hydroponic, get my own mineral bags and my own chelates, molybdenum, whatever, and mix it all together. And I grew so much food I didn't know what to do with it. My total philosophy was, if they can grow like that in third world South Africa, kind of produce, peppers and tomatoes and all that stuff, all vertically. I grow all my peppers vertically. And I got some ideas about cannabis in that respect too now, but do that. I kind of do that. That's kind of how I had the way I shape my plants. You know, I kind of do it that way. In fact, I'm done with what I got to say about that, unless you guys want to ask me a question. But I could give you an update on the
single point light sources, like the difference we were talking about. Somebody was talking earlier about their array of of LED lights, and versus single point light sources. I mean, even really nice ones, ceramic metal halides are the total shit. But the problem is it's a single point, and it's very difficult to arrange the plants around that. I mean, one of the things you almost have to do is have vertical plants that are absorbing the light almost completely horizontally around the sides. You know what I mean? Like plants that are getting all the light from that light from the sides. Whereas when you have something like an array of lights, like a set of fluorescence T5s or a bunch of LEDs in an array, you actually have more like a panel of light, which is much easier to arrange the plants underneath. And that's a really critical thing that people don't think about very much. And one of the reasons why, and of course LEDs are so much more efficient and use much less electricity, don't heat up as much, but also it's easier to arrange the plants underneath them. And that's especially for beginners, especially for people. It's actually the arranging of plants underneath a single HID is a real, almost an art form.
Well, I
you know what I mean?
How to do it my way. You put hooks.
Right? Everyone has their way. The skill, man. It takes a long time.
No, but you just put hooks every 2 feet by 2 feet on the ceiling. Move your hanger from boom to boom to boom, and move your lights around how you want to. That's what I do. I use different, because I'm always testing for like the newbies that want to buy the $70 LEDs. And I got to tell you, I love my boys. I mean, my dream is to have that custom-made Spectrum King Frankenstein light that Brendan and
the good ones are a lot better. The shitty ones suck, huh? Yeah.
You know what? I'm using some $70 Mars Hydro, and this is because we're off air.
Well, T5s then fluorescents. Fluorescents are great.
No, I've got T5s. No, my T5s are brighter, but
they're great.
70 watt. I think the biggest complaint would be that it's probably going to burn out, but the light array is largely white and a little blue sprinkled in. It's majority, I'd say 70% white. And I am having some really pretty fucking buds. In fact, you saw my buds that were like 3 or 4 weeks ago. They nice. You said that was some nice connoisseur shit. Well, I'm using iPower, the cheapest HID digital lamp you can buy, 600 watt. I started them out with the metal halide, and I wanted better bud development, so I went to the HPS, and I am very happy with what happened. And then Steve advised maybe to go back at the very end, and I might do that a little, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty happy. But I'm running that Mars Hydro, and I got another one that I'm going to hook up just for the ultimate finish. Producing what's under that in that LED cheap $70 fucking light with killer resiny sticky fucking trichomes, and I'm getting the terpenes, the smells that you want, and I'm getting like, it's the first time I've been trying my ass off, but I'm always experimenting and kind of hurting my shit, which I'm about ready to quit doing. Actually trying to do it without actually doing it, but I've got like I said, I'm bragging about this blueberry. It's the first time I grew a blueberry that at the finish, the actual blueberry, the leaves are still fat, which proves to me is the real indica. And I think that can all be changed by light. And again, I think everything we discussed this tonight on the show, everything can be changed by different environments and different temperatures and humidities and how you treat the plant. Go on and on about what's right and wrong, but again, it's what any individual grower figures it really is working. Now, would rather go to the high, because I do believe everything, and I've seen and I can't wait to be set up with the total package from Spectrum King with the computer analyzer and all that shit as I get out of my divorce shit and all. I can afford to actually spend money on myself. But right now, I have to say, I was D for a long time. I think we all did. I mean, a lot of us did. Maybe Steve didn't. I don't know, because Steve's younger, and no offense, you can send more mail to me, for you younger guys. Steve being younger, he's more quick to jump on the LEDs than maybe you or I were, or at least I was for sure, because I know what I got out of the HID, and I was not willing to just say, jump on this. So what I had to do is start buying the LEDs. I want to. I said, I can't teach this guy if I don't buy them and try them myself. And all I got to say is those freaking little 140 watt freaking Mars Hydro lamps work pretty nice. That's all I've got to say. I'm not arguing they're better than anything else, but I spent the money to do the test because I'll use them from now on. I'll use them as a supplement, or maybe I'll have a little grow, like separate, they'd be great for like one plant in a separate space, or like maybe if you wanted to breed and have two plants, a male and a female together, and like totally let them go. I mean, it might be, it's great. It's really great. The supplemental light, side light, angled light over the, off the canopy. I'm just getting beautiful results. And I do attribute, because my blueberry's been under that for the most part, I attribute some of the fact that I got a blueberry that looks like a blueberry, and the smell, and it's not going to be that dark, like, okay, yeah, it's got the effect, but it don't taste. I think it's going to have the taste and the effect, and the trichome and the resin development is incredible. So just wanted to say that, it's, I wouldn't promote them on air so much, because I think we got friends that devote a lot of time, and I think they have a superior product. But I just want to say that I'm not dead set against LEDs anymore. Even Marty, when he grew that grow, like when you first, did you get on there, Mr. Green Jeans, before?
No, I haven't. And I haven't actually used LEDs myself, but I've recommended them to a couple of friends who are, going to be small closet growers, and I've, watched them use them. Good. I mean, I think they bought, high quality units. I think it really depends. And, I I think it was only within the last 2 years or so that I started telling anybody to really use them. I've just been watching the scene for a while, you know, and it was obvious that they would be good eventually, you know, and get sorted out. The concept is great, and as I was saying before, I really think there's a huge advantage in not having a single point light source. Single point light source is really tricky. You know,
I like
you
the
gotta,
idea. People say, "Can you halide in a high pressure sodium?" And I go, "Run them both, you know, and move your plants around, or move your lights around."
gotta
And
have a couple of them, right? It's really
yeah,
to
dude,
arrange plants under a single HID is really hard, and you've pretty much got to do it. Otherwise, you're wasting, you know, and heating up the grow room too. Not only wasting electricity because you've got light hitting the walls, but also causing the grow room to be hotter than it would be if all the light was falling on the leaves. You know, it's amazing how much cooler a grow room runs when you're efficiently getting all the light to the leaves. But with single point light sources, it's really, really hard. It's really difficult. And you don't see very many grow rooms that have it well figured out, even real pros. Usually the best ones I've seen have low hanging parabolic reflectors, parabolic reflectors with low hanging bulbs. And then a really perfect stadium kind of setup underneath that. And you know, you can't even see, and you walk up on the outside and you can't even see into the bulb. I mean, you can kind of, but the plants are all dense around the sides, you know what I mean? And their leaves are all facing that. And then there's also plants down underneath in the bowl shape down at the bottom. And that's pretty efficient. That kind of setup is very efficient, but it's really hard to do. I mean, you know, it's too difficult. Much easier to arrange plants under a panel. That's why ultimately I think LEDs are going to be even, you know, really good. Fluorescents are great. T5s are great.
you know what?
You know?
I tell you what, I actually believe it took me a long time to get T5s because I went through some CFL period. There was a big thing on CFL when I really started getting vigorous and growing and starting to learn. It's funny because, again, I basically started in 2005. You know, I mean, I've been dabbling since I was a kid, but I really started learning my shit and knowing, and within a year became a moderator that was respected, you know, in a large community. And I just built off of that and tried to always learn more. But I, again, like you are, and I love this, and thank you again to Steve that allow knowledge is knowledge, no matter how you grow. And I think it's great for Steve that him and Marty have allowed the podcast and us to grow as a panel with not just aquaponics experts, you know, people that just know how to grow and want to help and have knowledge, however they gained it. And I think what I found though is, and what I was saying is, so that's what's cool, that different light points. A lot of people don't have a lot of money, and so what our friends that sell the most ultimate freaking lights on the planet, and we all agree. But I also don't see anything wrong with buying these $70 freaking lights that you can hang to. You can buy 4 of them for $300 and hang them all around your HID with different light spectrums that just and like you and I have mobile plants, right? At this point, I mean, because I'm not doing hydroponic things, so I've got my plants are mobile. I can put them, I can rearrange them, and I do that. There is no one set grow spot in my room. Room is a room, and I move them where I want to. I move my lamps where I want to. I've got it all set up with hooks on the ceiling, and I just move shit around. You know, I just move it where I want it and put the supplemental light where I want it. You know, if I find a weakness on a, you know, like in flower on a plant where it's not really developing, and I move a supplemental light. I used to use, you know, just a 250 HPS. You know, I built my own lights to be, well, first I bought a high bay 400 watt metal halide, and then I bought a diamond 250 self-contained HPS. and I still I use the HPS. You know, used to use it as a side light, and especially in the winter because it's self-contained, so the ballast provides heat in the room. All right, but I don't use it, you know, in a hot time. There's several things it could be used for, or could be used for growing one plant to, like, for breeding or just to get clones or whatever. Because I like to use something like that for clones because the HPS allows the plant to stretch more and it makes it easier to get good clones than if you're trying to tight node everything. So, you know, that's kind of how I think of, that's the way I think about stuff. I also built myself. I built metal halides, the old you know, magnetic ballast, the old school big ass 1000 watt magnetic ballast. You know, I got the economy boxes. I built the 1000 watt lights. I built a 1000 watt HPS and Portalux, you know, HPS lamp, 147,000 lumens. And, you know, I did all that shit because, well, I thought I couldn't afford. It's funny, in 2005, a good high pressure sodium lamp ballast with a hood and a ballast with a separate hood and iHortalux was like $550 to $600 fucking dollars. So we have to see that 13 or 14 years ago, it was $600 fucking dollars to get a 1000 watt setup that was worth the shit, unless you built your own. But a ballast itself cost $120, and then the Hortalux cost 200 and something bucks. You had to have the box, and you had to, or like you see in pictures in Jorge Cervantes' book or whatever, where they got them screwed up to a 2x4 on the side of the greenhouse. But then they're running shitloads of wire and cable everywhere, you know. But I guess wire and cable might be, well, I don't know. It's not really cheaper. But from that, and then all of a sudden the digital lamps come out. Now, this is an interesting thing. This is something I don't get to share with anybody much anymore, but you guys, here's something. I would Better Grow Hydro, and we started working together. Oh, actually, all right, my friend's name from South Africa is David. Okay, all right, yeah, okay. I know his last name for sure. All right, so he works for Canna Nutrients now, but he was working at Better Grow Hydro. And it's Cambridge or something like that, California, in that side or around Santa Barbara, I think. And we got to hooking up and talking, and he helped me make my nutrients and all. Well, they were starting. That's when the digital lamps were first coming out. The digital HID lamps were first coming out. Lumitech, which was mentioned on the show tonight, they were the first one, or maybe no, well, you know, you can argue either way, but Lumitech was kind of the first one, and then everybody in the planet, and a shitload of Chinese lamps. And in fact, I think that's what iPower is, but I don't care if it frickin' works, you know. But I won't get into all that, but I'll try to stay on point. I've got inside information, or like you know, I don't know, what do you say, corporate, industrial, like, you know, that is not spread to the public information. When Lumitech came out, they were having problems with their ballast, and Better Grow Hydro was selected as one of their test facilities. In other words, you know, they got to use them and test them, and then their customers, and also all their customers were covered. Of course, they had the warranty, but they had a lot of ballast failure, and they also were not compatible with any other. And you understand when I say lamp old school, it means the bulb, right?
Bulb, yeah. Bulb, yeah.
Yeah. When I say lamp, it means the bulb. It's not a bulb, it's a lamp. All right. So the lamps were not compatible. You could not run a iHortalux. See, what the problem was people buying this new Lumitech digital ballast for a shitload of money, right? And then they were buying an iHortalux, putting it in there, and it was all burning up. It didn't work. You had to run the bulbs that were made. It's kind of like the new cob light systems. I mean, I know this is a big space jump of 12, 13, 14 years, but the cob lights, they have their drivers run those lights. The drivers only run the amount of lights, you know, like for 2 lights, or a driver for 3 lights, or a driver for 5 lights, or whatever. So if you got 5 lamps, and again lights, again, but if you got 5 cob light, you know, see cob again. Now I'm confused because I'm not really sure my argument for the HID lamp follows. Although I would think that it should still be called a lamp, but it's called the cob lights are with the driver made to run them. See, it's you have to relearn that the driver's kind of like the ballast, but the difference is a ballast ran 1 light, 1 lamp. A driver runs any amount of lamps or lights, but it's designed to run an exact amount of lamp or lights, right? 2, 3, 5, 10, 12, right? Or they could be multiple drivers that maybe I get a lamp system from Spectrum King that requires 12 cob lights and they got 2 drivers on it. Oh, shit. What the hell?
Wow.
I can still hear you.
Okay, my screen went dark. I thought I didn't know. All right, so it's really, and see, it's fun. I'm going into this in depth a little bit from my experience because if I remember, is it Doug?
Me, yeah.
Fucking A. God, I can't believe it. Okay, so because I'm tired of saying Mr. Green. All right, so see, I'm doing this for your benefit, Doug, because I was where you were at a few years ago, even like 2 or 3, and I went through the same thing when they went from HID magnetic ballast to digital ballasts. Okay, and now we're going from digital ballast, which I still think are. I mean, you can get a 600-watt digital ballast for, I know, under $200 that has switchable from metal halide to HPS and switchable from, say you buy a 400-watt, you can change it to 300 to 200. You flip of a switch. You could change 1,000 from 1,000 to 750 to 500. A 600 from 600 to 450 to 300. See, there's so much versatility in the lamp. So if you got small plants, and you know what, you got your footprint, you put your small plants, you can put down your metal halide to 300. Like, no, the best buy is a 600 watt. So, but you can buy, once you get set up, you can buy the ballast, 1,000-watt iPower ballast for $110. You could never do that in the old day, and that switches from 1,000 to 750 to 500. I mean, they were incredible. So, since I was working for I Love Growing Marijuana, I was getting paid. Well, I'm getting paid. So I started feeling like, well, I have to, in order for me to keep up and actually be, you know, a good mentor to these people that want to learn how to grow, I can't say that I'm only going to use my magnetic ballasts anymore. And plus, now shit, they like to burn up your house too. I mean, they draw so many amps, it's crazy. But I'm going, okay, I should take this money and up-to-date equipment. And so I don't go overboard, but I do very much like the idea that I've created a niche for myself where I've got an income for me to buy equipment that I never could buy otherwise. You know, because otherwise I could have never afforded it. It'd be hard enough just to keep up with trying to produce my meds. And so I've been lucky with that, and I'll give up the floor to whatever other conversation we want to do. Say the cheap, well, not, I don't know about all LEDs, and again, there's different performance that you're expected, but I have to say, after going all these years my own way and knowing my consistency and what's going on in my room, happy with those cheap ass $70 Mars 300 lights. For $70 for supplemental lighting, they give a real nice tone. And I really looked at it the other day. They're predominantly white. They got a little red and blue, but they're predominantly white. Maybe that's part of it.
Probably.
Experts I've talked to about them. Experts I've talked to said the downfall is that the heat sink is so thin and so cheap. That's what will burn up.
Oh.
The cool thing about that is if you got the ability and ingenuity, you can take the lamp apart and replace the heat sink with a bigger piece of aluminum, the block of aluminum, angle iron or whatever. You know, you can take the cover off, and so it's very interesting. Oh, we got another late night edition. I yield. I yield. I yield. Hello.
Who is that?
I think I got volume.
There you go.
You sound
There you
great.
know.
Awesome.
Brian. Oh no, wait a minute. Wait, I'm blind. Sorry, I don't mean to call you. Yeah, it says Brian, right? Hey, Brian, where'd you come from?
I'm from Green
Welcome.
Bay.
I gotta go. I'm gonna have to go, you guys. My battery's done to die. My phone's. I can't charge my phone fast enough. I'm out of here.
Well, I think this late night show, the after show, is going to be a hit anyway. We've never picked up people when.
I'll have to catch you guys for the next week's late night show. I'll see you guys. Nighty night.
Talk to you later, brother.
All right, thanks. Nighty night.
So where'd you come from, Brian?
This is Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yeah. Oh, so I guess the only thing you're seeing in the papers now is your quarterbacks dating the hottest, about ready retired girl, and that's the only thing I can find on the news anymore.
Oh wow. Yeah, I used to follow that. I just got kind of. I'm all out of football now. Just that tension. Oh, that's too much for me. I'm like, I gotta go.
Yeah.
It's the drinking. I quit drinking. I couldn't be around that anymore. I'm like, I'd rather smoke some and relax and not scream. It was fun for a while until all the fighting. But
oh, you talking about sports?
Yeah,
sports
just in general, like like that. Excitement.
Wait, drink. So I want beer.
Yep, you gotta have beer
when the football game's on. Yeah, you can't. You're
doing
right.
shots for touchdowns and all that.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, the whole point is I go, okay, I'm gonna cut out drinking for a few days. Oh shit, I forgot the playoffs this week.
Oh
yeah, I want to drink beer now. You know. So I
we
mean,
used to
were
wax
you
down
in
like a
chat?
30-pack and go into the bar.
Were you in chat? Are you a friend of Steve's or?
I've been around here and there. I lost my channel for a while, and then I just decided, well, I might as well make a new one. I had 100,000 subscribers from a lot of my documentaries that I fought for, and for
oh shit,
freedom of for fair use. Know that you could make money on this. I was clueless. I just wanted to help people, so I was putting out a whole bunch of documentaries and then fighting that copyright claim thing, and I got my channel taken away after I uploaded a video that I probably shouldn't have put up, I guess, but it got taken away. It said your account has been terminated the second I was uploading it, and I was crushed after that. I was just like, and then I found out later you could make money on it. I was like, oh, is that the reason why I lost it? I'm like, damn, I had 100,000. I didn't even know. I had no fucking clue.
It depends. Sometimes
so
it's
sad.
because they realize that it's because about cannabis, and if you're trying to do any kind of retail or marketing, then they shut you down. But if it's not about cannabis, then you would have been no problem. But still, if you're selling something that they're not making money off of, they're going to shut you down. So that's what that. So that's why I buy my own .com. I take my name or whatever I want. I buy that .com immediately. So I have the right to my own name.
That's smart.
I do, from the I Love Growing Supplies to Latewood.com to whatever.
Yeah, I think I seen it. I think I
created a
seen that
network,
page.
you know.
I think I came across that page. Did it always suggest growing White Widow?
What's that? I Love Growing Marijuana.com.
Is that yours?
Well, we always gave a double. Like if you buy 5, you get 10.
Yep. And White Widow's that's a great strain. Right when I seen that and I seen White Widow on there, I'm like, yep, this guy knows his stuff, because that's a really good strain to grow for your first time.
Look, see that? I just went
Yep,
off
yep,
on.
that's it. Yep, that's the one I was at. Yep. That was a long time ago. That was like a couple years
I'm the
back.
administrator. It's not
Oh,
my
nice.
business, but it's my forum, and I'm the administrator there. I'm the guy that
Nice.
helps everybody. I got a bunch of great guys that I met through the forum. We built into a great team to help people grow and keep things straight. And we got the friendliest forum out there. We don't allow people to get insulted and cussed out there. It's not like some of your places. If you want to be an asshole, then I'll show you the door I invite you to go to. Well, I won't say anything about what site I'm sending you to, but it won't be ours.
Yeah, a lot of the other channels they're to each their own, I guess. But when it's fighting and just
it's not about It's not about being a big man on campus. It's about having a community that gets along and has a good learning environment. It all goes through, we actually built to where done it and people are on the same page. The members, like Don and talks about our seed bank and says we're a rip-off fraud. What? Come on there and go, you're full of shit, Yeah, like they steal your seeds and your money, and they say no. And the moderation team doesn't even have to get involved it's a really great place. But do you have a site? Do you have? And before we get too deep,
I used to have a site, but my site it's different. It's not related to growing. It's more like fields and the damage it causes to your body and all that stuff. It's down. It was a free site, but I never really pushed it at all.
Yeah.
But I got
so what
the
you
only
got
thing
for
I'm
us
not
tonight?
really. This is a male headband, but I worked it so hard for over a year. It's on its second re-veg. I don't use any nutrients from the store. It's just coffee and me, my urine. Even though that may sound gross, but it's 5-1. And I got to give a shout out to Bucket and the Shovel. It's this little old lady, so sweet. She's all like, turn away, you're going to see my urine. I don't want to get you disgusted. Her plants looked awesome. And I was like, I got to try that. So, I mean, they just grow like crazy. And I do it, and I tailor make it.
Clarify your thought, since you're saying this this isn't necessarily going to be published, but maybe excerpts might be. So you need to clarify when you say 5-1, because you can't just piss on your plants. You
can't. No.
Explain
usually
that
what
to
I do.
people.
Usually what I'll do is I'll do a 3-day fast, and then whatever I'm going to give my plant, that's what I'll usually take in. Usually coffee, organic, protein bars or whatever. Maybe a mango. During flower, maybe like a banana, not an American banana, but more like a finger banana, like a Japanese, just so it's non-GMO or whatever. And then that's what I use. And it's been working. And even the last one grew mushrooms from me, because I didn't have mushrooms in there before. So it's probably from, and there's also the urinary database website. It will give you all the compounds that are all in it. It's amazing everything in it. It's all sterile.
Yeah, but really you can't. It's really what's in it. You can't limit that to what's on that database, because it's what you take in your body.
Exactly.
Is what you're pissing out. So
that's why I do the 3-day fast. The 3-day fast, no cooked foods. Right. And then I'll take in I did like protein bar, mango, bananas, coffee all day long, and then that's what I use. Yeah.
Right.
But it's just amazing how fast they love it, and it doesn't stink. It stinks when you're pouring it in there, depending on what you eat. Cooked foods make it smell worse, though.
But ultimately, your room doesn't become funky.
No, not at all. No. It's I'll smell the cup to make sure that it hasn't went
yeah, your room will smell like a New York subway.
New York subway. No, I'm glad it doesn't. No.
When the slashers come in to steal your bud, they're like, "Oh God, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?" And they leave. They never touch your bud. It works perfect.
Yeah, people
then
don't
I-
understand how much human composting and urine is actually being used by people to grow
yes.
stuff. I mean, with it, you get appalled by it. But hey, like we all know, if you're out in the freaking desert and you're about to die, it might get you through the day. You know, so not that I'm looking forward to that or anything, but
Roger's like that guy in dodgeball in the wheelchair. I drink my own urine.
yeah. But the thing is, in dodgeball, you can't hit me. You can't hit me. Too quick. Quick. Even at 60,
I told you.
I'm still quick.
I told you he's the guy from dodgeball.
Yep. You can't touch me. I can't run
nice
real
plants
fast,
you
but
got
I'm
there.
short distance.
So why don't you tell us?
Short distance, but
Why don't you tell us a little bit about? Why don't you tell us a little bit about your grow method you're using there?
He did.
Just straight. I'm just using straight LED light bulbs from the house. I cut the tops off of some of them. I'm trying to find my glasses.
Oh, I feel better now. Okay, now I'll help you out so you won't feel bad. Let me see. Yeah, I need mine too.
Just some home light bulbs in there. Yeah, you really can't see it. It's so bright. See if I can get this one open a little bit more.
Oh, well, while you're doing that, let me tell you something. You asked about us promoting White Widow, right? Well,
Yes, that's a great strain.
last year or two, Robert has produced what's called Gold Leaf. It's a very high THC strain for medical marijuana. Very high, in both over 20 something, 20. So purportedly over 25%, but the proof's in the pudding, and I think some of that has to do with the grower too. But under ultimate conditions, they're talking about approximately 25% THC and CBD levels, which is pretty freaking awesome. And it's I'm sure it's I can't even speculate anymore, but I did get some blueberry taste out of it a couple times. All right. Congratulations on having your Growing with Fish backdrop on tonight for the first time in about 6 months.
I started breaking everything out, getting a little more settled, so it's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's nice. It was nice as I noticed that earlier tonight. I said, "Oh, there's the old backdrop." Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going through this thing where I'm not sure whether to get everything set up or whether I'm going to have to pull my studio to a neutral spot.
Undisclosed location.
I got this crazy old lady, so I haven't done that, but I've got a design, pretty much figured out for having a backdrop from now, instead of just trying to, well, you're not on, you turn your camera off, but instead of like squishing your head, actually put a backdrop up,
Okay. You always have it.
Well, I'm at my studio. I got a studio. I'm actually really building. I got everything for it. Incredible studio. All the equipment. I got it all sitting right here in boxes and stuff. I just don't want to set everything up and then have to tear it down. And, I want it to be set up so I can go in there every day and work and not be having to because the old lady, I want to pull my studio to somewhere where I don't have to see that shit. Or, sorry. So, there we go. All right, so go on, Brian. What are you showing us there?
Oh, these are some, I got headband, shushkaberry, and white widow. I just think it's awesome. They've been in here for over a year. No drain holes, no root rot. I give them just the amount of water that they need. But yeah, this is their second re-veg.
I've had good success with re-veg. So you have to have several plants. I guess
Yep.
You stagger them, so you get your little bit of. You got smaller plants. You're getting a yield, and then you've got another plant ready to go after that. Or
what I do is I have 12, so I do 6 and 6. I leave them all 12 of them in there, and then when I'm ready to flower, I take 6 of them out. and then go for another 2 weeks, and then go to town. The last one I did was the first one I did was just to determine sex because they were all bag seeds, but they were awesome. One smoked like candy. Oh, the other one was lemon, like a box of lemon heads, and the other one was like skunk, diesel, and like someone threw sugar all over it. But you could catch the skunk and the diesel, and then it was like boof, sugar. It's that one that's candy, that one that smells like candy. That'd be great to grow in anybody's apartment. No one would know. They'd just be like, "Hey, you got some candy for me?" Like, no, I only got a limited amount of candy. Sorry, but it straight up smells like candy. Like it doesn't even smell like herb at all. But when you smoke it, it does. But it smells straight up like candy. This one's the lemon.
No, see, that's one of my favorite. If I can get something that tastes citrusy, lemony, that's my favorite.
I can get you a cut. I'll get you a cut because I'm going to be doing clones pretty soon. Because the lights are going up, and then these are all going to get stretched, and then I'm cutting them. I'm not doing it like this. This was just for fun. The next one I'm doing like 15, 20 in one of those containers, so it's quicker. I'm going to do 20 in one container and throw them up, and boom, done. Because that's a lot of work. That was like almost every 4 days I was twisting the shit out of them. It was fun for a while, but
a lot of trouble on the forums because people are going to want to start trying this. They're going to drive us freaking crazy.
I mean, I don't know if you can see how crazy that
20 plants in a pot. What the fuck are you doing?
It's got a freaking handle on it and everything. But I'm gonna put 20 of them in this one. 20 of them all going across, and then fan them out so it will fill up the space a lot quicker. I seen it on Seymour Buds when they did theirs. That was nice. They did 300 plants. They had to remove 100 though because they got spider mites. That was from their crawl space. They had no filter on it. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but it's really good. It's 15 pounds in 80 days. And there were a bunch of kids doing it. And this was in an aeroponic system. Never had to change the water. Just add to it. Fucking buds were remarkable. Just freaking huge. 2 ounces in a 2 inch net pot.
Well, net pot size doesn't matter. People think that matters.
This is like a solo cup.
The root destroys the fucking net pot. And 2-inch net pots are way cheaper than 5-inch net pots.
Yep. And
people always go, like, they got this giant freaking net pot with all this hydroton, and the plants are growing straight through there. And well, I look at, all right, maybe it's good for aeration, but when people pots, because that's how we start and grow lettuce. We use it, and I've got the Pro 38 cells. If you've never heard of it, Google it. Pro 38 cells to tray that a 2-inch net pot fits into. So you can put your own medium in a 2-inch net pot and drop it in there and propagate.
Nice.
In a cell, it's called a Pro 38 cell. Yeah. Johnny Seeds sells a farmer starter kit. Pro 38 cells and some like a bigger cell. Which is, I don't know, 38, 20 something, and then one that's smaller. It's like your own medium or nursery mix or whatever, peat moss or whatever. And then they give you a legume starter kit. They give you a dome, a propagation dome and tray, a couple, so maybe 4 or 5 trays. It's like 20 something bucks at Johnny Seeds. So if you, that's the cheapest way to get them pro cells to experiment, because it give you all kinds of sizes for all kind of different experiments that you might want to do.
Nice.
You could never
I've been doing sand.
Yeah.
I've been doing sand for my clone clippings. I just stick them in sand and put a bag over them, let them sit there until it dries out completely, and you can pull them right out. The roots come right out.
Right. There's actually a part of that, and we're getting ready. Steve's got Jorge Cervantes lined up to be on the show.
Awesome. He's great.
In his book, he actually shows, and there's a picture of the guy, one of his guys, doing cloning in sand.
I seen it on YouTube from a farmer, and he was doing it, and I was just like, I'm going to try that. And I was surprised because I only had to water it once. I saturated the whole sand thing completely full, put it in a bag, and I just totally forgot about it. I think probably like 2 weeks, and they were happy as can be. Started pulling them up. I cut them like cake, and they were just, oh my god, they look like just like
right.
a clone machine or whatever.
Well, it looked
The one
like a
I had-
brownie.
Yep.
Sand.
The clone machine I had kept on leaking all over the floor. I had to tape the lid on it.
Well,
I'm so glad I put it in another bucket, like a cement mixer, for when we set up our first grow, and we left that day, come back, and I'm like, oh my god, the whole thing was just filled up, like it sprinkled out all the water. I'm like, man, for some reason the lid didn't stay on tight of it. I can't remember what name and brand it was though. But
what got you into growing?
She still won't smoke yet, but she's on a lot of opiates and other things, and I can't get her to change. So what my plan is I'm hoping to make something to take care of her later on. She's fine right now, but I don't go home. I had a bad experience with my grandpa. I went there, I seen his arms tied to the wheelchair, and I don't want to see my mom go through that. So I'm going to make a heaven for her when she gets up in that age. She's not going to a home. That's my whole focus is just taking care of her.
Have you watched our shows and learned about the coconut infusion? The coconut oil
for
infusion
like
method?
Oh yeah, for medibles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's all you need right there.
Infusions, yeah. She just won't do it in an illegal state. An illegal state. She wants to go somewhere where it's legal. My mom is so not a pot smoker. So that's gonna be so fun. I'm so recording it though. She's so not a pot smoker.
My mom and we talk about that, and they're the same way. Well, my dad is more open-minded because he goes, well, no, not really. I said, you know what? When you're laying there in pain, he's going to be 85 on the 25th of this month. Wow. My dad. Yeah, and my mom and dad, you know, they've been married since 1956. And my mom is going to be 81 on February 28th. And you know, I talked to them and they're like, well, I never do that. And I said, you know what? You lay there and open, because see, here's the thing. You hate to trick them or anything, but it can't hurt them. With the decarboxylation method and the 8-day method of cooking and infusing the oils, the way Tommy and Steve have come up with, that's so incredible that we've tested it. And in fact, one of our panelists that didn't show up tonight, Hogmaster, who's also on ILGM, he's a moderator there and a friend of mine, metal rods in his back, you know, and he's weaned himself off of opiates using the coconut oil, using cannabis extracts, and then now doing the coconut oil infused with cannabis. It's working miracles. My estranged wife, more than anybody on the planet, won't give me a credit for doing shit for her, but I gave her some of this to rub on her foot that kills her ever since a high school injury, and she's 56 now, 40 years, and she rubbed some of this coconut oil on her foot because here's the thing about it. It's topical. You can eat it. You can cook with it. Instead of using can of butter, you use the oil. Hogmaster uses it to, every morning he puts 2 tablespoons in a pot and cooks his eggs.
Nice.
That way, because it doesn't hurt. So you can eat it. You can rub it on a pain. It works as good or better than Bengay. It's a way you could introduce it to your mom. You could do the you can do the infused. If you don't know exactly the method I'm talking about, it's the best method.
Yeah, where you infuse it for like 3. I've watched so many of them, from Rick Simpson to
way beyond that.
Thousands and thousands of them. Like I mean, I've been researching it for like over 10 years. I've watched every single documentary that's probably up to date, I think. Well, except for Mendo Dopes.
Yeah, this is not new. It's thousands of years old, but it's kind of new that Well, only so many people are practicing this, but some people have gotten the science down to where you get the highest level of the molecules.
Do you add cinnamon to yours at all? Because that's what I'm going to do with my next batch.
I think you probably could, but I'll go ahead and say my understanding of the method real quick, because I can put it into a short period of time. First, you take and fill the jar. Well, you have to be able to boil it, carboxylate it in a closed vessel so that you save the terpenes. The terpenes leave. The terpenes come back when you cool it down.
Awesome.
Organic coconut oil. At 118 degrees for 5 days straight. We use a sous vide. All right. Then
now
you
5 days straight. That's new. I like that.
5 days straight. Then you let it cool down, and then you cheesecloth all the oil out of it. Take your organic matter, put it back in the jar, and then refill it with coconut oil again, and then cook it again at 118 degrees for 3 solid days. Once get that out, yep. So it's 8 days cooking in between one. Well, actually, it's 8 days. It's a 10-day process. You have the decarboxylation, 5 days, and that you really don't waste a whole day between cheeseclothing the oil out from the first 5-day process, and refill it with put the organic matter back in, refill it with coconut oil. You cook it 3 more days at 118 degrees. This isn't a water bath, by the way. A sous vide, if you didn't know what that is, it's a water bath.
So that's just a way to decarboxylate it. You can also do it in jars, but that's not the part you do for 5 days. You cook it in so what you do is you put I guess you could do the sous vide with the oil. That would work.
No, wait a minute. No, I did the sous vide was the 5 days, not the decarboxylation is 1 hour. Yeah. Decarboxylation is 1 hour in boiling water, then 5 days with the sous vide, then 3 days refill oil, 3 days with the sous vide, and there you go.
You're getting everything there for 5 days. Wow, that's a new one. I haven't heard this one. This is definitely new.
But it's 5 and 3.
5 days.
One of the guys that we work with, he's tested a whole bunch of different so he's tested a whole bunch of batches at different times and stuff, and 120 degrees for 5 days gives you the best extraction as far as saturation. It gives you maximum saturation. Also gives you a little bit of CBN in there too, so that you do get especially for mussels and stuff, it makes a real good reaction.
She's got spurs, so I've been looking into that. So yeah.
Sure.
So see, what's great about it,
she's got bone spurs.
So the bone spurs are right there, Yep. So if you rubbed it on there, it would give her relief immediately within a few minutes, and that would be the way to use. All right, I'm telling you, that's the most passive aggressive way to turn your parents around to use that instead of Vicodin.
I bring it up to her once in a while because I remember when I was real little. I remember seeing her hit a little pipe once, and then 15 minutes later, I seen her sleeping. She's like, "No, they were passing around. I didn't do it." I'm like, "I seen you do it. You have the little pipe in your hand." She still denies it. I know she smoked it, but she was passed out though, like 15 minutes later. It's probably good for her though.
I addressed it earlier on the show when everybody said to send the emails and complaints to me that women pass out if they smoke indica. I stand by that. Women always tell me, I don't want that shit that makes you go to sleep. I want that up high. So what do you get from that? Just tell me what you get from that. That's all I gotta say.
Just like Rick Simpson, get your rest.
Steve, we might have to name this,
Remember, send complaints to AP Meds at.
Yeah, I caught it earlier. Yeah, Marty. Yeah. We're giving Marty a lot of slack because Marty's got a newborn and is going through a move and not by archaic assholes in Oregon.
It was nice to see Fish
we miss you. We miss Marty a lot too, because Marty's a wealth of information and a great all around nice guy. So.
Yep.
In fact, the shows we've had the last 2 or 3 weeks, even though he's not a greenhouse guy, boy, he would have fit in with a lot of the conversation. You know, we talked a whole bunch about ferment, a lot more than I thought we would have. But and Steve, gosh, oh man, you guys, you know, we're really wading into what a great network we're building here. I mean, my God, there's so many we're doing all kinds of different things in a way, but we're so like-minded about the overall what we're looking for, you know, what we're looking for in the end to provide for everybody. And we feel, I know you didn't do this on purpose, but you know, you made me feel so at home the last 2 weeks, because we've been talking about greenhouse stuff and making nutrients, and I was really happy that I was able to contribute every week. But it's nice to contribute about something I've known for a while instead of something I learned from you guys and long. So it's been fantastic for me, you know, to be able to do that. I mean, man.
Awesome. I'm glad we could do that. So should we wrap things up finally? It's 12:45 a.m. in the West Coast here, and it's gotta be like,
well, it's probably 3:45 here. Probably 3:45 over here. Well, I'd say Brian was our last guest. I asked Brian what he wants to do any last comments you'd like to make, my friend. And
you want to plug your YouTube channel if you have a current one or anything, or?
I don't know, if you get bored, you might want to check it out. I got some interesting things on there. It's completely different than growing, but it has a lot to do with growing. It's not a great topic. I haven't had a lot of luck on getting it out there, but it has to do with EMF and then the magnetic EMF that you get from your grow equipment. It does do a lot of damage to your body.
Well, say the site again, because we didn't understand it very well. Make sure you.
It's EMF Warriors. I just kind of promote them because they show on like the amount of EMF that's given off by all electric equipment. But to me, my biggest thing is that, you know, you can't feel it if you can't feel it, but some people can. Light and the smart meter, dangerous. But I can't get anybody to have Sam on a grow show. Sam Milstead is an author of Dirty Electricity. He's a scientist. He's tested this. He's even went to court. Electricity and smart meters, and no one will have him on a grow show. I've asked.
We would have him, Steve.
Yeah, you guys ain't trying to sell anything. These other people are sponsored by certain things. They won't allow it. And do you know how damaging it is? When you start looking in, you can just type in EMF and autism. There's a huge link to it right now, and it's getting more and more. These are all doctors, scientists, Harvard research, and still nothing. I just put a post up on GML's Grandmaster level, whatever. I asked them nicely, loving, you know, can you have him on your show? I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't think he's going to call him and have him on the show. But it can be tested. That's the biggest. Is it can be tested by a meter. And it can be, you can look at the milligauss, and you can check at bioinitiative.org and see what the biological effects it does. Like some of it's immune system dysfunction. So my problem is, if you tell someone, hey, grow cannabis, you'll feel better, which is fine because you don't know about EMF. But the immune system dysfunction on the cancer, probably not the greatest. And they're never going to see it's going to be the light or the smart meter, because they're going to say, oh, it's just my cancer.
Well, I got two things to say. Number one, why don't you type into the chat?
Awesome.
Chat all the websites that you just mentioned, right?
Man.
So that our members and listeners.
You know, this has been like 4 years, and I don't really push it because it really is like I got slammed before, like they took it as hate, and I'm like, no, just information. That's all it is. But this is.
And the other thing I'd like to say, if you want to spread your word to people where we've got 950,000 page views a month, come and join ilovegrowingmarijuana.com.
The kids, you know. Well, I'm just thinking about the kids, and I don't really want to get into that because it's sad, but in car you'll see where it gets really, you're just like, wow, really? That needs to be brought up.
Well,
it's too sad. It's too sad, but it's EMF and autism.
Sure. Well, we gotta.
I'll put up the whole. This is just one website, everything, and they're free. Guys on my Facebook, college, and they have like degrees, like you wouldn't believe. Like it takes me a while to go through because I know a little bit about like Ponics a little bit, but I have to go back and reread when they get onto a different. He's got it in simple form though. Did I just lose my page?
Yeah.
It's just like it's disappearing and it's like, no, you can't show them EMF warriors. Section here. All the doctors.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for that stuff. And then Roger, well, if anyone doesn't know, you're at ilovegrovingmarijuana.com, right?
That's me. Yep.
The link wouldn't go in though. I don't know if I can put
most of our panelists are members and contribute, and we got the best seed bank on the planet, in my opinion, with the best genetics on the planet, and you get all the help and respect you want there. Come and act like a decent human being, you'll be treated like a decent human being, and everybody loves each other, and the membership itself half the time. So it's a very friendly site. It's a very senior-oriented site, folks there. The site, as far as I'm concerned, we are the 50, the upper middle age to seniors that are now learning to grow and use cannabis for medical reasons. And like your parents and all, we don't really have parents, but we got people like you and me and other people that have parents that are in their 70s or 80s and they're having problems, and we're trying to get them off of opiates. We have so many people that have survived opiates, war veterans and everything else, and they all contribute with their stories to prove that you can get off of the pharmaceutical opiate addiction or methadone or Vicodin or whatever it is using cannabis extracts and oils. And it's being proven over and over, and that's what we want to do, and that's what we provide. I yield every consideration to the older folks that never grew, ain't know anything about computers. We help you out and learn everything. We've got winners of our Bud of the Month contest that never grew before, and because of the advice and guidance on our website, they won the Bud of the Month. They won the Bud of the Month contest on their first entry, on their first grow of seeds. They won Bud of the Month, which is a consensus of the members voting. So it's a
Bud of the Month even too.
Month. I just had a 12 Days of Christmas, which I was going to give out 12 awards, which turned into like 15 or 17. I don't know. I got Robert and the company in Amsterdam. They are so freaking cool. They believe in promoting through helping. And so if there's any way we can promote, well, of course, it's promoting a business. You can say that if you want to be a naysayer, but forums, you can come to and maybe win some free seeds, or we have a Christmas contest. We give you free seeds, and nobody calls you a stupid fucking asshole or nothing, because they'd be shit canned in China if they did that. A learning environment there. We try to provide some social environment that is free of cultivation. So in order so that if you're, like a lot of seniors don't want to go to a bunch of different websites. So we try to provide places where they can talk to friends. We have a thread called Thoughts from the Morning Garden. It's like, it's filled up so many times. We're on the third time through where the software shut it down because it had too many posts. And so people get on there every morning and talk and chat in that thread in our community members area, which is free from cultivation. So you got an area to talk to about just daily, like my dog died, or, you know, I lost my electricity, or like in my case, I had 2 hurricanes over frickin' Labor Day this year to deal with. But we talk about that stuff and we become friends. It's a community of friends, and inspiring to me that I was allowed by Robert to create this site in a way. I mean, they had the site, but now we've got a site that's a community where people are loved. I mean, they want to be there, and they don't have to go anywhere else. And as far as a little bit of communication to talk about their hard times and to get the best grow advice on the W3 and be linked to this podcast, which is one of the greatest things that ever happened to me in my life. And I got to thank Aquaponic Dummy, my friend Matthew, who's up in Maine, probably covered up in 20 feet of snow. I love you, buddy. I hope you're doing okay. Because he got me on his show on 420. I'll never forget that. It couldn't have been a better day to be joined on this podcast and to be invited to be a panelist after the. And man, thank you so much.
Yep. And you guys can find me at Ponics. I'm going to be starting up a little bit more of my nutrient stuff. Get that rocking. We'll have some plants growing. I got plants coming, so we'll have some more content on plants coming. So a lot more content coming aside from the weekly show this year. So look forward to that. Anyways, thanks everyone for watching, and we will catch you guys next week. And thanks again, Brian, for joining us. Take care.
Good night.